dissuaded the government from involving itself in housing provision. And in the process, we lost our soul. If we may just want to think for a moment, what is the problem now? Because just as I said yesterday, we have discussed a lot. There has been a lot of policy directions given in the 2004 and 2016. What more do we need to do? I will just pick two areas that I think are key to delivering affordable housing at scale. How many contractors or developers in Kenya as we speak now are capable of absorbing 300 million within one financial year in construction? Do we have the methodology of delivering even 500 houses by one contractor in 12 months? We have the issue of technology in housing development. We have the issue, therefore, of modular housing provision. This is an area which, as National Housing Corporation, we have tried to intervene in, and we have now a factory for EPS, expanded polystyrene panels. But even this, we have tried it and tested it. It may not be able to deliver houses in numbers that is required. So one of the areas that we need specific direction is, as yesterday PSA'd houses. We now need to try to accept technology and enthuse it in all designs that we are going to have in housing development. Housing development, design and development, now we need to look at whether it makes financial sense, as Peter said, mentally sustainable. These are three areas that we have been just trying to create houses, spaces, but then we do not address some of these key elements that would make housing development sustainable. We have looked at the issue of land and realized that land is not really the problem, even though it is the most critical factor here at the initial stages, but it is not really the biggest problem. Our problem is, how do we manage, again, our projects? Project management is the second important element that we need to really evaluate how we've been performing. Because a number of projects fail, not because they do not make sense financially or even environmentally or socially, but how do we manage our projects so that at the end of the project it is timely, or rather it is done within time, it is financially sound, and all that goes with project management. A number of project managers that we have had, National Housing Corporation is one and has a number of technical personnel. But we have realized that the Akal Hills of housing development lies in project management, because procurement plays a role, but ultimately, if you were to finish a project in 12 months and you finish it in 3 years, if you borrowed funds from the financial institution, the banks, it means that now the cost of finance has gone up 3 times. Now that is going to make the house expensive. If you have made so many changes within the project implementation, that would enhance the cost of construction. And yet, when the project was conceived, now one imagine that we would go by the estimated costs. That would not be realized if project management is not done well. Now, what that means is that we need to involve the people for whom we are designing these houses. We sometimes tend to think that we have done feasibility studies, but perhaps the reports that we get from feasibility studies are not detailed enough, does not give us especially the needs of these people for whom we are developing houses, so that at the end of it, you make so many changes to accommodate several factors that have come up in project implementation. Now that therefore...
In what way can public-private partnerships accelerate delivery of affordable housing? Would you be able to provide some examples?
Yeah, thank you very much, Ogeni. Yeah, I first of all concur fully with my panelist colleague here in terms of importance of technology and the ability to deliver at cost or within cost of the plan. But beyond that, we believe that finance is a very important factor. And finance is available within our pension industry. I have statistics globally. Literally 50% of financial assets in the world are held and belong to pension funds. So it goes without saying, therefore, that any partnership between the public or the government and their pension funds would result into deployment of what we normally call long-term contract funds into affordable housing. Now, why is it possible to do this? And I am a strong proponent, both as CEO of CPF, but also the chairman of Association of Pension Trustees and Administrators of Kenya, is that pension funds belong to people who are actually saving on a long-term basis. And they have the same desire of living in their own accommodation, if not at least living in an affordable rental accommodation. Now, when you combine their need for long-term pension with their need for affordable housing access earlier in their lives, obviously the two make a lot of sense for them, and that's how we are deploying our structure of getting into this affordable housing, because our biggest chunk of our members are the first uptakers. That's a very important one. The second one is that being long-term funds, there's a long horizon for recovering the investment through the different cycles of financial sector, highs and lows. And therefore, there's an element of smoothing of returns, so there's no major challenge into sort of impacting on the returns available to the pension members. The third model why the PPP then we should work is that we believe also that in a serious manner, government should utilize the constitutional powers of compulsory acquisition of suitable land within the urban areas and release it as one of the incentives into affordable housing. One of the major challenges we found when you try to convince buyers of houses that they will get a cheaper house maybe 50 kilometers away from where they are working, then they consider the cost of moving up and down and many other considerations, and they will not be comfortable. They would want to be as close to the city or where they work. So in that case, therefore, those properties are already expensive and can only be afforded if the government, as a PPP partner to the developers and financiers, should also chip in by providing, as part of their own incentive package, compulsory acquired land, which is, the government is the only one who can do that. And now looking at examples which have, where some of these things I'm talking about have happened, we have a case of the UK associations on social affordable housing, where we've done a case study, and this is social housing in the United Kingdom. And in this particular case, they run registered social landlords and housing association and local. Here, of course, we work with our local municipalities and cities, and also the counties. So in this particular structure, there's an element of social grants given by the councils for the people to afford to live in the houses which are developed, so that at least at the end of the day, the houses are not going to be so poorly built as to be an eyesore, but also to be affordable because of the additional grant given by the local councils. Now, which makes the whole thing work is because of that cooperation, public-private partnership, to ensure that one works. We can discuss that one in more detail, maybe in the panel, in the panel session. Thank you.
Thank you, Jose, and thank you for a real practical example. Mary, I know you've really been involved in this sector of delivery, and you've actually, I know of a project at least on Kangundo Road, which falls within that. Beautiful houses down there, done by one of your member associations. In what way, in your view, can county governments facilitate the development of projects that are impactful within their existing budgetary constraints?
Thank you so much. Thank you. I think where all the actors, that is the private, the public sector, and even the communities can participate in a committee that is geared towards provision of affordable housing. We are lacking that in some of the county governments, where you find that there's no that deliberate move to ensure that you bring different actors together in order to address the issue of affordable housing. So I think one of the things that got, or the State Department of Housing got, that triggers down to the county, so that when you go to any county as an investor in affordable housing, you don't go to look for your space, but you find your space already created, and does not it does not compare well when we want to scale up development of affordable housing. So that's an area that the counties has got to come up with policies that remove the current conservative processes of SPVs with the county government, so that we can deliberate provide affordable housing. Because again, the investors who want to do affordable housing without having clarity on the land issues, they cannot feel comfortable to actually join partnership and move on to provide affordable housing. The other issue is that most of the counties have peri-urban areas that really lack services. And the infrastructures are not that conducive for investors to feel like if I put affordable housing here, I'm not putting risk, because the property that is developed for the community is appreciating through the development that we cause in this particular county. So again, we need to come up with, I know the national government works very closely with the county government to provide funds for infrastructure. We need a master plan in those counties, so that when we are providing the infrastructure, there's a deliberate move to provide in areas that are prone for affordable housing. But currently you find that when the infrastructure is provided, it can go so much into the deep rural areas, and it's okay to include the rural areas because of the agriculture aspect. But we also need deliberate provision of infrastructure in areas where we can do settlement for affordable housing in the county government. So I think that master plan that zones the areas for potential affordable housing is critical by the county government, so that at least the investors will, you know, if it is KMRC together with the partners, NASHU, and all the other actors, stakeholders in this sector, can be attracted to go and do housing development within these areas. And finally, we need a lot of also looking at the issue of plot sizes. We have some of the counties that are very rigid in coming up with the plot sizes that would cause development of affordable housing. We don't want to create, of course, slums within the county government, but if the deliberate zoning is talking of a quarter of an acre, and yet the land has appreciated so much in the county government, in the counties because of the devolved government, then we are going to have a defeating policy on ensuring that we have affordable housing within the county. So it's good to look at the zoning, to look at the plot sizes, and then we are able now to say here we can allow this kind of plot sizing. I know in one of the counties where we wanted to do affordable housing, they could not allow less than 1/8 of an acre. And if it's really trickling down to the low income, 1/8 of an acre would be very expensive to actually add the cost of building a house and make it affordable. So those are some of the dialogues that we need to engage with the county government so that we are able to come up with that master plan in the county government, so that when we go in there as investors, we don't get a pushback, but we are encouraged to invest depending on the available resources and the investment agenda that is there for those who want to do affordable housing. And finally, we need to have a very deliberate actions by the technical team within the county government, so that they are able to advise the county government, especially the political arm, on what is expected within those counties to cause affordable housing to happen. There should be no disconnection between the technical team and the political arm at the county level, so that they can speak one language, so that when we go there as institutional levels, we are able to have the county technical team and the political arm talking the same language of affordable housing, and then the entry point becomes quite an easy way to get there. I'll give an example. Some of the counties actually, to get approvals, it's a long journey. Why? Because they are not speaking to each other. The technical and the political are not talking. So you find that it takes 6 to 1 year to get approvals for something. If there was that talking between the technical, the political, and of course the doers, that is the investors in affordable housing, then the approvals and facilitation would be very, very smooth. So we need to enhance that. We need to create teams that understand what is affordable housing. If it's an architect, if it is the head of planning in the county government, they need to speak the same language that we are speaking here today. If that happens, it will not be very difficult for those who want to invest in affordable housing to get in the counties and not get frustrated, because they will find equal partners who are speaking the same language in affordable housing. Thank you.
Wow, thanks so much, Mary. Those are very thoughtful contributions. And again, it goes back to that point we were making yesterday around enabling environment. The master planning, we were told by the chief government valuer that physical planning has been devolved, so perhaps a lot more guidance. And then communication, again, coordination, collaboration between all the actors, and facilitating public participation that brings together all the actors in that sector. Not forgetting infrastructure development. So thank you very much for your contribution. Abraham, could you tell us a little bit, and I think yesterday PS was clear that government alone will not be able to raise sufficient funding in order to provide decent housing to its citizens, but it remains an aspiration. What other funding options other than budgetary support can be explored in order to support this particular objective?
Thank you. I think matters of affordable housing and housing in general, finance plays a critical role, and that's why you are seeing a lot of focus in terms of conversations both locally and globally on how do you avail finance for development of affordable housing. And there are many aspects you have to look at in delivering this affordable housing, or what I would call decent housing, because that is what we are really looking at, that to have access to decent housing. by the population, more so in the urban areas. And these are defined maybe globally through the SDGs, and governments come and see how to implement those global goals. So finance plays a critical role, and the traditional models of financing housing becomes a challenge. Because if you go to a financier bank, they would want predictable cash flows during the tenure that you have, you are taking the loan. But the structure of our country and the economy is such a large proportion of people are in the informal sector. So how do you bring in the informal, the people who do not have a regular income that you can call a payslip, but they have access to money? One way I was looking at is setting up a fund, a different fund. There is now KMRC, which to me it appears to be a very formal, targeting the formal sector of the economy, more so people who are banked. But how do you have people now who are 4 million and below? Because if you see the KMRC, 4 million is the entry ticket. In the agricultural sector, if you see in the 70s, 80s, there was what we call Agricultural Finance Corporation, who are supporting farmers, because a farmer would, the kind of cash flow a farmer has is not the same as the formal sector employee. So perhaps setting up a fund that would be able to Thank you. I think I was running out of minutes in that one. But I was saying a dedicated fund to take care of the various income groups that we have. Secondly, you're looking at how do you enhance the role of SACCOs and the other innovative financial models that exist in this country. You will find that SACCOs SACCOs generally, because they are defined groupings, are able to mobilize funds in their membership without a very formal way compared to the other traditional financing model. If you look at, I like looking at people in the rural area, especially the teachers. With their SACCOs, you see they are able to utilize the limited resource they have to do big projects. So how do we ensure that we take that model that they have on innovative financing, that we are able to transform this into the housing side? But financing alone, if I may add, would not solve the issue of affordable housing, even with alternative ways on how to finance. I would want to say that apart from looking at housing from the global scale, how do you have the county, through its regulation and planning, able to give space for affordable housing to thrive? And this can be done through planning. And sometimes when I was asked to speak for the conference, something came to mind. I said, if the county governments had the courage to say zero slums, in the next 5 years, we do not want slums within our urban areas. So you have to define the standards of minimum house specification. The investors find a way to access capital within a specific timeline. Say, within 5 years, we don't want slums. And why I'm saying so, if you go to many informal settlements, many people there are tenants. There are people who own those structures. And those informal settlements are very, very lucrative because they give you a very high return. And that's why within if they are banned today, within 2 days, they are up because they are returning investment within 3-6 months. Secondly, bulk infrastructure. We talk about land finance, but the role of government in ensuring that we have available land to scale up, because if you give me 1,000 acres in Kitengela to do affordable housing without the bulk infrastructure of social amenities, schools, hospital, public transport to the city, that cost of affordable housing, even if we do the financing model that I'm talking about, will not kickstart the scale that we want to do. And this is why, if you heard the peers yesterday, he was talking about Park Road, which is at the core of the city with all the amenities. Bondeni, 600 units, not far from the city. But we have to see how do we provide bulk infrastructure so that when finance comes in, we are able to scale up affordable housing or decent housing. Lastly, this may be very difficult to do. I thought perhaps housing needs to have a lot of focus comparative to the other sectors of the economy. If you see, there is the Ministry of Finance, Ministry of Transport, and if you look at where housing is placed, if you have to read the entire ministry, Ministry of Transport, Infrastructure, Public Works, Urban Development, housing is somewhere hidden there. In terms of focus in delivering this project, which is a big project, if you look at the number of people who are in informal settlement or accessing decent housing, it should be a top priority. And why I'm saying so, this Ministry of Housing and maybe Urban Development would be able to look at how are counties doing planning for affordable housing. Nairobi, if I give a case of Nairobi, Nairobi is quite small geographically. And what has happened, it has sprawled into the nearby counties. So if you are planning for affordable housing in Nairobi, how are you sure the guy in Machakos, in Kajiado, Kiambu, have the same mindset? So that when you talk about finance, you talk about land, you have a coordination through one entity. So perhaps it's something we should maybe as land sector housing professionals and practitioners, how does affordable housing move now from where we are, that we're discussing now, to the next level, that we are able to avail 500,000 decent housing, 1 million decent housing in the near future. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Abraham. Thank you. Thank you. I think now we open it up to the plenary. We've listened to the thoughts from the panelists. Interesting conversation. So if you could just so those who have any additional contributions.
Thank you very much for very good contribution. And I think my question goes to ISK President. One of the issues, that is Bwana Abraham, one of the issues that have come up is that if we are able to get a better way of doing the valuation and not having I'd like to hear his comment to that. How could they approach it, and how can they obey for that, given that they will be the biggest stakeholders? Thank you.
Sorry, take another one. Oh, repeat. Okay, wasn't clear.
And sorry. I'm saying one of the things that was identified as a key cost determinant is valuation. And what was said is that currently the valuation, you have to go through the whole process, irrespective of that you have homogeneous units, especially in blocks of apartments. So I think the key question here is that, given that you're a big stakeholder, how would you lobby for that, or what is your view for that?
My name is Kichen George. I linked to his question. I just wanted to find out, there's some conflict of some sort, particularly on the valuation side, where when you're talking about the cost, the valuation is linked to, the pay for the values is linked to the value, so it's a percentage. So it's sort of a conflict that in some case, or in some way, you have to get people giving a higher value because that's how they pay.
I think I should not have said I'm a valuer, because it seems I set myself up for valuation questions. Yes, if you look at the cost of accessing a mortgage, valuation is one of the cost items there for the borrower, but certainly it is the least among that bundle. And why I'm saying so, if you look at, say, processing fee, you look at legal fee, and you look at valuation fee, valuation would be at the lowest. But why it seems to be a high cost is because it's an upfront, because you access before you access the mortgage. If you are telling somebody, I'm giving you a 10 million mortgage, your valuation fee is 50,000. The other charges, processing fee, is 300,000 or 400, but it's charged after disbursements. They don't feel it, but because they have to raise this 50, it appears to be high. So it's not high. It's a myth, if I may call it checking. Two, if you are valuing homogeneous, let's say you have 1,000 units that NHC are developing. Of course, you would now benefit from the scale of the work you're doing. So there would be discounts extended, certainly, because you are working on a homogeneous units that you already taken the risk at the initial time. So repeated, you would just charge a minimum fee. On the issue of, I think Tem mentioned about valuation fee being linked to value. I think it was a question of the responsibility that a valuer takes. The higher the value, you expect the valuer has a higher responsibility, a higher PI. There is an inherent cost by having high value valuations. Because if you are, say, valuing this facility we are in, you are assigning 3 billion. I'm not saying it's 3 billion. I have not done any valuation. And if you are valuing the nearby, same land size, but doesn't have the amenities at maybe 100 million, somebody would say you would take almost the same time to do the work, but the responsibilities are different. The fee is such that it is set so low, 0.25 of, so even if there's an incremental, you will not see a big jump by even doubling the value. But I think that also goes to professional ethics and many other things. So I would, in summary, I would say evaluation becomes a key issue of discussion, not because of the quantum of cost, but I think it's because of how it's collected or charged when you are processing a loan. Maybe, I remember in the 90s, I was not there, I was not a valuer then, it used to be paid by the bank out of processing, out of what you call that 3% you charge for arrangement fee. So maybe, Chege, we can have a discussion. We cut off from the borrower and put it in processing fee. Thank you.
I think Abraham Chege's issue was whether it's possible to standardize that process for homogeneous units so that you don't have to visit the development 20 times. And if you, I mean, the charge is one thing, and it's possible to design it in such a way that that nominal charge applies. But how do you make it easier so that it's already been valued and not every applicant that comes there needs another valuation? That was his question.
Thank you. I think in terms of property inspection and visit, it's mandatory unless you've done it before. And why it's mandatory is among all the people in the chain, in the arrangement, the valuer is, apart from the contractor who goes to site to confirm that the bank wants to extend 10 million for this borrower, that unit exists on this floor and it is okay to go. So if you are to save costs, because that is where most borrowers would say, you've been here last week, it will not meet the expected professional standards to do a valuation, especially a first-time valuation for that asset without a visit. It's something, I think it's very difficult to remove, I would say that, because if a valuer, you would have a case where the bank says a property was either overvalued or undervalued. In this case, you're not going to site. And it starts by homogeneous projects where you're saying you don't have to go to site. But it would also be that this is vacant land, I can send you photographs, you don't have to go to site. I think it would spiral out of the way. So I would suggest that we stick to every valuer. It gives certainty to the valuation and the sector that is a requirement.
Thank you, Peter, and the panelists for that very useful discussion. Now, if I hear you, the developing housing at scale, technology, financing, project management, county planning, zoning, infra development, and others. But underlying all that is time and capacity. Now, when you look at capacity for project management, I want to hear, especially from Washington, on how do you manage that? Do we have the sufficient capacities for purposes of developments over time that will ensure quality and delivery? Now, in relation to time, on average it takes about 18 to 24 months to complete a project, right? Now, you need to add, the backward needs for approvals and the preparations and things like that. So how, in normal terms, how does that affect the delivery of the project? And do you really count that 18 to 24 months is delivery period? And how do we have, for example, very key interventions that can help on the reduction of time to enable potential development of projects within the timelines, because the timelines seriously affect costs, and therefore you need to cut on that, and delivery of a number of units within time that is stated. And that is not just Washington, but I also want to get some comments from Jose.
Okay, so while they take those, we'll have just one final question for this session. Somebody who hasn't raised a question? Right there? Okay. Let me just take this question and then we wrap it up.
Thank you. My name is Benson Kimani from Harambee Circle. And I wanted to go back to the issue Chege had raised about valuation. And I think there's something that when he was talking about homogeneous development, I think he's alert to the fact that you must do the first visit. So the question, I think, was on the subsequent valuations in a development like that. Take, for example, like Ngara. Does it have to be like the same cost, or it's something that can be harmonized in such a way that the first valuation has been done, and then the others, there's an arrangement that the takers can be supported with? And the notion that valuation is not expensive, I think if you're in the circle movement, you realize that anything that you have to pay before becomes a problem. Because them, they're used to say, I need, how much do I qualify for? I qualify for 1 million shillings. Get me what remains after you've taken your costs. So any upfront cost, and that's a challenge that we're experiencing, is a challenge. And also in the format that we're using, you find that all the costs are before disbursement. Because unless something like legal fee, which you can negotiate with the advocate, the processing fee is a precursor to instructions being sent to the advocate. So when you add up all those, anywhere we can be able to cut a bit of cost for the uptakers, we'll be able to increase the numbers of the uptakers. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Before I give my comments on the question asked by Chairman, there's a bit of a comment on valuation. One of the key areas that ISK has been fighting with the professionals is this kind of view that you can do this in your office. You can give me a report without going to site. That is corruption. That is corruption. Right now, with technology, you can do so much. You can present 3D everything. They can even send you videos of this particular site. This particular unit perhaps does not exist. I don't think the cost of going there to inspect the unit is really the problem. And even if we had wanted to have the contribution of the valuer into the project, if we are talking of about affordable housing, then we need to involve all the professionals. I'm almost answering my chair. Involve all the professionals in this particular process so that we reduce the costs of professional fees all round, from the architect to the valuer to the quantity surveyor and the engineer and the lawyers. Let's have a team issue one valuation in a project of 1,000, and therefore that would suffice. I think we may need to discuss that over tea. Now the question, 20, 2018, when we started on affordable housing, there was the issue of a fund. And all manner of developers came up. And the banks, Chege and team can confirm. All manner of developers came to the scene, wanted to have a piece of the cake. When the fund was removed, that was the end. All these visits disappeared. So what is the problem? That is a question that I think we have not answered correctly. Chris tried to do it yesterday, but it didn't come up very, very well. The issue is the developers want to know whether if they invest their money, they will have their money back plus their profit. And we've been asking ourselves what mode of financing, what additional optional arrangements that can be made, alternative arrangements. The issue is that issue of effective demand that Chris talked about yesterday. We don't have enough data information as to what is required to develop 100 houses or 200 houses or 1,000 houses. There is a need for housing, but we have not established or made available data on the end user financing. They may be available in the banks, but are these people qualified to buy? That's a different proposition. And that is why KMRC is there. To what extent are we then able to use the KMRC route? Because I know there's quite a bit of money there, and not much has been disbursed to the banks. So the question was on capacity. And I started by saying it is not just the capacity of the professional, but even the capacity of developers, contractors. That I believe that we have enough engineers, enough architects, quantity surveyors. They are there. But what we need to do in this kind of project is to have a multiplicity of teams working together towards realization of the project. It starts from project planning stage. And project planning, now you need the planners, you need the approval teams at the county government, and then you need the architects and all these other professionals, and plan a project together so that when the project is starting, the approval process is already done. You don't have to wait for 28 days. If you are working with a physical planner at the county level, architect at the county level, and all these people, together with the enablers, that's what I talked about yesterday, that you work together with the enablers and have a project team. That project team, therefore, includes the approving officers, NEMA, and the rest of the officers. And when the project now is tendered, it qualifies. There is no further time wastage on approval. So, capacity of professionals, yes, we have. I will not say that we don't have architects that can realize these projects are at scale. In any case, it is just about repetition, as Chris said. What we expect, therefore, when I suggested modular construction, where designs, everything is done in the factory and delivered on site, you will not find that element of this edge was not done correctly, the siting was not done correctly, and therefore you will need to bring this down and start all over again. So when we adopt technology in housing delivery and we plan projects together from the approving officers, design team, then there will be no wastage of time. So that has been the issue. Where if we ask ourselves the question, why does it appear that Egypt can deliver 1 million houses in a year or two, while we can't even deliver 2,000 houses? 1,370 takes about 18 months. Why? Why can't we do houses in 6 months? So, in terms of time and capacity of even developers and contractors, we need to adopt composite planning and project implementation. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I think before we end this session, I think it's good to bring in the experience I have into this discussion and really practical solutions to be given. I think our chairman there alluded to capacity, the capacity and the issue of time-bound costs. Now, we at CPF, we have done a few projects and we have tested some models. In one of our housing estates, it's a high-end one in Nairobi, we did 30 units, 18 months of high-end, 18 months contract on an EPCF model. And we required the contractor to actually build and be paid on conclusion of the development. What it did for us is that it eliminated the variations which could have been in between. 2, it also eliminated the motivation for contractor to delay the project because he has to finish and be paid, and he's incurring financing costs, either the bank or wherever. And 2 or 3, he was responsible for the design which we just approved. I'm happy to say that we delivered that project in 18 months, no variations, and the houses are there. In another project we did in Eldoret, this was a school for an international school. We did a 1.6 billion project with an uptake, of course, on a long-term lease, and we did it in 129 days. We broke ground in July, and by December we handed over the school. Now, the same model applies. We believe that if we use this model in our affordable housing, we should be able to do it. Now, we at CPF, we are working with county governments where we have our membership and our employers. Some of the things we are talking about here, we can easily assist in coordinating because we know all of them. And we have projects across all these counties. So the model we are applying there, of course, is a PPP with the counties providing land. And then we just take control of the projects and deliver. And we are currently carrying out a demand, a real effective demand for affordable housing across our membership and the civil servants in all the counties, and then the other business community and the local community. And we shall have that statistic mostly in the next 2-3 months, which we shall be able to use for purposes of delivering this problem. So, technology, yes. Now, to benefit the local professionals and contractors, because you don't want to leave them out because you want ownership in the local level, what we are saying is that we want a consortium when we are pre-qualifying our contractors, who then must prove that they are partnering with Kenyans if it's a large project, but those Kenyans must be also coming from the location where the project will be implemented, and the materials they are going to use are going to be a high percentage local, and we encourage possibly cooperatives to go to create large materials manufacturing and to supply materials to this industry in a large scale, and therefore bring down the cost and the quality will be maintained. I think this is the journey we should all work together. It's a beginning. So with all those models put together, now our schemes, particularly in the public sector, we are thinking of actually aggregating our financing into a vehicle, either by coming up with a large bond, which we can then use to deploy resources into this sector. We are happy that government, through our regulator, has allowed a 10% asset portfolio.
Thank you so much. I want to comment about the offtake. I think there's somebody who said that the demands, the pre-construction demands are many, and for that reason, the market offtake is not able to pay, and hence we are not able to scale up delivery of housing. I think for a long time we are lacking innovations in this country, and we have only had the traditional mortgage, and that's why yesterday it was coming out that we have only 27,000 Kenyans who got mortgage in this country. We need to move out of that space and look at the innovations that are happening elsewhere in the world, and one of them is rent to own, whereby the rent to own kind of approach does not call for many pre-construction costs to the beneficiaries, and so it gives somebody a chance to have home ownership as now you continue to pay, so that at the end of the day you are able to own that house. It also gives a very easy appraisal process by the financial institution, because if you are able to pay for the next 3 years, you are able to get a credit score that shows that you are able to afford that house, and so you are moved in now to get a facility that allows you to own that house through the rent to own strategy. So I think it is a challenge for all of us who are doing the scaling up of development. We move out of the space that we have today, so that we give Kenyans more option, financing option and ownership options that would allow them to take over the affordable houses. And that's why yesterday the Boma Yangu had so many people, but they're not applying for the mortgages, because for one reason or the other, majority of them might not afford those pre-construction demands that are there in place. We are already piloting that at Nashu. I think we are going to be delivering 2 projects, allow 1,000 units at the rent to own. And I think that way we are seeing is the way forward, because then the demand for a lot of those costs is not going to be there. The final one is the issue of self-build approach. We have so many Kenyans who got plots, but what they're lacking is actually a facility to develop those plots. That means that the cost of land is not inclusive, because they already own that land. Again, we are lacking strategies that come up with investors who are ready to engage those people who already got plots, they are subdivided, and what they are waiting for is financing mechanism that can actually fast track the development from the 2 or 24 months into a shorter time, because this is something that you engage the individuals within a cooperative, within an investment group that already bought land and did the subdivision, and now they are ready to go. So I think we still need to look at the options that will make the off-takers run for the affordable housing, and that way we are going to scale the development. Thank you.
Okay, just 30 seconds. Kenyans want tenant purchase arrangement. The value of the unit today is 1.5 million. In 20 years' time, the value of that unit is 10 million. At what fee do we convey that particular unit? Will it still be affordable? Thank you.
Thank you. I think I wanted to respond to the gentleman from Harambee Sacco. Yes, true. Valuation costs become an issue for borrowers generally across the sector, because they are paid upfront. And if you are to work with your valuer to ensure that you are able to retain your client and they are paid, I think that's how you relate to the valuer, because the problem may not necessarily be the fee, but for homogeneous, I think nobody wants to hear about valuation. for homogeneous projects, it's how, as the developer, you are able to structure it because you know that it will be an issue for your borrowers. So at that instance, the developer did one valuation for the entire project as part of the development cost. And then on individuals coming, they were being now issued a valuation at a minimum cost, 20,000. So already in developing, we've taken care of the bulk valuation, and we just pay 15,000 for the valuer to meet the cost of going and inspecting and issuing the reports. And at that time, because I was a young man, I used to go there every day because a borrower comes and we go there, and my boss then would ensure that whenever I noticed that house that I saw yesterday next, but I had to go. So in terms of, I think to support what my colleague is saying, property visits are mandatory. I think for your clients, you tell them that is a must. Thank you.
There's really one lady that wants to ask a question. I'm sorry, I have to. I'll give you a chance in the next session that we're starting just now. Okay? Because we've spilled almost half an hour. Thank you very much. So I'll try to create another opportunity for Q&As. Let's just try and run through the next session, and then I'll create an opportunity for that. Okay? Right. Thank you, Peter, and your team. Thank you for that very candid conversation that we had. Next, we'll have a presentation from the presentation that will look at practical ways to unlock affordable housing tax incentives. And this will be presented by Mr. Isaac Kweyu, who's the manager for domestic taxes at the KRA. Isaac, karibu.
Thank you so much, Bonnie, and thank you, Peter and team, for that very insightful session that you've had. My name is Isaac Kweyu from KRA, Domestic Taxes Department, and I know taxation is not a very popular topic, but today we're not talking about tax collection. We are giving away taxes today. So any questions is about how we are giving away taxes. It's about tax expenditure this morning. So I hope we'll resonate well with the session that you're going to have. And you're talking about practical steps to unlock affordable housing tax incentives. So I'll request Deborah, kindly, if you could share the presentation, please. As she does so, maybe just by way of introduction, the government has provided various tax incentives in the housing sector with a view to ensuring as many Kenyans are able to own their houses. And these tax incentives, we have tax incentives for the developers, as well as tax incentives for homeowners. And that's what you're going to look at this morning. And basically I was asked to talk about how to operationalize. Because yes, the incentives are provided for in law, but how do we operationalize this? That's what I want to discuss this morning. But before I do so, I'll just briefly remind ourselves. We want to remind ourselves, what are these tax incentives that the government has provided? Then later on, we're going to look at how to operationalize these incentives, so that as many Kenyans can take advantage of these incentives, because they are there for our taking, they are there for us. The government provided. The government is giving away taxes. Okay, just the presentation will be projected shortly so that we're able to move together. I understand there are many people who've perhaps taken up mortgages. There are many developers who put up residential houses. Unfortunately, they've not been able to take advantage. For investor who's been able to put up 100 residential units. Initially, it was 400 residential units, but there was an amendment in the law. If you're able to put up 100 residential units annually, then in that year of income, you'll enjoy a corporation tax rate of 15%. That is expressly provided for in law, and it's for investors to take advantage of this. Mary talked about their plan to put up 1,000 units. Now you can imagine the tax savings that they'll have. You know, you're enjoying a 50% tax saving. So if you're able to put up 100 residential units annually, you enjoy a corporation tax rate of 15%. How to operationalize that? We're going to look at it. Let's look at another incentive for individuals. If you've taken up a loan to put up a residential house, an owner-occupied residential house, then the interest that you are paying for that particular loan or that mortgage is tax deductible up to a maximum of 300,000 shillings per year, or 25,000 shillings per month. So if, for example, somebody is, let's say, earning 100,000 shillings and you've paid interest of 25,000 towards repayment of a mortgage, then your taxable income will be 75,000. You'll deduct that interest that you have paid on the taxable income. Then we'll look at how to operationalize that. And these loans that you're taking have to be from specific institutions, from a bank or a financial institution, from an insurance company, also from a building society or a national housing corporation, Peter's institution, or a cooperative societies. And it's good you have representation from the cooperative sector. That's another incentive that is there for homeowners. Then to look at we also have affordable housing relief. I think we know about the insurance relief, we know about mortgage relief. Now we also have affordable housing relief. So if you're saving towards owning a home under the affordable housing relief, that has of course been approved by the cabinet secretary, then in that case you'll enjoy a mortgage relief of 15% of the contribution that you're making, up to a maximum of 108,000. So you can save up to 108,000 per year in terms of the tax shield or the tax saving. Then another tax incentive that is available for the National Housing Development Fund. The income of National Housing Development Fund is exempted from tax. So that is an express exemption. If the National Housing Development Fund has invested, perhaps maybe the surplus funds they have, any income that accrues to the fund is exempted from tax. Again, if you are making withdrawals, you've been saving under the National Housing Development Fund, and as a contributor, you're withdrawing the funds for purposes of purchasing a house as a first-time owner, then that one will not be treated as taxable income. So that is available for individuals. Let's look at a VAT exemption, or rather VAT tax incentive under the VAT Act. The ones that you've looked at were under Income Tax Act. We also have VAT exemptions. As we are aware, VAT in our country is 16%, and there are certain items. Actually, most of the items, most of the goods that are sold are subject to VAT. However, if you are importing goods, or perhaps you are purchasing locally for use of construction, for construction of houses under affordable housing scheme approved by the cabinet secretary, then in that case you'll enjoy a VAT exemption. Of course, VAT, as we said, is 16%. But if you're an investor and you're purchasing locally, perhaps from hardwares or suppliers of construction material, or you're importing, in that case, you'll enjoy the materials will be VAT exempted, and we're going to look at how that can be operationalized. We also have another incentive under the miscellaneous fees and levies. It's also miscellaneous fees and levies is also a tax statute that is administered by KRA. So we have the import declaration fee. The import declaration fee is generally 3% of the customs value. However, if you're importing inputs for the construction of houses under the affordable housing scheme, then of course it has to be approved by the cabinet secretary. Then you'll enjoy a preferential rate of IDF. You'll enjoy IDF at 1.5%, a 50% saving. Then finally, we also have another miscellaneous fee, what is known as railway development levy. Again, railway development levy is charged at 2% of the customs value. However, if you're importing under the affordable housing scheme, then in that case you enjoy a rebate. You enjoy a 1.5% charge. So let's look at how we're going to operationalize these incentives. We're just reminding ourselves, or for those of us maybe who are not aware, then those are the incentives that are there. So let's look at how we're going to operationalize this incentive practically, practical ways of unlocking the affordable housing tax incentive. And I believe this will enhance the uptake of affordable housing. Now, we have the preferential corporate tax rate of 15%. And we said if you're putting up 100 units of residential houses, of course it has to be approved by the cabinet secretary. In that case, you enjoy a corporation tax rate of 15%. However, there is need for regulations. They need for regulations, and I think this needs to be spearheaded, by the State Department of Housing, because we are saying who is going to certify that a certain investor has put up 100 units in a particular year. Then, of course, when you're talking about 15% corporation tax rate, you're saying it will be levied on the income that you're going to accrue after having sold those units. The law talks about, you've constructed and you'll enjoy 15% in that year of income. Suppose you sell some units this year, and you sell units over a number of tax periods. You sell the units over a number of years. Will you still enjoy the preferential rate in the second year, in the third year, and so on and so forth? So we need regulations in order to operationalize this preferential rate. I think that will be the take home, because the law that provides for this is very, very brief. But when you look at the mechanisms on how somebody can enjoy this, then it requires a little bit of regulation so that there is consistency. If investor A enjoys this, then the second investor B should not be denied because of a certain technicality. So there to operationalize that, I think the State Housing Department needs to initiate regulations. Let's look at deductibility of interest. We talked about if you've taken a loan for purchase of a residential house that you're occupying, then you enjoy a tax deduction up to a maximum of 300,000. That's an express provision in the law. So if an employee is taking a loan and is paying that loan through the payroll, the employer is deducting pay as you earn, and he's also deducting the payments, is deducting the loan repayments through the payroll. Please grant that employee the relief. Grant him a tax deduction, because you have control. You have control of the repayment of the loan. You are the employer. You are the one deducting that loan and remitting to the financier. So in that case, please grant that employee the tax deduction, so that he's able to enjoy the benefit on a monthly basis. However, in case there are those who have not been granted by the employer, perhaps they are paying it privately. They took a mortgage privately, and they have made their own arrangement with the financier, and they are paying not through the payroll. Then in that case, they can be able to claim the deduction when they'll be filing the return at the end of the year. Of course, they'll have a certificate from the financier just confirming how much interest that was paid during the year. In that case, they'll be in a refund position. You'll file your return, apply for a refund, and the commissioner will be able to refund the overtax overpayment. So in that case, there are two approaches to this, either on a monthly basis, in the case where an employer is deducting directly from the payroll, and in case there's no direct deduction from the payroll, then the borrower will be able to enjoy it, will be able to get a tax refund at the end of the year. Then let's look at the affordable housing relief. You know, you are saving towards purchasing a house under the affordable housing scheme. So we said you enjoy a tax relief of 15% of your contribution. So there is need for the Ministry of Housing to come up, just the way banks have documentation in as far as loans and mortgages are concerned. There is need for Ministry of Housing, since the department that administers this scheme, to come up with the documentation and evidence, such that now when a person is saving under this scheme, he'll be able to have evidence that I'm actually saving, perhaps in form of a certificate, in terms of evidence of contribution, such that you'll be able to enjoy this scheme. Because when a person claims that relief in the return, that needs to be supported, and the documentation can only be confirmed by the Ministry of Housing. That's another, to operationalize this, then we need that kind of evidence or documentation to confirm that one is saving under the scheme. Let's move to exemption of construction materials. We talked about VAT. You're exempted from VAT when you buy construction materials for purposes of putting up houses under the affordable housing scheme. Now, in this case, you need to get approval from the CS of the National Treasury. For example, Mary talked about they want to put up 1,000 houses under the affordable housing scheme. Then we need the BQ of the whole project, of course through the Ministry of Housing, to have it approved by the CS National Treasury. Once the BQ has been approved and the project commences, so for every supply you'll be getting a pro forma invoice, then have that pro forma invoice approved. Then there'll be a drawdown from the BQ. For example, if the whole project was to consume 10,000 bags of cement, then you get a supply of, let's say you're beginning the project, you get supply of 100 bags of cement. You have that pro forma invoice approved. Once it's approved, then the supplier will not charge you VAT. You'll get an exemption letter. The supplier will not charge you VAT. Then these 100 bags will now be reduced from the BQ that was approved. If you got an approval of 10,000 bags of cement, then we'll be drawing down from the total approved amount. That is in as far as if you are buying the construction materials locally. Suppose you're importing construction materials. Again, you need to get an exemption from our customs department beforehand. Visit our customs exemption department in Times Tower. Present your documentation. Then you'll be given an exemption code, such that by the time you're importing these materials, you'll be importing and you're lodging your import entry. You'll lodge under a special code that has been granted exemption, such that now the system will not charge, or rather the commissioner will not charge you VAT, because you're importing under an exemption code. So finally, we talked about the miscellaneous fees and levies, where you're getting an investor is getting preferential rates. These fees are collected under the customs and border control department. So to operationalize this, again, you need to visit our exemptions department in Times Tower, such that now you'll be granted. Now you do so before you start the importation process, such that now by the time you import, you'll have been granted that exemption code. When you're lodging your documentation for purposes of importation, then you'll be able to enjoy a lower rate or a rebate in as far as the IDF, the import declaration fee, and the railway development levy is concerned. Members, I think that brings to an end our presentation. I only had 15 minutes. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Isaac. I think people are afraid of KRA, that's why we don't have questions. So I'll just take one question for Isaac, then we can move. Let me have somebody
Yeah, my name is John Kaplich from the State Department of Housing. Mine is actually not a question, a comment. Just like someone said yesterday, I think it was one of the developers, that only 3 or so developers have enjoyed the VAT exemptions and so on. And that is so true. And some of them have really been pushing. And their BQs go to Treasury, they come back, they go back and forth. And the State Department and Treasury have been speaking through letters. And 6 months down the road, we are in the same position as it was earlier. And I think it just tells us the need for what was said yesterday of a clearinghouse, not just for approvals, for the land use and everything else, but especially so a clearinghouse for these approvals, so that a robust section or department or a unit is established within STHAD that has a direct communication with Treasury and KRA, so that this then becomes a smooth operation, if at all. That is just for developers. Yesterday the complaint was about developers who cannot be more than, say, 20. What about when we are now talking about homeowners, potential and otherwise, in their thousands, benefiting from these reliefs? Whom I can actually tell you right now, there are very few. So this is something that is pretty urgent. Thank you.
Just want to take one question from the online viewers, people who are joining us online. Let me just really read it real quick.
So there's one question from Sita Shah from FSD. She's asking, how easy is it to get the pro forma invoices for bags of cement? Example given, approved. Then we have one final question on from Sita as well. Please, can the speaker clarify how savers can get 15% relief? Which organizations provide home ownership savings plans that are recognized?
So Isaac, you want to respond to those ones real quick? I'll come to you just shortly.
Thank you, Bonnie. The first question was about how easy is it to get a pro forma invoice? Interesting, because now the pro forma invoice, you get it from your supplier. If somebody is supplying you construction materials, and you want to enjoy the tax incentives that are there, that pro forma invoice needs to be approved. So the supplier gives you before the supply is made, have it approved, such that now when the actual invoice comes, it will be less of taxes. There'll be no VAT on that particular invoice. Then there is the issue of home savers. Perhaps I did not mention about home ownership savings plan. That was an incentive that was there, but it's no longer there. It was deleted last year. So in terms of currently, when somebody is saving for purposes of owning a house that has a tax incentive, it's only with the affordable housing. If you're saving under the affordable housing scheme, you'll be able to enjoy a tax relief. But the one for home ownership savings plan, that incentive is no longer there. It was done away with last year. Thank you.
Thank you so much. My name is Engineer Jenga from the State Department for Housing. Let me start with a comment that the information that you've gotten from the KRA is very very important, and it's really encouraging the developers for the affordable housing. However, this information is not known to the many people, and therefore it is important for the KMRC to have a public awareness and a campaign to sensitize people on how they can achieve this. Because if people in the government are not aware, I'm trying to imagine that developer that is back in the village, he may not be aware of this. Number two is now a question. Now that we don't have the regulations that are guiding on these tax incentives, what is it that the developers are doing so that they can get this? I know Caprich has spoken about it. The way we have a lot of back and forth between our department and National Treasury. What is it that needs to be done in the meantime until the regulations are there? And again, the time period that a developer may expect to have these approvals gotten from the National Treasury. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Now, in terms of regulations, now regulations, they have to come through principle, through the National Treasury, and of course the initiation has to be from the concerned ministry, in this case the Housing Department. KRA is just to implement, and not all the incentives require regulations. We've seen some of them, or rather most of them, actually express provisions. All you need to do is just to take advantage of them. I think it's only one, the one about, we're talking about 15% corporation tax rate. That requires a bit of refining, because the law is actually very brief, just saying that if you construct 100 houses annually, you enjoy a tax rate of 15%, or corporation tax rate of 15%. So, is it just that 1 year where you finish constructing? Suppose you sell that house, some of those units the following year, over a long period of time, do you still continue enjoying? Who is going to certify that you've already constructed these 100 houses? So those are the regulations that are required, such that now it will be very easy for the commissioner, to implement and grant you the preferential rate. Thank you. I think it's something that should be urgently taken up by the State Housing Department. Thank you.
Thank you. I know there are quite a number of questions. What we'll do is that I'm trying to just get the program going, and then I'll create a little bit more time where we can have a general Q&A for all these concerns, okay? Right. So next we'll have another panel that will be looking at the question of leveraging pension assets to support affordable housing development. This session will be moderated by Mr. Nzoma Mutuku, the CEO of the RBA. Karibu. Round of applause as he comes, please. And Mr. Mutuku will introduce his panelist.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. My panelists can join me. Wanakili, welcome back again to the floor. Ruth Mutonyi from NSSF, are you near? Ruth? Oh, welcome. And Fred from Kenya Airways. And I believe Sandeep is online. Sandeep, can you hear us?
Yes, Mr. Mutuku, I can hear you well.
Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have a distinguished panel here from the pensions industry. And I was just trying to do a back of the envelope calculation. These guys are controlling around $500 billion or so in assets. So, if you're looking for investors in affordable housing, these are the right guys to talk to. But before I come to them, let me just give you some background about the pensions industry and where we are. Yes, so for those who are not so familiar with the pensions, or what we call retirement benefits industry, this is an industry which has pension schemes, different kinds of pension schemes, which allows people to save for their retirement, which is their primary objective. So we have around 1,200 or so pension schemes in Kenya. These schemes have exactly 1.478 trillion shillings in assets as at June 2020. Now I'm sure it has gone up. Where is this 1.478 trillion? You know, sometimes I hear people saying that pension assets are under the mattress or they're just in bank accounts and so on. Well, that's not true. The 1.478 trillion is actually diversified in a diversified portfolio. It's invested in a diversified portfolio. Out of that total, around 44% is invested in government securities. But these tend to be the longer dated government securities, the 30-year, the 20-year, the 15-year bonds, which, as you know, give very attractive returns to the investors. Around 17% is invested in the securities exchange. We have another 17% or so in insurance companies. And then we have smaller amounts in other investments. We only have 2.5% in banks. So it's not that the money is lying in banks, as people sometimes say. It's only 2.5%, which is in fixed deposit accounts. We have only 1%, which is offshore. So 99% of the money is in the domestic economy. And small amounts in alternative assets, such as private equity and so on. So the money is invested. I've not mentioned real estate because I'm going to come to it. The money is invested in this diversified portfolio, which is generating returns to the members. 94% of these schemes are what we call defined contribution, which means that the risk on investment is borne by the members. So it's very important for these schemes to invest prudently and give the right return to the members, because the members are going to use this money for their retirement. So we should always, as we approach this gentleman and lady here for the money, keep in mind that their primary business is investing the money to generate returns for the members. How does it work? As RBA, we have issued guidelines which say how you can invest, but those guidelines are very flexible. So they give maximums of how much you can put in different asset categories. But the maximums tend to be so high that nobody actually reaches those maximums. So they're very relaxed, and they're also, if I may say so, very progressive, because they are ahead of the market. We have assets which are just coming to the market or are not yet in the market, which we allow schemes to invest. So, for example, we have derivatives, we have exchange-traded funds, we have GRNs. All these things are things which are in other markets but are just coming to Kenya, but we already allow schemes to invest them, and when they come, the schemes will be able to invest. So we have those guidelines, and then the schemes are run by a board of trustees. Like, for example, Fred here is a trustee. And then, those trustees do what we call an investment policy statement, which says what they want to invest in. So if that statement doesn't allow them to invest in a certain asset class, then that's not going to happen. And then the last line of the investment process is the fund manager who does the actual investment, and I know we have fund managers represented here. So that is the process. So let's come now to what we had to talk about, which is how the schemes can invest in affordable housing. So out of the 1.478 trillion, already 17% of that is already invested in real estate as we speak today. So schemes are already big investors in property investment. Apart from real estate direct investment, we also allow what we call REITs, real estate investment trusts, another route that schemes can invest. Unfortunately, in our market, we only have one REIT, but pension schemes have invested in that. And then we also have the unlisted REITs, which schemes have also invested in. I'm sure some of you have heard of the Acorn REIT, which came recently for student housing. Some of the schemes have invested there. Around $1 billion or so shillings of pension assets is there. So that is what we have on the ground. So we have around 250 billion in terms of direct investment, small amounts, in around $1 billion or so in the REITs. Now, as government to encourage affordable housing, A number of measures have been put in place from the demand side, because now we are talking about the supply of housing, but also from the demand side, the measures have been put in place. Most recent being what the PS talked about yesterday, that members can take out 40% of what they have saved and use that to buy a house. Before that, we already had another provision which allowed members to assign 60% of what they have in the scheme for purposes of guaranteeing a mortgage. So you have these two routes. You can use the money that you have saved in your pension scheme to guarantee a mortgage, or you can actually take it out and buy a house. So I think that is the background that I wanted just to set before now we come to the panelists. So I want to give the panelists just 2 minutes each, just to introduce themselves, the institution, and maybe mention what they are doing in the affordable housing space. So we'll start with the biggest, ladies first as well. Ruth, go ahead.
My name is Ruth Mutonyi. I am the acting manager in charge of capital and money markets at NSSF. Of course, NSSF is known to all of you. And I think one of the things that NSSF is known for is housing. I think we have been able to do a lot in that space. I think we have been able to channel out about 12,000 houses. We've been able to help at least to about 12,000 Kenyans to own houses since we started. We have a program called Tenant Purchase, which is, I think, what has been talked about, rent to own. And some of them are in the affordable space, others, of course, not in the affordable space, targeting different markets. And I think we have quite a bit of experience, which I will share as we go along. Thank you.
I think I will save my time for my 2 minutes, because I had already been introduced. Unless somebody wants to know me more than I have already answered before.
My name is Frederick Nzui. I'm the fund administrator of the Kenya Airways Staff Provident Fund. Well, we're quite an old fund, but we're new in the property space because our portfolio is purely liquid. But we're very keen on diversification and alternatives, and this is one space that we are keenly looking at, largely driven by member demand. So in terms of taking advantage of the recent change in legislation, allowing them to apportion 40% of the accumulated benefit towards acquiring a house. Thank you.
Sandeep?
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everybody. I'm sorry I'm not able to join you physically. My name is Sandeep Raichura. I'm an actuary by profession, CEO of the Zamara Group, but I'm here today in my capacity as chairman of the Kenya Pension Fund Investment Consortium. We are a group of 18 pension funds who have come together to collaborate on making long-term investments in our country, including in infrastructure. So our mission as the Kenya Pension Fund Investment Consortium is to pool the assets of our member pension schemes and co-invest in alternative asset classes, including infrastructure. So the total asset base of the more than 18 funds is over 250 billion shillings. We have all committed that over the next 5 years, we will allocate 5% of our assets into infrastructure in incremental steps. And in addition to looking at core infrastructure, things like power plants, highways, roads, water, and also looking at things like social infrastructure, hospitals and schools, we are also looking at the real estate space, including affordable housing and related local manufacturing. This includes investing in the development and supply of housing units. Now, as KEPFIC, we strongly believe that pension funds have a visible stake in the health of our economy and in tackling our socio-economic problems. And Mr. Mutuku mentioned that we invest for a return, but provided that that risk-return expectation and objective is met, we believe that the time is now for institutional capital, including pension monies, to play a role in finding a lasting solution to some of our socio-economic challenges, of which lack of sufficient affordable housing in Kenya is one. Now, as KEPFIC, we have received numerous investment proposals, some of which are for affordable housing, one that we are actively evaluating and even looking to involve our partner pension funds in the US, is a project to deliver 21,000 housing units over the next 3 years, under which both the local and US pension funds would provide debt financing. Other options that we're looking at are becoming an LP in a housing fund. So as I say, there are several proposals that come to us. One of the key challenges is how do we make them investable? And this is an area where I feel that stakeholders need to come together, because everybody brings something different to the table, and I feel a lot of the time we're not talking to each other well. On the Zamara front, as a pension fund administrator, we're putting all the mechanics in place so that members of our pension funds administered by us are able to take advantage of the options that Mr. Mutuku mentioned, whether it is assigning 60% of your pension account for a mortgage or accessing 40% of your balance directly. So, and we are also looking to see how we can work with partners to make this whole process of home ownership seamless and very secure. So thank you again. I'm really happy to be here and look forward to an active interaction. Back to you.
Thank you, Sandeep, and thank you to all the panelists. So given that where we are, maybe I'll start with you, Jose, because I think you're a bit ahead in this space. And given what Sandeep has mentioned about how do we move from talking to actual projects, and what I said about your primary business is making sure that the members are getting their benefits. So maybe from a practical perspective, how can we as pensions participate in this affordable housing agenda without, of course, compromising our primary business?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, we at CPF Group first, to facilitate the demand side of the question, we have put in our investment policy affordable housing as one of the asset classes, and therefore we are driving that particular one through working with partners, and we have actually gone further to engage with a partner, and I'm happy the CEO of that fund is here, IHS. We are the first pension fund locally to put our resources to that particular private equity fund, which is geared to development of affordable housing as a only activity. So we want to just scale it by encouraging our colleagues to come like in that manner. The second way we are doing, of course, is to work with our members. We have large membership base within our CPF group. We have over 100,000 members, and all of them we are working on getting exact effective demand from them for the houses we will be having delivered across the counties, because we work with every county government in Kenya, and each one of them has expressed interest in facilitating their housing of their civil servants. So that for us creates an automatic and risk reduced off-take guarantee from what I would call anchor customers or clients, and the same being members of the scheme, and the same members being able to deck the off-takers. We also, of course, have other civil servants at the national level who are also spread across all counties. Again, they form the second layer of our demand curve, or demand, effective demand. So we are trying to assess, we are currently carrying out a survey on that. We have properties also in various counties, and therefore in this respect, we have decided to commence a project in Kisumu, about 1,200 units of affordable housing, which before we break ground early next year will have already been pre-sold. We want to pre-sell them before we actually break ground, and so we are currently getting the sign-ups going. We have such projects also coming up in several other counties. Some of the properties we have were given to us by the municipalities as a way of paying for their the debts they owe with us in Nakuru, Mombasa, and then we have partnership with our county governments in other counties So all of them have in high demand for housing because most of their civil servants who have now worked out to the counties don't have housing. So in terms of therefore reducing the demand which is already, or the level of demand which already we know in the country of around 500,000 units annually, that will be one of the ways to tackle it. But then the other question would be, how do we create a scale? So to create scale, we are working within our association of pension administrators and trustees to actually aggregate all these pension funds to be able to put in an investment policy which is similar, agree to put in a percentage of their funding to that particular objective, and then consider creating either a property fund working with qualified partners, which is approved by the regulator, and then be able to deliver at scale the number of houses which required. Now, to ensure the issue of affordability, of course, we will work with the government to ensure that all the incentives which have been particularized here are actually realizable. And two, that the materials which are going to be used are actually all under the incentive arrangements. So with that, we will be able to get the houses in an affordable manner from our developers who will be engaging with our association as a group. And then finally, we are going to borrow international best practice on this area, and we are going to encourage our membership, and I think this is something we have to discuss obviously with Nzomo, to create a parallel voluntary, additional voluntary scheme for saving for housing within our membership, so that we are actually able to concomitantly build an additional asset which is actually key to this particular sector, so that beyond the 40% which they can withdraw, they can also be saving, as they save for pension also, they save something extra in an arrangement which I see similar to, I believe, the way we are coming up with a post-retirement medical fund. So all these are tailored to create the necessary demand as well as the supply. Technology is a very important thing. We have been personally partnering with, as a CPF now group, with some international concerns who are coming into the market with appropriate technology, particularly in the precast technology, the 3D printing technology, and the ESG qualified developments. All these are intended to make sure that the return perspective is not forgotten, but also the environmental perspective is also taken into consideration. In the final analysis, we have made sure that our hurdle rate on return must never come below what is acceptable to us, considering that we will, when we come up with the property funds or the property funds which we shall invest in, they must be guaranteed. They must be guaranteed property funds or equity funds or whatever arrangements. Currently, we are also working on a REIT ourselves, so that after we unload some of our current properties into the REIT, then we'll create space to be able now to get into this area more. Thank you very much, Chairman.
Thank you, Jose. I think that's very insightful. I want to come to Fred because you're on the ground. Are your members able to afford to get the houses under the 40% that we have allowed? Two other houses there because the developers are here. Are they there? Is the supply there? And maybe the third aspect is, do we need more incentives now that we have KRA here to enable these members to benefit?
Thank you. Well, yes, when you look at the incentives perspective from the pension sector, when you look at a member level, yes, the demand is there. I think the recent change excited the market, both the supply side and the demand side, where we sit with the membership quite interested in how they can access this 40% to utilize it towards purchasing their home. We just recently did a survey in our fund just to be able to understand what are these members looking at. So we were able to ask various questions, and you could see that they are keen to utilize that 40% immediately. So apart from just, compliance with most schemes, looking at the TDR and amending it to align themselves to the recent changes, we need to go a step ahead and actually provide these members with the products that they need to be able now to drive that 40% conversation. So we're in that stage where we're now switching to a product. Over and above that, I think the biggest hindrance, and that's what you've indicated through the regulator, that 40% is taxed. So when this member has saved and he has to withdraw the 40%, there is that tax issue, which more or less doesn't give incentive to the member to access that 40%. So we are reaching out to KRA to be able to sit with the pension and the regulator just to be able to understand how to create that incentive, because that is already a very big hurdle for these members. Given that most of these are first-time home buyers, their 40% is a relatively small portion. I think what the regulator has, through their studies, they have seen that most of these members have around 2 million in accumulated savings. So 40% of that is a very small amount. Then the tax again is taken out of that little amount that is deployed towards housing. Is not a big incentive to these members. So that's a conversation we need to keenly look at within the affordable housing. So there's some proposals which we've forwarded, and we are looking forward to those engagements. At a fund level, yes, we are keenly looking at that space. I think definitely Kili has pointed out, trustees are the stewards of this long-term capital. So the strategic engagement has to be there. People need to start having this affordable housing conversation at a trustee level. Most trustees they are lay trustees. This is not what they do on a day-to-day basis. So they need to start understanding what is affordable housing speak. And given that it's only the large pension schemes that have actually been in this property space, that 17% is occupied by large pension funds. So we still have small pension funds that might end up missing the boat, because they don't have the financial, big muscle power to go directly into property. So the indirect conversation, indirect access to the property market, to this asset class, is also a conversation that the regulator has been driving. We've seen that pension funds can now put 10% through a debt instrument directly into affordable housing. So the capital markets need to create those instruments to be able to enable this aggregation on a fund level for even the small funds to participate in the affordable housing space. So given that we're also having conversations around REITs, which is a very good space, property funds, so that indirect property entry for this small pension funds will really accelerate the conversation around affordable housing. So we need the capital markets to keenly look at that aspect. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Fred. Let me go to Sandeep. We've talked about the tax incentive side. Maybe are there any regulatory challenges that you are facing now that you're the regulator here? Are there any regulatory challenges that you would like us to know?
It's a good question, Chairman. So I think, as we're all aware, there are currently the two routes that we have, right? One is the 60% assignment of your benefits and get a mortgage from a financial institution, or the other is the 40% direct access. Now, I think, Chairman, it's instructive to say this. The facility, the ability to be able to assign 60% of your benefit and take out a home loan has been there for more than 10 years. So it's a very well-intended regulation, but it has simply not taken off, right? So the reason for this, Chairman, is that there has been no change to the mortgage rates. So the mortgage institutions look at the ability to pay and not the additional security that they are getting. And therefore, unless we can overcome the challenge of getting mortgages, is simply not working. And Chairman, I'm really happy that KMRC has organized this, is a co-host for this conference, and that they have the intention of making mortgages more affordable through the mortgage institutions that they would provide funding to. We really want to know, how fast can that happen? Because to me, this is one of the really good ways of encouraging home ownership and facilitating it, but it's simply not taking off because of a bottleneck in terms of the affordability, not of the homes necessarily, but of the mortgage rate. And we hope that that will be addressed with cheaper financing being available. Now, in terms of the second option, which is to directly access 40%. Obviously, there's been a lot of debate in this country on the merits and demerits of this. Where I sit, I believe that this is a really good initiative. This is a really good facility that members have, because by looking at both pensions and housing simultaneously, we can have better and more favorable outcomes. And as Zamara, we have done some crude analysis which shows that on the assumption that the return is housing on housing is high. If you compare the end outcomes of somebody who has not withdrawn anything and compare this with somebody who withdrew 40%, and you look at this and you look at it with the pension that they get at the end of the day, there is a more favorable outcome that is likely to emerge. Now, Chairman, I've used simplified, idealized assumptions, so this may not hold true all the time, but the analysis suggests that this facility would help to improve the well-being of Kenyans by giving them a better overall retirement outcome. Now, one concern would remain that if you have a low net replacement rate, you could find that people are asset rich but cash poor, and we need to ensure that there are safeguards around that as well. The one thing I want to comment is Fred mentioned that on the KQ fund, there's a lot of demand, and there are people with balances that they can use. From the analysis that we've done of a much bigger database, it's not clear how many members will have a sufficient balance to even afford a modest, affordable home. And the supply is also lacking at that level. Our analysis shows that those who have sufficient balances are those who are not likely to have a problem with housing in the first place, whilst those who need housing probably will not have sufficient saving until the supply side adjusts. That tax issue, Chairman, that Fred mentioned is a very big disincentive, because if you say to somebody that you're accessing this money, the 40%, but it will be taxed, Chairman, I believe the take-up is not going to be there when one sees the amount of tax that they would need to pay. A couple of other suggestions. I feel that the ability to be able to have a cash-backed mortgage where somebody doesn't access the money from the pension fund, but is able to use their own amount as collateral to get a cash-backed loan at a much lower rate should be considered. I think the regulation should ideally provide that the withdrawal is an interest-free loan from the pension fund that is repayable over a period of time. Now, I'm really disappointed that the home ownership tax incentives were removed, because I think there is a very strong merit in having a first-time buyer savings scheme for home ownership, under which members of pension funds, just as Mr. Kili mentioned, just as they're able to save for their post-retirement medical, they save for home ownership, and that home ownership save ought to be tax deductible to a reasonable level, even 20,000 shillings a month, so that people can buy a home, can at least put in, save a sufficient amount to get the deposit, and then be able to benefit from the KMRC's affordable mortgage rates. I also feel that from a pension fund perspective, there ought to be a cap on how much can be accessed in any 1 year, and maybe, currently the supply is not there of affordable homes, but when it does happen, there needs to be some control over there. But overall, Chairman, another point I want to make is we need to assess this demand. Who is going to buy? What type of homes are they looking for? Where are they looking for these? Where do people spend their money? I think there's a need for data-driven solutions here and more analysis of our memberships. And I think there also needs to be a modeling of what the impact of these regulations will have on the pensions industry and our capital markets as well. I think we have a supportive legislative framework overall, but none of this is going to take off unless we have other ingredients in place. So I talked about the supply of housing. So we need to have well-established developers, construction companies with the ability to deliver scale in the shortest possible time and make sure that the homes are affordable, and that we have the related infrastructure that also in place. Fred mentioned the point about trustees, ensuring that trustees are well trained so that they are comfortable with the housing financing, and the different routes of doing so, the risks involved, whether it is direct investing in a property developer, through real estate investment trusts, whether it's mortgage loans, mortgage securities. I mean, there's so many things. I also feel, Chairman, that there is time the government should look at social impact investing by pension funds, provided there is a desired, the desired outcomes are there. I feel, Chairman, that, I mean, this is not related to you as the regulator now as RBA, but there are so many deficiencies in our country around property typing. Registration is a huge concern, valuation discrepancies, the process of purchasing a home. All these layers of complexity are also deterring a lot of members. So I think to the extent that we can make this all very smooth would really help. And Chairman, the other disincentive, and if Treasury is here, when you have government yields giving 12 to 13%, many pension fund trustees are very comfortable with saying, let's just rely on government security. So until such time as we see a reduction in interest rates, the ability of pension funds to finance affordable may not look as attractive. And therefore, Chairman, I also want to say housing, the National Housing Fund, which government intended to launch in 2017-18, I'm really sad that was I feel that this was an excellent initiative which would have really made affordable housing at scale, provided both the offtake, the financing, the demand side from members of pension funds. It's sad that stakeholders resisted this, and I believe the government capitulated very quickly. I still feel there is merit as a country in us looking at these things if we want to have affordable housing at scale. So, Chairman, I think on the regulatory front, you've done your part, but there are so many other parts of the ecosystem that need to be addressed if this is really going to work and benefit Kenyans overall. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Sandeep. Let me come to Ruth. There are some issues that Sandeep has mentioned. Offtake. Developers always come to us and say, yeah, we got a develop, but are we sure that we are going to get your members to buy after we finish? And also the issue of linking. I know you have a lot of members. How do we link these members to the developers so that they can go ahead and do the projects, knowing that the demand is going to be there?
Okay, thank you for that. I think the question around guaranteed offtake is a very interesting topic. And I think one of the first things that we normally look at as NSSF is the developers definitely, okay, the first things first, at least guaranteed offtake apportions risk appropriately, such that for us as pension funds, we are de-risked from developers, development risk, and of course also the developers are de-risked from market risk. Having said that, of course, then we come and look at then how do we implement or operationalize this guaranteed offtake so that both parties can, we can have a win-win outcome for both parties. Of course, the first thing that we look at as NSSF is how are we able to exit from this investment? How easy is it for us to exit from this investment? I talked about our program, our tenant purchase scheme program, which is a structured exit. And some of the things we look at are marketability of this development. How easy will it be for NSSF to be able to sell these units? Number two, does this make sense? Is this development opportunity grounded on a very sound and solid business case? That, number one, is the most important thing. And number two, of course, now we come back and look at who are these developers. Are they able to do what they are telling us that they will do? Do they have capacity? Are they able to deliver scale? Do they have a track record? Those are some of the things that we look at. And also then we come back, and after we analyze these developers, we look at the business case and the developers themselves. We look at what are they telling us that they will do? How are they going to deliver this? What are the timings? Are they able to meet the timings that they have promised. Because obviously, when we are getting into such a commitment, there are many other competing opportunities that we look at. And if we are getting into this commitment, we have to be sure we are probably going to set aside money or plan for this opportunity. And if they're not going to be able to deliver according to the time that they have specified, then of course that poses a challenge. The other thing we also look at is, remember, we are getting into this opportunity for a very long time. The tenure of our tenant purchase scheme is about 20 years. So we're in a relationship, we're getting into this opportunity, and we're going to be in it for about 20 years or more. So what does that mean? It means then that this development has to be built to standards. For us to be able to be in this opportunity and be comfortable that we'll be in this opportunity for 20 plus years and not having to go back to our pocket to be able to sort out issues here and there. Of course, obviously, that the costs also have to make sense, because of course we are in this because we want to be able to generate a return. So the costs have to make sense for us to be able to also make something decent out of this. So what are we saying? We are actually currently evaluating quite a number of opportunities, and in the past we have actually been able to do such a model. Hazina Estate and Kibera High Rise were actually carried out in this manner. So it's possible for us to be able to guarantee offtake. However, obviously, there are certain things that have to be done by both parties for us. Obviously, then we have to deploy a team to work with you for us to be able to be comfortable that we will be able, whatever it is that you're telling us that you will do, you will be able to deliver, and we will be comfortable that you will be able to deliver, and so that we can be comfortable to be in this project for a very long time. Obviously, there are some of the things, when I come back to talk about things about exit, there are some things that of course have to be put in place. We've had a bit of experience in under the tenant purchase scheme, but when you're doing projects of such scale, obviously we are going to be there for 20 years, yes, but because the asset belongs to us and you're paying it, you're paying it so that you can own it at the end of the 20 years. However, there are operational aspects which, of course, the Sectional Properties Act is designed to take care of, because we want to be in the project. We are going to be in the project, but the operational aspects of collection of garbage and all that stuff, we would not want to be dragged along, and we would not want to be dragged along for the 20 years. Partial exit, or especially in the operational aspect of the project, is something that has been a concern for us, and we are happy that the Sectional Properties Act is coming to address some of these challenges that we've had. And obviously, under the tenant purchase scheme, some of the benefits, some of the tax incentives that are enjoyed by mortgages should also be passed on to this rent-to-own scheme. Yeah, I think that's that.
Thank you. Very clear. Maybe just to give you one more question, which came from the last panel. Somebody asked them, if you're doing a tenant purchase, you buy it for 1 million. After the 20 years, it is worth 10 million. When you're doing the conveyancing now to transfer it to the buyer, you use the 1 million as the basis for conveyancing, or the 10 million? That question was in the last panel. You can respond.
Oh yeah, that's a live case that we deal with every day. Obviously, property has escalated. You're also enjoying the most beautiful thing about tenant purchase is, as you are coming along, what we have seen, as you're coming along, as you're paying down, of course, even your financial circumstances change. So most of obviously the valuation and the stamp duty are based on the market valuation at the end of the tenure, but this is softer compared to having to pay this upfront, and most people prefer that because it's much more relaxed. You already own the unit anyway, so you're just paying towards the transfer and all that. It becomes a bit lighter. It's a bit lighter.
Thank you. Okay, I want to open up to questions from the floor, comments. I think we really want to hear from. Now you have heard what the pension side is saying. The developers, we need to hear from you. Financiers, if I have, if my 40% is 1 million and the house is 1.5 million, why can't you give me an additional mortgage that I can match get the 500,000 and buy the house. And also the 60% which Sandeep talked about. Why are we not taking that? Somebody is telling you that I'm a pension scheme. This guy is buying a house using a mortgage. On top of the house which you're taking as security, I'm giving you an additional guarantee of his pension. It's a no-brainer. So why are we not, financiers, why are we not taking up these great deals? So I'd like to hear from the floor.
Chairman, maybe before you, I prefer to answer I can add a bit of answer to what you asked her to answer in the previous question. I think I totally agree with my colleague here that after 10 years or 20 years, there is a huge capital gain, which even the new owner of the unit has acquired, and therefore there is a justification to pay the government also the appropriate costs, or when during the transfer. That nobody should expect to remain poor or live in a poor house for the rest of their lives. They should be transiting to a higher level. So that aspect should cancel out. There is another issue also I wanted to bring out, which is giving a live example within CPF group for my staff. When we were faced with the same problem, Chair, of how do we deal with staff mortgages, the normal staff access to mortgage, we developed a cash-backed scheme, but we found the amount was not adequate to give all the staff, as many of the staff would want to have a home, at the rate of interest which would have been preferred. So what we did is to engage with our banks, and we got a bank which agreed to go cash-backed in partnership. What they did was that, what we convinced them to do was that for the members or our staff will compromise on the rate of the interest rate. We raised it from 5% to 8%, and then that became attractive to the bank, and therefore they gave us 50% cashback on the program. And I think that model can be scaled up by anybody who wants to do it. And if you need practical ways of negotiating it, you can talk to me outside here. And I think I like the idea, again, Nzomo, which has been suggested by, I think, my colleague Sandeep. I think we could amend the regulations for withdrawal and allow the money to be actually sent as a cashback to the bank, so the banks can then be able to lend slightly much more money to the members in the same manner I've just said. That should unlock quite a lot of opportunities for people to buy these houses. Thank you.
Thank you. There's our roving mic.
More of a comment on the 40% withdrawal as facilitated by the new law on pension. We, as a lending institution, have noted that the operationalization of that part was left to the various trust schemes. So in terms of the making of the rules, as much as RBI gave some guidance, but a lot of discretion was left to the various board of trustees to come up with the actual rules that they will use to do this process. I've come across some which I find restrictive, even the extent of impairing the access to the loans. For instance, why a scheme says they do not allow lending to construction loan. They want assurance that this loan, the objective should be that the member or the customer will end up having a house. So we only lend to the outright purchase and not construction. Now there are even unique cases where someone was already constructing, he wants a mortgage just to go and complete. But the rules of that particular scheme says no construction loan. So my comment was perhaps the rules should have been done by RBI as opposed to being left to various board of trustees. The question that Sandy raised about the 60%, it has been there for 10 years. I have not come across any bank lending institution that has ever used that as collateral. I want to think perhaps there was no clear mechanism of how to perfect that from the RBA, or maybe the lawyers in the room could tell us, trying to inquire about it. The challenge among the lending institutions is that there was no clear way of how you perfect that, and no one has ever used it to date as an institution. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
I do want to make, if I may, just one comment, Chairman.
Yes, Sandeep.
Yes, so Chairman, the restriction on construction is a regulatory restriction. But the other point I want to make is that, yes, when the regulations were amended last year, there was a big extension in the number of institutions. The definition of institution was widened, right, which is really good. But that has not been allowed is people being able to purchase from property developers, right? So I see that as probably a gap, right? So provided there's a bona fide property developer, I don't see why somebody is restricted to the institution specified in the regulations and cannot purchase from a property developer. Maybe that's one area that ought to be looked at.
Maybe just to comment on that, as Sandeep says, it's not the scheme which is blocking construction. It is the rules, the regulations. So that you should blame us, not the schemes. And the reason for that, of course, was that there was a risk of a lot of abuse when you go in the construction route, and also trustees here would not really be in a good position to go and ensure that a construction is actually taking place, as opposed to when you have a certificate of occupation and all the documents, and it's very clear that the house is there in the first place, and second, that it's ready and it can actually be bought and occupied without any risk. But in terms of institutions, Sandeep is not right. It can't be a properly developer because it just talks of institutions. Before it was tighter, but for the 40%, it is now open. So a property developer can actually be the institution that you buy the house from, so long as the house is actually complete. So you cannot do the construction, but you can buy a complete house from different developers. But I think those points are very well taken.
Okay, thank you, panelists. I now speak in my capacity as the MD of HFC, and I want to confirm that we've actually done mortgages on the basis of assignment of pension funds. The issue around pricing, we obviously need to look at. It must be noted that it's a multiplicity of issues, because without the liquidity moving to the bank still needs to source for long-term liquidity, and therefore that comes at a cost. So there's the risk part, but there's also the actual liquidity, which KMRC is helping to sort out. I also want to confirm that on the matter of funds moving to the banks, this we are able to do. We have about 66 schemes today that we have arrangements with, which vary from a 3% interest rate to about an 8-9% interest rate that you are talking about, where there's a weighted average interest rate depending on the rate of return expected on the deposit that goes to the bank, and the margin that the bank expects to make. So those are things we have structured, and we are able to structure. For those trustees, other schemes, and I think we need to communicate this a little bit more, we are able to work on those plans. I think the key issue for me is, and even if the amount is 2 million, to the point you were raising earlier, that may very well be sufficient to pay for a deposit. You know, many financiers require that you raise a deposit for you to acquire the house. If you are able to raise that money from there, and that enables you to put your skin in the game, the bank is still able to extend a mortgage over and above that. So the key issue that I foresee, which we have seen even when our own trustees were presenting, is the fact that these funds are taxable. So by withdrawing, I'm incurring a tax, and therefore, why should I do that? Because I'm losing 30% of my money. If we can solve for that, the idea around, and we allow for people to transfer those funds to an institution, that beneficiary will be able to benefit from both potentially a lower interest rate and also an enhanced mortgage facility. Thank you.
All right, I think the developers in the house have been very quiet. I think we've been taking a posture of listening first, so that we don't embarrass ourselves by making some comments. But thank you so much to the panel and the KMRC team, at least, for bringing this together. My name is Jermaine Momanyi from Beulah City. We're a development company, and I know at least from the KMRC primary lenders, at least we've been able to interact with about 70% of them. I know most of them have been able to meet them here. And we have a few challenges, and I'm happy that at least one of you has been able to bring it up to the open. Now, I think when it comes to mortgages, and in terms of being able to liquidate and disburse that, we are being told that we have to wait until the units are done, all right? So we are saying that this affordable housing agenda is something that, it's a new baby, all right? It came in at about 2018. We are being told right now as developers, for us to be able to plan probably to do 1,000 to 2,000 units is something that you need to do quite a lot of planning, and I'm happy that someone was able to raise the issue of project management. So we are saying within 2018, by the time we're ready probably about 2020, you're telling us to go out and build 2,000 units without no guarantee for uptake. Yet we want to build these units for your members. And what you've been able to do, there's another trap that you've created, because right now we have gone out, we are trying to build affordable housing units, but there are people who have cash flow, and they're coming to us and they're taking advantage. Yet we want your beneficiaries and your end users to be the beneficiaries of these units that we are building. But people are coming because they are saying, okay, probably our cost of construction is 50,000 per square meter or something like that, and they want to come and sell it at 100 square meters. I'm happy that one of our panelists has spoken about narratives like capital gain and rental yields. So we find people are coming in right now. We are doing development for affordable housing. They are coming in when we are doing the off-plan plans, initial prices. They are getting that. They are going to wait for the next 24 months, and they're going to sell this out in the market probably at 50 or 70% more in terms of capital gain. So they're able to make money from that. And you see that one now discourages what our mandate in terms of what we are trying to do to support, especially the end user. So those are the things we need to look at. And for us, one of the things I think we need to start reinnovating. Right now, we need to understand we are at an evolution, right? So one of the things we need to start thinking about is how do we do product innovation, especially from the financial sector point of view, where we can accommodate new customer journeys. And number two, how do we get involved also in the marketing of some of these units? Because you can imagine 1,000 units, the margins are very slow. So majority of the finances that we are putting is into the development of the unit. And then from there, you're talking about marketing 1,000 units. So we're talking about probably, initially we used to do 100 units. Right now we are doing 1,000 units. And now we have to market to another 1,000 people. So the marketing costs are also going very high. So we need to see how do we partner together also from our end. Because as developers, one of the things we've been able to do to de-risk that arrangement to some point, we're actually telling the financiers and the different partners that we can actually create an escrow account where we don't need to touch your customers or your members' deposits until the units are done. are done. So we've come together and we've innovated in terms of balance sheet partnerships where we're able to get financing to build from start to end. So my push and my recommendation to the different players is that as developers, we are doing our part. We are coming to the space. In terms of financing, we are coming into balance sheet partnerships. We are no longer just doing just one developer. We can even come 1 or 2 or 3 developers, put our balance sheets together and say we are going to develop these units from start to finish. And then we are able to come to you and start discussing about uptake. Even for the financial sector, one of the things actually I've been talking to some of the circles is to say, okay, can we even create, if a member can be able to have a holiday account where they're saving for the next 12 months to go for holiday. Why can we create a fixed deposit account, probably call it a BOM account, where they can be able to deposit and grow their deposits for the next 24 months during that development period and have that as deposit, and that account can cater for the legal fees. Then for the remaining part, they can go to the pension, they can get the 40%. Then the remaining part, they can actually get the mortgage, which reduces their principal. And one of the things also I want to push, and I've seen Cooperative Bank and N-Wealth have been able to do, is to leverage on hybrid partnerships. How do you come together, the financial sector and the pension scheme, to come together to be able to create an end-to-end journey? Because as you've seen, we need to innovate that customer journey. So I'm happy that at least probably we can go and benchmark on what Cooperative Bank and N-Wealth have been able to do and see how do we continue growing and expanding that partnership base. So those were my contributions. Thank you.
Right, thank you so much, Momanyi.
Thank you. To add to that, I think that is the answer. I mean, we did those partnerships. You know, if we can, what we call bundle these financial products, so that the financier is coming in, the pension is coming in, maybe the SACCO is coming in, the developer is there, then we'll be able to overcome a lot of these challenges. So I think it's a very good note for us to close. But just to highlight 2 things which have been repeated several times. One is the issue of the tax. I think for you to take the 40% out and then pay so much out in tax, that is going to be a major disincentive. If the withdrawals from the Housing Development Fund are tax-free, then logically we should have also tax-free withdrawal for the pension scheme, because it is for exactly the same purpose of buying the member an affordable house. So I think if we are going to have resolutions from this conference, I think we really need to make sure that the one of tax-free is captured as a resolution. And I think also the issue of the process, you know, when it takes so long to do the actual process, then, you know, the good efforts that my colleagues here are doing end up being frustrated. I know that was discussed yesterday, but I think we have been victims where we have good projects. Now we want to do the paperwork and so on, then it takes forever, and then there are more costs, and then everything goes off. So I think from me, thank you very much. Thank you to my panelists, and we look forward to partnering with all the players to enable us to drive this agenda. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Nzomo and your team, and thank you for sharing your thoughts, and for everybody else who's been able to contribute. I'd like to invite us to a brief break. Right now, could grab a quick coffee, a health break, and we get back at 12:15. We'll have very brief sessions after this break. So it's if you could just have your tea, and then let's reconvene at 12:15. Thank you.
Launch of the KMRC marks an important milestone in our financial markets, as the company is expected to play a critical role of deepening the primary mortgage market through its intermediation activities. As you are aware, KMRC will play a very significant role in the affordable housing pillar of the Big Four agenda by availing affordable credit to participating financial institutions, which will be extended to eligible borrowers for housing.
I'd like to ask you back inside, please. We'd like to start, so if you're still outside, you could bring your coffee inside. If you're still outside, please, we could get back inside. Bring your coffee, bring your tea. We need to start now, so if you could try and make your way inside, please.
Check 1 2. Check 1 2 1 2. Make this thing check 1 2. 1 2. Check 1 2.
We need to get back inside, guys. It's time.
This company is a non-deposit taking financial institution, a fairly recent company that is driving affordable housing in Kenya on the demand side. The objective of KMRC is to provide affordable long-term funding to the primary mortgage lenders, who will then provide lending to the ultimate borrowers, the Kenyans, for purposes of making available affordable long-term funding which has not been available in our country. KMRC's objectives are aligned with the government affordable housing agenda under the Big Four. We collaborate with a number of financial institutions and also government, in this case with the State Department of Housing, who are driving affordable housing on the supply side. So KMRC on the demand side, the Department of Housing and Urban Development on the supply side. And this is why we are hosting what we now call the Affordable Housing Conference on the demand and supply. The reason why we are doing this is because we want engagements between the key stakeholders on the affordable housing in Kenya. The critical part of this conversation is, number one, to bring the stakeholders together, share perspectives, and discuss essentially what we have been up to in relation to affordable housing over the last couple of months or even years. It essentially takes stock. Number two, we essentially want to discuss the challenges that are being faced in the affordable housing, which will then be having a conversation with the rest of the stakeholders, and also look at the interventions. And number three, we will also want to explore possibilities for green housing in our country.
Kenyans need to take interest in the Affordable Housing Conference because it is going to address very particular issues about demand and supply in this country, which has never happened. This is actually the first Affordable Housing Conference that we are going to have.
The time is actually now for us to explore what we have in terms of
All right, kindly take your seats, guys. Please take your seats. Kindly take your seats, ladies and gentlemen. We'd like to start, and I can't bring a speaker if you're still moving around. If you're still outside, you could bring your coffee inside. We'd like to start now. Okay, great. So, like I said, the purpose of the panel sessions is to allow us a bit more time to go into these issues in greater detail. And that's why we bring all these experts that are coming here. All the speakers that you do see here are subject matter experts in the different things they do. And so I'd like you to accord them the attention so that they're able to articulate some of these things. For the interest of time, we'll have to shelve the Q&A session to a later hour in the afternoon so that we're able to hear as much as possible from our speakers, okay? So what you could do, if you have a question on this particular session, just go online and type it out. We have a team that is collating all that, and then we'll be able to address that. So if you type your question, also type which session it is. And basically you can just type on the the different sessions of the different topics well labeled on the program, and we'll be able to address your questions. So remember, again, we will not have a Q&A during this session, but we'll have it in the subsequent one. Okay? So, ladies and gentlemen, the next session will be looking at the innovations in end-user financing, alternative credit scoring, mortgage guarantees, open source access, and alternative source of funding. And this session will be moderated by Steve Aldridge, who's a Chief Executive Officer at GPA and Real Consultant. Welcome, Steve.
affordable housing projects. Real is a real estate funder specializing in affordable housing. Real's been investing in the affordable housing sector in Kenya for over 10 years. There are about over 1,000 homes that have been funded by Real, and Real has come recently to say the time is right for us to upgrade our intervention, to bring a lot more cash into Kenya. The demand is there, the demand is demonstrated, the machinery isn't working yet. So Real targets the lower 40% demographic. That means the people in the lowest 40% income bracket. So who are these people? They're not employed. They're mama boga, fundi makono. They have income. They probably don't have a tax pin. Sorry. Which means that tax incentives are no good to them at all. Please take that back. Tax incentives are of no use to home buyers in the informal sector. How KRA is going to subsidize their home purchase is another agenda. So by the end of next year, Real would have added another 1,000 units to its portfolio here and will have facilitated possibly 100,000 more units. And it's the facilitation, the strategic intervention that we're going to talk about today. Because we've got three parties in this equation. We've got financiers, banks, institutions, SACCOs, pensions, and we've got developers, and we've got end users. And at the moment, they're not joined up. And that is the problem. Banks are not talking to end users enough. And it's only when the end users have finance that the developers have assured offtake. And it's only when they have assured offtake that we de-risk the projects. And when we de-risk the projects, we can reduce the margins and the costs. And this cycle, this circle of the three parties needs to be joined up in such a way that we can reduce costs and reduce risks in the sector. So we're going to talk about the front end, the end users, because Yango, there are 300,000 potential end users. That's 300,000 homes, and they're waiting. They don't have any money. They don't have access to money because none of the financial institutions that I'm aware of will pre-qualify them. They will say, oh, well, when you've found a property, come to us and you can do an application. That doesn't work because that doesn't de-risk the developer. So we need to pool these purchasers, these 300,000, the 1 million households. We need to pre-qualify them so that we know they've got access to finance, because only then can the developers be de-risked in such a way that they can get construction finance, that construction finance has an exit. So this is a complex circle of events, but we can solve it. So I'm going to ask our first speaker, Sammy, to talk to us a bit about the front end, how we credit assess the informal sector. It's been done before in microfinance for short-term loans. It's done by Safaricom for short-term finance. But now we need to ramp this up. We need to engage the banks, the institutions, KMRC in the informal sector, because at least 80% of the end users for affordable housing are in the informal sector. 80% at least. Possibly more. You think how many people are out there with their little businesses, their kibandas, their street businesses. They're earning money, they're paying rent. They're earning enough money to pay rent, and they can prove that they can pay rent. So if they can prove they can pay rent, say 30,000 a month, why can't that 30,000 be used for a mortgage or tenant purchase scheme? There's no logical reason at all. So Sammy, I'm going to ask you to tell us a little bit more about how the tenant purchase scheme works.
Thank you, Steve. I think we have a presentation we wish to share with I'm hoping this works. I'm requesting that you please project a short presentation. I'm not sure if you are comfortable. I can present seated, but I don't mind standing. I was seeing something here that people are using when they want to talk when standing. I also want to say that we have used the opportunity to prepare just a short presentation because some of the people that we expected to be in the panel, either because of unavoidable circumstances, they are not able to make it for this session. So we have plenty of time between myself and Steve and one of the other colleagues that is likely to join us virtually. Having said that, my name is Sami Mulanga. I'm working for Real, and as has been said by Steve, Real has been in the Kenyan affordable housing space for quite a long time. The lawyer yesterday talked about a lease is reserved when you operate for more than 23 years. Real has been in the ground for more than 23 years, so I think they deserve to have a lease. So please just move to the next slide. As you project the next slide, please team there. I just want to say that I liked what the peers said yesterday. Because a lot of times we get into meetings and conferences, and as policy actors, as influencers of decisions, we forget about the persons that we are making these decisions for. And I have in mind here some of the people that we would reference as the informal sector people. When I was coming for this conference, I have a fellow that I use for running my errands. He's a border rider. And when I told him that I needed something that needed to be sorted out quite urgently because I was traveling, by the time I was parting ways with him, he asked me, where are you traveling to? And I told him I'm going to Naivasha for a conference. Then he said, you big people, you're always traveling for conferences. What is the conference about? Then I told him, the conference is actually about you. We are talking about affordable housing for those that cannot afford. Then he said, after the conference, ensure you deliver an affordable house for me. So my ask of this conference is you assist me by the time I go back tomorrow to have delivered an affordable house for this guy. And these things can be done. Steve has talked about affordable housing and the role that Real has played. Just show the next slide so that we don't repeat what has been presented, but just to emphasize the fact that Real is looking into innovations. Real is looking into new technologies of doing stuff. And yesterday there was a talk about printing in 3D. They are already in that space, and we are looking towards leveraging innovations in technology and ensuring that we are able to serve at a cheaper cost the informal people. Now, if you look at the numbers there, the microphones are starting to fail. If you look at the numbers, you can see globally, Real has been operating in Africa and also in Asia. And so far, committed funds of 82 million, and a very good proportion of this, almost 18%, has been invested in the Kenyan market, because the Kenyan market is a priority market for them. And they are looking towards further investments, as has been said. So far, I've delivered 2,000 affordable housing units,
And what is even more exciting, as has been said, is that they are looking towards a pipeline comprehensive of about 10,000 housing units, hopefully by 2026. And the good thing about the approach of Real is the issue of the cost of the houses. So far, from the experience, the average cost of a house is slightly about 1 million Kenyan shillings. And I think this is the kind of thing that we are looking for when we are looking at affordable houses. Another good story about it is the issue of access to homes for women and children. I think this is a major factor also as we are looking at the socio-economic perspectives. And as we do that, we are looking at the issues. Just move to the next slide. We are looking at the issue of cross-national coverage. As we sit in this county, Real is running a project in Nakuru for affordable houses. They have major projects in Nairobi, Kiambu, Machakos, Kajiado, Kisumu, and there's also in Mombasa. So some of the challenges that have been said in this conference, the good news is that there is already somebody in the ground that is trying to deliver those solutions. Those examples are practically there. We have been looking at the range of a price of 1 to 2.5 million Kenyan shillings. And the beauty of this story is that these are being delivered in partnerships with actors in the industry. I think in the earlier discussions of the day, Nachu was part of the panelists. This has been one of the important partners that Real has been working with. There are several others that are in this conference, and we are in the process of engaging other actors. What has been the experience? If you move on to the next slide and the next, the experience so far and the strategic interest of Real is to be able to work to support local partners. And one of the ways of doing this is by using proof of concept. This is an approach where we are looking to the issues of transfer of technology, issues of transfer of knowledge, to ensure that we are not just commercializing the projects, but we are actually trying to deliver a sustainable solution to the process. The other aspect that touches very directly to the subject matter of this session is the issue of credit assessment, solutions that can help the informal sector to be able to access housing finance for the affordable houses. And one aspect in terms of interventions that Real is also looking to is the issues of concessional debt finance, and this goes to the developers. So one of the things that I had as a challenge from yesterday is the issues of access to finance, and especially for developers. I may not believe personally that should be a challenge, because when you look at the liquidity that is afloat for most of the financial institutions, there is a lot of money that is available, and the issue perhaps would be more of structural arrangements. But nevertheless, for the issues of affordability delivery, Real will also be able to look at the issues of concessional debt finance to contractors. The issue of tenant purchase schemes, I think this is a matter that has been quite well covered in this conference, but we were challenged that a lot of times we are only looking at the theory part of our discussions. At Real, we are looking to put this into operation and into practice. We are looking to those people who cannot be able to afford outrightly to purchase homes, either because they cannot access the mortgage finance or otherwise they cannot afford. And what we are looking to is to structure institutional setups where we can have an SPV that does the dirty job of maintenance, collection of rents, dealing with, yesterday we were told, Mama's fight for dry lines. So we want to have a vehicle that can be able to handle these problems and these challenges and create a more efficient outfit that can be able to source out financing either through the capital markets or otherwise from the financial institutions and be able to support the purchasers of houses and be able to help them to afford that. Now, as we move on to the next, how shall we be able to do this? And I think this is one of the things that I wish the PS was here, because he emphasized and seriously emphasized about it. The issue of the credit assessment. I think this has been one of the problems that as a market we are facing. Luckily, and for good reasons, we have experiences in other countries, and for this reason, I would say that Real has been able to innovate a solution together with a partner in India. And the solution looks to a digital credit assessment that focuses directly on the informal sector, the unbanked people, those people that have no documentation whatsoever. And by the experience that has already been put to test, in India, that technology has been deployed, and out of one institution that relied on the technology was able to credit assess 20,000 loan applicants. And I'm happy to share that out of those 20,000, 14,000 were successful, and up to date, those loans are actually performing in all matters of delinquency and other assessment, and without any defaults whatsoever. So what we are looking to is, if possible, these are some of the solutions that we can bring into the Kenyan market, relying on artificial intelligence, machine learning, and geotagging to be able to understand this customer, and by that extent, be in a position to de-risk them. The PS talked about Bomayangu and the population of 320,000 customers who are there. This, to me, is an opportunity where we can deploy this kind of solution and actually get effective demand, because out of that 320,000, we can basically have people that can be pre-approved for funding. And I'm glad to say that we are already working with some of the financial institutions. We are in discussions with some of the banks and SACCOs to see how this can be put to test. The good thing that we have seen with the Kenyan market is that when it comes to the issue of documentation, the M-Pesa experience, which is globally recognized as a financial innovation, is a good point of reference. And we can be able to leverage on that and start not at point zero when we are looking at these customers, and be able to bring them on board, just trying to link to this technology. And I do not really need to belabor the point why these people are being excluded, because we all understand that the approaches that have been used before, they remain completely the traditional approach. Some of the financial institutions, some we have talked to, they still use the manual loan assessment techniques, and this is a major constraint because it doesn't factor these people that are in the informal sector. I was talking to a friend of mine. He's in the meat production business. He buys goats, and he has a restaurant that he sells nyama choma in Nairobi. This guy sells on average in a month more than 100 goats and makes close to 1 million Kenya shillings just running his business. This perhaps maybe is a person who is paid more than a typical manager in most of the financial institutions like banks. But these are fellows that are in the informal sector. They are employing close to 30,000 people, 30 people per establishment. And as was presented yesterday, 80% of the labor sector in Kenya comes from this segment. So if we can reference on technology and create useful solutions for this, we will be able to make significant progress on the matter of access to finance for these people. So just moving to the next slide, looking at how effectively the solution works, we are talking about right-sizing the customer so that you can be able to know to what amount of debt or what amount of credit that customer deserves to be extended to. The solution provides for alerts. It can be able to tell you how the loan is performing, and should there be situations of red flags, it's also able to give you those capabilities. Just move to the next as I'm coming to wind up. The details of further points on how it works, please just move to the next slide so that we can move together. It's an easy to use technology. You can deploy it on your mobile phone. The customer can also do the same. And even as they apply for these credits, they can easily almost understand their credit score, and to that extent help the process to move more efficiently and perhaps maybe much better. So I'm seeing opportunities that we can be able to apply in the Kenyan market, and to a very great extent be able to have solutions that are well priced for the informal sector. Let's move to the next slide. Steve is looking at me that I'm taking too much time, so I just want to pose some of the challenges we have seen, and we were just having a discussion with people from CMA. The good news is that some of the things that we are talking about, they are actually happening in the industry. They were telling me that there is a developer that was able to raise significant amounts of debt finance at a very affordable rate, 11%, sometime last week in the market. So when we talk about opportunities to cheaper funding, I think it's realistic that these are there. But I just perhaps maybe want to observe one challenge that I see, and I'm surprised this may not have featured a lot in the conversation. Now, if you look at the government rates for the 15-year and 20-year bond, we are looking at 13%. Now, in that context, we are trying to encourage cheaper credit to the underserved people, and perhaps maybe encouraging them to be given loans at 1 digit. Now, I'm not sure how the financial institutions look at it, but I would guess somebody seated at the Treasury office would rather put their money on government paper that will pay 13% than lend that money to Mama Boga at 9%. So, in my view, this is an issue that needs perhaps maybe to find its place in the policy discussion because it's a structural challenge. On the example we were just discussing about the developer raising capital at 11%, you are still expecting the end purchaser probably to buy those units at a lower price than 11%. So how practical is that arrangement? So if we are to move from the 27,000 mortgages, we need to be able to identify and find effective solutions. Because just looking at those numbers by themselves, it actually means it's only less than 1% of the people employed in the formal sector that have taken those 27,000 loans. Not to forget that there are people who have taken 3 mortgages. So 27,000 could as well be 15,000 people. My take home, and probably some of the interventions that practically can help us to move this agenda forward, is, as has been discussed, we need to embrace digital credit solutions. I think the world has moved to technology. There has been discussions about credit borrowing. Unfortunately, a lot of it is happening for short-term consumer loans, and this is not helping. We need to be able to leverage on these platforms and provide credit that can be accessed by the informal sector for affordable housing. And just to emphasize the issue of the long-term financing, we have very well developed capital markets. This, to me, is an opportunity that we can take on board the solutions available. As far as I know, there are asset-backed securities, regulations that have been in place for more than 10 years. And fortunately, we have not seen any product that has been put in the market leveraging on that. The good story, at least, we have seen something about the real estate investment trust. But this, in my view, it's an opportunity, especially for the SACCOs, where you can be able to have very specific projects for your members and take advantage of the real estate investment trust regulations, because that framework already in itself has incentives, and probably it will allow for cheaper financing of the projects that can be ring-fenced just specifically for those members. And then as we move forward, I believe we should be able to have products and solutions like hybrid bond products that are specifically brought into the market just to finance and support the informal sector people. And this can have incentives, as we have seen before. We have had infrastructure bonds to support certain infrastructure projects. So a bond market product that just specifically is tailored to support the informal sector, I think will be a useful take-home and can support a lot. The issues of collaborations and partnerships, these have been discussed quite in detail. And as we have demonstrated, Real has been able to achieve a lot of success purely because of collaborating and working together, partnerships, consumer education. I think this point was mentioned earlier, but I think it needs to be taken on board probably in a broader sense of it. The fact is because a lot of people are there, capable and probably would be willing, but they do not have the information, they do not have the capacitation. So we need to find a space for this, and we need to find a home who takes on board that mandate to ensure education and also the issues of information sharing. I think coming together in a conference like this one, there are people who have lots of experiences, and when we share this, then we are trying to also create a better, efficient, bigger market and driving solutions that we can be able to take the agenda forward. Thank you so much, and I appreciate it.
Thank you, Sammy. We should have Sita online. I'm not sure if we if the technology is working for that. Sita from FSD, who's going to share with us a bit about how information is being shared in the sector and developments in policy and innovation. I hope. Yes. Okay, we can't hear Sita.
Peter, we can hear you, but I think the team in Naivasha is not clear. We can hear you from the connection.
So Sandeep before me was heard by the group in the room. So can the group in the room hear me?
Yes, we can now.
Wonderful. I will just firstly say thank you. We've been talking about technology. There's been a COVID exposure in my extended family. So I'm well and I'm happy to join online. And I just want to be very mindful of time and what everybody has said. The solutions are there. The issue in FSD's perspective, and I've seen this very hard in the last year, we've worked very hard in all four sub-markets, from the formal, the small landlord, the informal settlements, and the owner-driven housing. And the issue is one of coordination. Even with a very willing government, the coordination is challenging. And so when we have such a conference and we have people talking about the challenges, my request is when we do our resolutions at the end of the day, we really do take note of what we are going away to do for the next year. And perhaps take very kindly on ourselves that the progress is not where we expected, because resolving these issues takes longer than we expected. So the fact that we have a priority program means that we can now give attention to such an important sector. And maybe we were just too ambitious. If we acknowledge that we were too ambitious for our 5-year program, but we've put in so much in place to say, let's look and commit to the next 10 years and work very hard. It doesn't mean we slow down how we work. It just means the 5 years was probably a bit too ambitious for how we used to operate. We found solutions. We need to partner on solutions. And I'll walk through a few solutions, very, very practical issues we're working through on the formal side, because this conference is largely around KMRC. So one thing is talking about the one government, right? And we do find that there is lack of clarity between some regulations being proposed. So for example, there's a very good regulation that has enabled supply in countries like India, Real Estate Regulatory Board. But what we find at present is we have a Real Estate Regulatory Board concept note, and we have a Housing Developers Board. in the housing bill. If we have two boards trying to help housing or just help real estate, because Kenya is a small country on one hand, we're just going to get a lot of frustration with people not knowing how to enable supply. On the supply side, we're working very, very closely with our partner Real that Sammy and Steve are from. We have a formal collaboration as FSD Kenya. And Real has construction financing. And while we need construction financing, we would hope to be able to blend it with local funding. But as has been said by several people, you know, if the government is giving you funding at 13%, why take any risk? So we're hoping to work with some banks, with Real, to leverage their concessional construction financing with technical support to enable better delivery. And the way to do it so that the scale isn't so small is also to help with technical assistance on what are good building plans and what does demand actually want. And we want to work very closely with the pension administrator who spoke earlier, with some SACCOs we're in discussions with, to understand what is the effective demand. We know there's Boma Yangu, we'd like to understand that better. And also we can go to other target groups. So if we were to work with SACCOs and just run a very simple survey, how many people own homes, who wants to own homes, what do you have saved, what is your monthly payment, and then encourage developers to move towards those effective demand segments, we create a clearinghouse very quickly. Very much what Boma Yangu intends to do and supporting Boma Yangu efforts with a more tangible, practical solution that in the next 12 months we can say we analyze these 100,000 borrower effective demand, this is the type of housing, and match it with existing supply or encourage developers to make that supply available with concessional financing and technical assistance. So that's one very tangible intervention FSD is promoting. Secondly, as we heard from Mr. Isaac of KRA, we have a huge framework of regulatory incentives, but they're very, very hard to obtain. And we want to work with State Department. We've been in several discussions with State Department and KPDA. It's another 12-month program we're launching in January, where we're going to collect a group of developers and help them walk the journey. So it's not just tax incentives that's a problem. We've heard from every speaker. Approvals are a problem. Why should approvals be a problem when this is a government priority? When we realize that this housing is our housing, right? Maybe approvals will not be a problem. So that's another 12-month initiative we're hoping to launch in January. We're going to work with developers who are ready to break ground, who have land, who have access to equity, and work with them to get both tax incentives and approvals and document it. So let me come to the third, because as Mr. Isaac said, it's not just getting the approval. Every month, you then need your pro forma invoices submitted to KRA for approval before you buy your inputs. How can we help developers navigate this process? Is a very practical program that we're initiating. And that brings me to open access. Open access was the fundamental reason our sister company, FSDA Investments, invested in the pension fund mentioned, International Housing Solutions. EIB has also invested in them. The County Pensions Fund has also invested in them. From our perspective, we're not after the 10,000 units that IHS will enable, because the demand is 9 million units in the next 20 years. So we've created something called open access, which should help to make the market. It's not anti-competitive. We all say that undertaking housing is not a high margin gain. So why are we scared of saying, and this is my appeal to government, for all your AHP projects, for your Park Road project, please bring it to open access. Tell us what was the land cost per unit, what was the construction cost per square meter, and how. And let's create that knowledge so we can enable financing to come. A plea to DFIs is considered taking currency risk away from local players. We're not able to take it, we're too nascent. And talking about credit bureaus, this is a very critical point of one government. If we have a moratorium on bad credit, how do we expect credit bureaus to assess risk? Just think about, for example, the fisherwomen in Lake Victoria. There's no credit bureau, but they're given fish, they come back with the money, they're given more fish. If they come back without the money, they don't fish from any beach on Lake Victoria. That's what credit bureaus do. And this moratorium on negative information that came into effect last month can really hurt the ability to do credit scoring. I'm going to keep respect of time. I'm very grateful to be in the room with all the partners, and we look forward to working with you. 2022 can be a year where we really talk about one government, one ecosystem. Let's understand the laws. It shouldn't be one pension administrator being able to do something that others are not, for example. Let's really also encourage a savings culture. We need it. We need to incentivize savings. Thank you very, very much. All the best.
Thank you, Sita. So if I could just sum up what our speakers are saying, it's all about joining up the pieces. You see, we're financial institutions here. There's very few developers here. There are no end users here. We need to join this up. And Zoravar yesterday made a couple of very useful comments about having a department to unlock approvals, having a department to unlock financial incentives. And we need another department. We need a department to unlock, maybe this is part of the KMRC role, to unlock access to finance for the informal and unbanked sector. So I'll share with you my vision, or the real vision, for how this could be. Because if this can be, we've solved the problem. Now, I know we're running behind time. We're actually running about 2 years behind time. So we need to really move on. Yeah. So, Piers Hinger said yesterday he wants to entertain an evolution of the Bomayango platform. Real willing to partner with Bomayango on that and integrate credit assessment in the front end of Bomayango so that we don't have 320 people waiting there watching, we have 320 people with access to finance waiting. That means developers can come to the bank for construction finance and say, we've got a pool of 320 buyers with finance. That's never been done before in Kenya. And that will make a difference because that de-risks the development finance. It gives exit to the development financier. That's the banks who are here today. So that's de-risking that end. Now, you know, I'm going to feel sorry for the financial institutions for a moment, not very long. But you've got a risk factor here. You've got a commercial proposition to justify to your board, to your shareholders, to your members. And quite right too. So, in the delivery of affordable housing, we need a bit more. So what REAL are trying to bring to the table are, first of all, guarantees. So DFI guarantees on the repayments, on the receivables. Now, how does that then look to KMRC when there's a DFI guarantee behind maybe 80, maybe 90, maybe 95% of the receivables? It's done in Europe. Why can't it be done here? Imagine the quality of the investment when you've got a DFI guarantee behind it. Also remember that the KMRC money is money that the banks and institutions don't have unless they put it into affordable housing. So this money is additional to the existing capitalization of the institutions. And finally, the question of TPS and security. So if TPS is being granted, there's a huge advantage over the traditional mortgage and charge scenario. And the huge advantage is that TPS contracts are private contracts. So let's say Steamer Sacco come along and say, okay, we'll take this offtake of 500 units. We've got 500 of our members waiting. We're going to give them TPS. We take one title. One title. We don't even have to have the sectional title processed in order to start handing out these contracts. That gives us time to get the Sectional Properties Act implemented and conversion to sectional titles. So that's accelerated the process. We also have the advantage that that security is in real estate. Now that real estate needs to be maintained. There needs to be an efficient property management regime on the ground. And Real is investing in a property management platform that really moves the quality of property management forwards so that tenant purchasers know what their service charge is going to be. Their service charge provider or their service provider is accountable and transparent. Does anyone here pay service charge and get annual accounts for their service charge? I don't think so. I've never seen them. I've tried to get them from a number of estate management companies, and they just don't seem to have the concept of transparency. But let's get more accountability, more transparency, and better quality management, because that preserves the asset. Without good quality management, the asset diminishes in value. And that is not serving Kenyans, and it is not serving the bank's security. So for a bank to be responsible, to lend responsibly, having access to the KMRC money, having guarantees behind the receivables, and having management companies who are accounting for service charge, collecting service charge, and let's face it, may as well take the administrative burden off the financial institution and collect your receivables as well at the same time, because they're on the ground, they have the relationship with the tenant purchasers. That's the vision that I have, that Real has, that can be achieved. The people in the room can help us achieve it. It will make a difference. Its impact by sharing and helping each other rather than doing our little pieces of work in an island. And if my Swahili is correct, pamoja tunaweza kusafiri mbali.
Like I said, I like to shelve the Q&As to a later point because we really need to move. So we'll try and create another opportunity where guys can bring in the questions. Right? Okay, great. Okay, great. So the next session is going to be exactly 20 minutes. I know. I know. Exactly 20 minutes. My watch is working. My friend George Mugwero will be moderating this session. So immediately stand up. Why? Because I would want us to break for lunch. And then we have the CS for lunch with us. And we'd like to give enough time to address some of these issues. So if we could have exactly 20 minutes, we break at 1:40 and go for lunch. So that we can have a proper afternoon session. Okay? George.
Thank you so much. I'll try. Yeah, so I want to ask my panel to come. Joseph, Juliana, Patrick, and Benson. Please come up on stage. So that we can try and finish within the 20 minutes. You can appreciate my panel as they come. Excellent. Yeah, so, yeah, my name is George Mugwero, and I'm with the Habitat for Humanity International. So Habitat Humanity, we've been supporting access to affordable and decent housing for
a long time, and our belief is that everybody needs a decent and a good place to live, and that's why we are very passionate about what we do, and very excited to be part of this conference. Thank you so much, the State Department for Housing and KMRC for inviting us, and also to have this conversation on incremental housing. I will step out of the box a little bit before I give my panel an opportunity to introduce themselves, because I feel like the box has been talking about formal finance, and I'll pose a question to those of us in this room, and I'm not so sure how many people here have built. You have your own house somewhere, either in the city or in the rural areas. I'll not ask you to stand, but just by a raise of hand, if you have either built or done something, you can just raise your hand. Yeah, yeah. So the next question I want to ask is, how did you build your house? Yeah, did you take a mortgage? Did you go to a SACCO? Did you use your savings? Did you use your salary? So how did you build your house? And I'm sure you have an answer. Yeah, and if you think about some of the affordable housing numbers and figures we've been talking about, people saying, oh no, 2 million, 3 million, 4 million. I can tell you, 90% of Kenyans we talk about cannot afford such figures we are talking about. And most people, the way they have built is incremental building. If you are to amortize 2 million or 3 million shillings, I think I did some figures for 2.5 million. If you did an amortization, you need to pay, if you have 10 years to pay, you need to be paying 37,000 shillings a month. That does not include, you need to pay a deposit, that does not include other fees, conveyance, and other costs that comes into play. And if you're borrowing from a bank and they give you floating interest, within a few months, it can jump a bit. Banks are my friends, but this is the truth. If you put it for 20 years, you realize that 37,000 comes to about 30,000 per month. But then also we need to ask ourselves, who are these people we are designing products for 20 years? How many people have a leeway to work for 20 years? Majority of the people we serve, even in SACCOs and in banks, by the time they are coming to us as civil servants, for example, they are nearing retirement. So when somebody is at 45, you tell them the product is affordable because it's 20 years. Who are these people that we are accessing? So when you talk about incremental form of financing for housing, basically we look at, these are typically smaller loans, which are non-mortgage backed. And they are relatively shorter term. It's not the 10 years because they are picked in succession. So somebody will come take a loan, go do some small things in their house, come back after 3 years to take another loan. And that's basically how people build. So basically these are loans either to acquire land or to do initial construction. And you have a series of expansions and improvements. And that's basically how people build. The reason for this is because of what we are talking about, affordability. Because no matter how you describe affordable housing, it will still be out of reach to majority of Kenyans. So the only option majority of people are left with is to build in stages. Pole pole na unafika. And one of the major distinctions is that, like I mentioned, they are non-mortgage backed. The other thing, we look at housing as a process. And so these are people who build for themselves. They build over many, many years, and they manage their own construction. Of course, there are many risks and capacity issues as to whether they're able to build quality housing. The other key issue is that, when we think about people in the informal sector, is the whole thing about doing a different way of assessing their ability to pay. And also key is land. When we talk about incremental types of housing, it is not based on title, but land secure tenure. There's a difference. A secure tenure, we look at right to use and not necessarily owning the land. For example, majority of the people who live in rural areas, they have ancestral land. You have right to use that ancestral land, but you try to subdivide and get the title. It's not going to be possible. But these people have right and they still need housing. So not to blow my trumpet so much, I think I have a very wonderful panel. So these are people in housing, who are doing incremental housing, microfinance institutions and SACCOs. And I really want them to share their experience in providing housing finance to this group of people who we want to talk about, who are not in the box, but outside the box. And I'll ask them to introduce themselves. I'll start with the only lady I have in my panel, Juliana from KWFT. If you could share, focus on sharing your experiences as you've provided this type of financing to this target market, and give us the numbers, because sometimes people have not heard some of those numbers. Karibu, Juliana.
Good afternoon. My name is Juliana Wanjiru. I work at Kenya Women Microfinance Bank, that is KWFT. And the institution is a microfinance bank that is regulated by Central Bank of Kenya. It's been in operation for over the last 40 years. And the institution it's anchored on sustainability, it's anchored on conservation of environment, but the key thing that we focus on at the institution is transformation of lives. Everything that we do at the institution, we make sure all the products, all the services, all the operations are to transform customers' life. So we have 800,000 women that we serve, and we serve them in a branch network of 230 offices, which are spread in 45 Kenyan counties. And housing is very passionate in KWFT, but before I go to housing, I'd just like to profile the customers that we serve, the ones I told you that live in rural areas, because when you look at those 800,000 customers, 80% of them actually live in the rural areas. Their main economic activity is trade and also agribusiness, so they have an income. But when we look at the customer journey, we realize that there were also other emerging needs. For example, the customers did not have very good housing that poses the health of the family. We also realized that the customers did not have, because they didn't have very good houses, of course they didn't have very good roofing for them to be able to harvest rainwater. And also we realized that after they harvest that rainwater, sometimes it is not clean for drinking. So they lacked proper products to be able to purify the water for drinking at the home. We also realized that at the homestead, the women did not have clean cooking solutions. So most of them were still using mawitatu to cook and firewood. And also we realized that some of them they were still using traditional methods of lighting, that is kerosene, and we all know the dangers of that. So as an institution and through the support from Habitat, we innovated on that. We have a home improvement product that one of the products under that is housing, and it is micro housing, but we do it with a difference. And how we do it with a difference is that we provide access to small loans that are paid over, small loans that are paid within a short time, that enable our customers to build incrementally. What does that mean? It means that the customer does not have to construct a new house at once. It means that a customer can just take a little bit of financing and do the roofing. They can take the financing and do the floor. They can take financing, change the windows, change the doors. They can take, within that product, they can also take funding to be able to build sanitation facilities. So we allow our customers to build incrementally and using locally available materials. So they work with the local masons to provide BQs, and we fund against that. And also we don't require them to give title deeds. What we do, we fund through social guarantee. At the same time, we work with partners to provide our customers with with affordable tanks where they're able now to, because now the customer, maybe for example, they've built the house, they have good roofing, they have gutters, they're able now to harvest rainwater. And also we provide purifiers for our customers to be able to purify that water. Again, we work through partnerships to provide our customers with clean cooking solutions, and as well as solar systems that can be used for lighting, can be used to power television, can be used to power a radio, and they improve the livelihoods of the people in the local communities. And with that, we curb rural-urban migration. So I'll give you the numbers. We've been in this business of housing for the last 7 years. And as at October 2021, we've been able to disburse 107,900 micro-housing loans worth 7 billion. What does that mean? It means that the average loan size is actually less than 70,000 shillings. That is very affordable. Again, for this year only, we've been able to, as an institution, to be able to provide almost 700 million on just micro-housing. So it is possible to bank on rural housing. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Juliana. As you can see, the reason I was saying we need to have people who are doing it so that you can see it's doable. I want to ask Joseph to also share their experiences. But most important, also, you can talk about some of the issues, because we are also not hiding. For these informal people that we are talking about, there are many, many challenges. And, you know, you could just share some of the challenges you see. I know you've not been in this business for a long time.
Yes, my name's Joseph Mukolwe. I work with Ukulima Sacco. Ukulima Sacco is a deposit taking Sacco and regulated by the Sacco Societies Regulatory Authority. I'm here on behalf of my CEO, Bwana Richard Nyango, who was not able to make it. Our Sacco serves civil servants. Civil servants across all the ministries across the country. Focusing more on those civil servants, the ministry that serve the agricultural sector, from the name of Kulima, the ministries of the state departments of agriculture, livestock, fisheries, and the related parastatals. In mortgage lending, as our moderator said, our Sacco is like a new entrant. We started this year. So I'll be speaking briefly from the perspective of a Sacco, a corporate society, who is a new entrant in the line of credit, and what we've seen as some of the challenges and perhaps how we have gone around it. Because of that being new entrants and from the regulator's point of view, we were only allowed to restrict ourselves to the KMRC program. So we are not doing mortgages for other members or for customers outside the KMRC program until perhaps at a later date. So I'll be speaking from that perspective. Some of the challenges you've seen perhaps as an institution, our institution itself, first as the issue of funding the program. We understand that KMRC is using the model of refinancing. They don't finance mortgages, they refinance. So we have to give mortgage because that portfolio, we have to build a portfolio. That's the portfolio that is then refinanced. We've successfully done a bit of this, but because we are lending at less than 10-digit interest rate, for it to be truly affordable housing loan, you realize that as an institution, we may not easily go out to look for perhaps a term loan or some sort of funding from, say, the commercial banks, who are talking of an average of about 12 to 13%, because we are meant to lend to something like 9 or 8%. So funding became an issue. However, as an institution, we were able to tap into and these challenges are common to all the SACCOs. You'll notice that you may not know that of the 11 SACCOs that are under the KMRC program, only about, if I'm not wrong, two SACCOs
were already doing mortgages before. The rest of us were not doing. So only the mortgage portfolio is to be refinanced. So we have to give mortgage first, then for it to be financed. So funding become a problem. We are trying to go around it by trying to pursue alternatives like asking our members to give more and more of their deposits. At the end of financial year, trying to convince members that perhaps we do more of retainage, that we raise the liquidity, the cash flow to support this. And of course, we are also trying to look for other avenues of raising these funds even offshore through some sort of course, it's a challenge, but getting grants to finance this particular program requires some very special arrangements. Second, from that point of view of institution or specifically SACCO that were not on this program, another thing that came out from was the issue of capacity. All the way from the skill sets of the staff, the management information systems, the lending methodologies. We are glad that KMRC was able to competently and satisfactorily facilitate us on this in terms of the trainings which are still ongoing. I will say today, the SACCOs on the program, we fairly know what is expected of us. Some of us have already done some of these mortgages and actually been able to be refinanced, which is an encouragement. Now to the members, while we are talking about the low income earners, I hope the low income earners, of course, our members are civil servants, and one thing about civil servants, the majority are the lower cadres who are our members, they are low incomes. So you find that while we are talking about mortgage, even as we try to originate it, you'll look at a member, yes, you tell a member, yes, you are able to service this mortgage, but then once you start talking about these other associated costs, it becomes an issue. The associated cost and even the other documentations. You will tell a member that, look, we think you are able to commit and pay this loan, but then the starting point you need to go and perhaps do a building plan, structural drawing, maybe go and do a BQ, which has some small costs, then get, say, a construction certificate from the NEMA. Such things become, or almost start being a discouragement. Then finally, when you start talking of now, we want to do the aspect of valuation costs, the legal costs, the stamp duty. These costs actually, they are a hindrance, but again, they are mandatory. They are necessary for that particular program. So we've tried to come around because we are not new in lending per se. So you find that for a member to finally take this mortgage, you find that it's not just the mortgage loan itself. You find that a member has taken a mortgage loan, but on the side, he has been forced perhaps to take some other loan to fund these other associated costs. So it is typical among the low income earners. On this, we are thinking perhaps as we innovatively come around other supportive loan products. We know we are on the, for those of us who are on the KMRC program, we thought perhaps the SACCOs will come together, or all the institutions, including the bank and the microfinance. Could we have some sort of a consortium who can even facilitate that we have a joint way of procuring, say, these service providers, be they valuers, be they the conveyancing advocates, where we know that perhaps through that arrangement, we may have a negotiated sort of affordable costs. We appreciate that these experts or these professionals are regulated in terms of what they are able to charge, but should we come together in that way, we are able to have some negotiated rates. This could be done by ourselves as the institution, or even through the umbrella of the KMRC, because that is where the program is. The second challenge I've seen on the members is the issue of course, yesterday there's an aspect of, through the Bomayangu program, where people don't have titles. In our institution, actually, we've been able to turn away so many of our members because we are saying that we do not have titles, we are not able to go through the legal processes. Of course, we were given some sort of a solution that we could do pre-appraisal, pre-qualification. Of course, even when you do that, you will still have to wait for the titles before we start discussing about how to advance. I think the challenges in the circles are common. I'll want to leave the rest, perhaps, or my colleague Benson from Arampe will be speaking to some of those challenges. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
In the interest of time.
Thank you so much, Joseph. Because of time, I didn't want the next two gentlemen to be brief. But Patrick, if you could, I know he has touched on the challenges, but I think if you think about these people we are financing in the informal sector, I would want you to focus more on what needs to be done to make them have increased access to finance. I think that's where I want you to focus on.
Okay, thank you very much, George. My name is Patrick Jenga. I'm the Chief Executive Officer of Tower Sacco. Tower Sacco is the former Nyandarua Teacher Sacco, and we have 24 branches spread in 7 counties in the country. We are also shareholders in KMRC, and we really appreciate the effort that has been made by KMRC in ensuring that Kenyans get cheap, affordable, and decent houses. Let me say, in our place, most of the members that we do serve come from the informal sector, and from the informal sector, they have irregular incomes, and even when it comes to appraisals, when they come for loans, it becomes very difficult to appraise these people. So what we have done, so that we can enjoin these people in this program, we have come up with groups. They have come to us in groups, investment groups, whereby they save a minimum of 500 shillings per member. Maybe a group has 10 people. And then once they save for 4 months, then they can come for a loan, 3 times their savings, and then they can start with land buying. Then after paying for that loan, maybe for 1 year, we have refinancing. We do top-ups, whereby they can now subdivide that piece of land, each person to own a plot, and then they start constructing. Maybe after paying that loan for another 1 year, they come for more funding, whereby they can do construction in phases. So we have samples of houses, affordable houses, that low-income earners can construct. We have designs of 3-bedroom houses, but first of all, you can put up 2-bedroom house. Then in future, after you get some financing, you can extend that bedroom. For individuals who are in the formal sector, it is very much possible to construct a house in one phase. Maybe you can be able to access a loan of 2 million, 3 million, but when it comes to the informal sector, it's very difficult. People who earn very little, maybe like the people in the border sector, there's small and micro enterprise, their incomes are very low, and if you tell them to take a loan of 2 million, it's very difficult for them to take that loan. Also, most of the people in this sector, the informal sector, they do not have titles to secure their loans. What we normally encourage them is to form clusters, whereby they can guarantee themselves. Using their deposits, they can guarantee themselves. Also, once they are in a group, it is very difficult for one of them to default, because the management of the group is done at the grassroots, and then they do the collections, and then they bring them to the circle. So I think with the group, well managed, they can be able to own land and also own decent houses in phases. If you tell them to find that they'll be able to own plots near urban places, also we have assisted them. Once they buy that land, they can also pay using their weekly earnings. Maybe those people in the border sector, the mamambogas, they can be able to pay their loans on daily basis, not wait for the end of the month, because these people cannot be able to accumulate their funds. And then they keep that fund for payment at the end of the month. They pay. We encourage them even to pay on daily basis as they get their earnings. Also, what we have done in our budget to assist these people in the low income sector, we have set a budget to buy land. You see, nearby the urban centers, land is a bit expensive, and these people may not be able to buy this land. So we have bought land, we have subdivided, and then we have given loans to the small scale earners to come and buy these plots. So in those pieces of land, we have ensured that there are good roads. We have managed and they have gotten good roads. We have ensured that there is water and then there is electricity. So that once these people come there to settle, the cost of putting up a home will be very low. Also, on building, we normally guide them on coming up with BQs so that when they are applying for loans, at least they can be able to tell, my house will be able to cost this much. So that's how we are assisting the small scale earners to own homes in a very cheap way.
Thank you so much, Patrick.
Thank you.
I know this team is between you and lunch, so I really want us to finish, and I want to give the last opportunity to Benson. But Benson, because SACCO has been around for a long time, we have KMRC here, we have the ministry here, all these government guys seated here. We don't need you to address them in terms of what do you think KMRC need to do, the government need to do to unlock this access to finance for people in the informal space.
Thank you, moderator. Like you said, my name is Benson Kimani. I'm the manager mortgages at Harambee SACCO. Harambee SACCO is one of the oldest SACCOs in the country. It started as a merry-go-round, actually at the office of the president in 1969. And then it grew to become what has been popularly known as SACCO ya Gava, because it takes care of the Kenya Police. I know now Kenya Police, they also have their SACCO now, takes care of KDF, and the mainstream civil service. That's why it's called SACCO ya Gava. And of course, when you talk about civil servants and KDF and Kenya Police, you can imagine the kind of salary scales we are talking about. So our story is the same. As they have said, he can stand and talk about the challenges that we are all facing because they are the same. I started my mortgage journey in housing finance, and I can see many of my former colleagues here. And we had a saying, because I was in mortgage sales. And you would get someone coming in and asking you, Mr. Kimani, I have a plot. Unaweza kunijengea? Alafu ujiripe. Ukimaliza kujiripa unirudishie nini yangu. And of course we didn't have that program. It's called BOT, Build Operate Transfer. That speaks to the desperation of many of our members who have plots, because every SACCO now has an investment arm. And the investment arm, like my colleague Patrick here said, they invest in buying land, in big chunk of land, so that they can be able to lower the cost of the single unit for the affordability of the members of the SACCOs. Now, you find that almost every other single member of the SACCO, 70% and above, they own plots. So I just want to connect this with KMRC. So when they heard that now we have a mortgage coming through, but when I came in, there was no mortgage product. So we started the mortgage product tailored on KMRC. There was a lot of expectation. And in the first few months, I was a very popular person. Very popular. Everybody wanted to be my friend. Every member wanted to meet the mortgage man, because that's what they call me there. But with time, I have become somebody they don't want to see. They call me that is the mortgage man. And unfortunately, my office is on 4th floor. So I receive very few visitors nowadays. Because when they come and I give them the terms that we have, the customer service is on the ground floor. So when they come and explain to them, for example, in Jenga loan, that's what we call a construction loan. And you talk about the prerequisites, then you talk about you're going to give them in phases, all this. The next thing, when you look at that member's account, after he leaves you, in a few hours' time, utakuta ameenda, he has taken a top-up loan down there. The normal loans, because he has given up on you. And from that time, you are not the Benson favorable, you are a Benson who is complicated. Yeah? Because in circles, our members are used to working in and working out with money. Then, the other challenge that we had was, I come from a family of teachers. 3 of my siblings are teachers. And they have been with Mwalimu Sacco Pole. They're not with Tower. They're with Mwalimu Sacco. And in my village, each of them has a stone house, what you can call a permanent house. And I built those houses using the Sacco. So using those small loans, they do a functional house, then with time they make it complete through now what we are calling incremental housing or incremental funding. So for us as Harambee, we don't have a formal project like what KWFT has, but we have incremental funding because they'll come for the normal development loan, go and put a foundation, pay, reduce it, come and take a top up, go and do walling like that, and then until the house is complete. So the biggest, apart from the, I think we are the circles are the largest shareholders of KMRC, if I'm not wrong, because we are 11. Banks are 8, if I'm not wrong. I'm not saying that we should not think about it because you're one, but what I'm saying is we need to have a conversation around how to bring in the SACCO, understand the unique characteristics of the SACCO movement. Because I'm telling you, if you are able to capture or come up with something that revolves around the culture of the SACCO, the dream of having the uptake of mortgages is going to be there. We have the demand, but it's not effective. Yeah? So my point of departure, as I conclude, is maybe KMRC can have another division, right? Maybe even have other partners. When you are starting, you only had World Bank. Now you have African Development Bank. And when African Development Bank came in, there was a bit of flexibility, more than what the World Bank is even now, right? So it's possible to source for another partner who can resonate with the realities of the SACCO movement, and then probably we'll be able to unlock. Otherwise, we are a major players. We need to be listened to, we need to be considered. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Benson. Can appreciate him. Sorry, Bonnie, for taking too much time. So I did want to thank my panel in the interest of time because we need to have lunch, and I know we also have a few other sessions. In conclusion, I only want to say 2 things. One, if we continue pushing the kind of box we are pushing of people in the formal sector, that 27,000 might remain there for the next 30 years. We need to move out of the box. Let's think of alternative funding for people in the informal sector. Let's have conversation on KMRC having a fund B for these, my friends. And as partners, we are very willing to help. Asanteni sana. Thank you.
George, and you take your seats. Stage Hadija Kamayo, World Bank.
Hello, everybody. Can you hear me? That's better. So, PCs. Apologies for that. I think we've had a change in the program, but nonetheless, it will be informative. So, allow me to come up here. My name is Hadija Kamayo. I'm a senior financial sector specialist with the World Bank here in Kenya. With respect to housing, the quota team leader for the Kenya is the Kenya Mortgage Refinance Company. On the supply side, I work very closely with county government trying to develop a private sector for delivery of affordable housing in the counties. I think we all agree that without the met. Let me see if I can get another mic. Hello, is this better? Yeah. Much, much better. So, by way of introduction, and I know I need to finish within 12 or so minutes, I have in the Zoom link, there should be Jaime from EU, who will be part of the single-man panel for this session. So as way of background, we started working with Nakuru County government to try to understand how can public sectors leverage the muscle that they have, which is service public land, to leverage and catalyze private capital. And that engagement started from 2017-18, just when the State Department of Housing was also creating a strategy on its 500,000 homes agenda. And one of the things that we agreed together with State Department of Housing is, let's have as many horses in this race for affordable housing as possible. Because if any of those horses win a race, you know, we've all won that race, right? So the idea was, can we conceptualize a model that takes into context the local private sector participation needs? You know, when you speak about private sector, there's an ambiguity behind who is private sector. For Kenya, it's the MSMEs. Those are the engines of growth. And we felt for the construction sector in particular, how can we not only help the government meet its Big Four agenda in terms of the number of affordable housing units, but meet the other metric that is there. I don't know if you all realize that in the PowerPoint that PS Hingat likes to present, there's another metric there. Does anyone know what that second metric is, apart from 500,000 homes? 350,000 jobs. Now, the housing sector, the real estate sector, is one of the big engines of job creation. 5 jobs per unit on average. So we felt that as opposed to, for me to better describe what this Nakuru County model is, you see it in contrast to what the standard joint venture model that the national government has adopted. So see the case of public having land, seeking private sector capital. They will say, here is service land, please bring your capital and implementation capacity, we develop the units. Typically, due to scale, you'd find those units being around 1,000 units upwards and on. What that does, it locks out a big proportion of what we term as our MSMEs. And I think ISK and other initial speakers mentioned the fact that capacity is there. But I think when you look at affordable housing as a subject, it does require expertise. It's any one day loss affects the business. It's not like luxury homes or commercial real estate. The business case is extremely sensitive. So you need to work on a just-in-time principle. When the market tells you this is what we need, you develop it and you meet it in a very coherent manner. Efficiency is quite key for affordable housing. Now, what we felt was important is, as opposed to bundling what the government will be seeking in private sector capital, you know, put in the financiers, put in the developers on EPC, put in the facilities management on O&M basis, let's unbundle that, right? Let's have the investment vehicle seeking investors familiar with real estate investment, and then that investment vehicle will, via an independent operating agency, be able to seek for MSMEs to do the actual construction, design and construction. We have extremely good experience in Kenya on facilities management. By having the EPC contracting being done by multiple MSMEs, you not only increase the scope of jobs that you create, but you also de-risk. You know, our colleague from REL spoke a lot about de-risking, and this sector does require de-risking. One way to inherently de-risk it is by reducing the scale. As opposed for seeking to do 1,000 units at once on speculative demand, you do, let's say, 100 units based on the fact that you know the demand there is 300, right? Do more, so that once you get that money, especially from local private sector participation where financial capacity is limited, you're able to roll over that money. Now, our CEC CUNA is not here, but he would have explained the experience they've had in implementing this. They've reached the point of negotiating with a selected consortium, and that is an ongoing procurement process. So to just bring in Jaime, who the World Bank and EU have partnered to help scale up this framework to other county governments, because we believe it's quite sound. It does speak to the merits of what's required beyond just affordable housing units in a sustainable manner. And he can also touch on the most important aspect of it in view of climate change. So how can we even push the frontier toward affordable and green housing? Jaime, over to you.
Thank you very much, Hadija. Thank you, everybody, for having me in this conference. So I work for the EU delegation to Kenya. The EU delegation primarily works with grants. So is to be distinguished from the European Investment Bank, with whom we partner, who is our development partner, who will be working more like the World Bank. So we are more and more interested in operating with the private sector in ways in which we can leverage our mutual comparative advantages. And we found extremely rich to have this opportunity to join the World Bank and helping them scale up together with the State Department of Housing, their approach to mobilizing this private sector investment in developer formal-led affordable housing. Now, a lot has been very positive and constructive proposals have been discussed in this conference these 2 days. The EU, we find that we prefer to work in a system where you don't depend too much on the fiscal resources of the state, which are limited, particularly to subsidize a market. And therefore, we find that the concept that the World Bank is developing in Naivasha with using government land as patient equity, using this land as a way in which the government can itself in the future benefit from the value of this land, is a much more sustainable model. Is a model that instead of providing tax rebates or incentives or financial guarantees that might involve issues of moral hazard and reduced incentives to actually perform to cost, is a way in which we are de facto de-risking, reducing costs, and converting assets of the government into potentially financial and fiscal assets in the future. So we think this has enormous potential, and land value capture, or a much nicer term, land value sharing, as proposed by Geoffrey Payne, is an extremely important model to develop. And we believe this is going to be something that can unlock a significant contribution towards the affordable housing agenda. Having said that, it's very important to recognize, and I don't know to what extent in this conference is being recognized, that there's a very inherent limitation for a formal market and developer-led approach to housing, which in fact perhaps should be called affordable real estate. This is different from a public social housing approach. There's a very limited scope to upscale given the real demand for the lowest the income population in the country. This is not to say it's not worth working with this. That's why we want to work with the World Bank in deploying this part, because as it's been called, it's important to coordinate contributions from all different actors, and it's important to recognize the different sub-markets that CETA is very clearly conceptualizing in every single talk she provides, and is important to understand. So the formal developer-led market is going to contribute something, but not as much as what people themselves are actually delivering. So I was very happy to hear before about the incremental housing approach that may not necessarily require investors bringing money, because you need to remember that finance is a tool, is a technology that can unlock production, but it can also be a tool that can block a situation where too many interests in extracting yields are replacing the ability of people, communities, or even the state, jointly with some other actors in the private sector, to produce. So one call I wanted to make in this is the importance of structuring whatever to do towards the production, basically the supply of construction and housing. And investment is not necessarily productive. So that's what the EU wants to do here with the World Bank, is helping the government of Kenya develop a pipeline of projects that build on assets that the government has without necessarily costing it too many fiscal resources. In fact, improving its potential for those assets to become fiscal resources in the future in a productive way. And in terms of production, one way in which we have been successfully promoting climate adaptation in construction is, for instance, the production of compressed stabilized earth blocks, which is a technology that is 11 times less polluting, has 11 times less embodied energy than the conventional cement blocks, and uses substrate earth instead of topsoil like bricks do. So brick, you usually use topsoil and then burn it, which is disastrous for the environment. And compressed stabilized earth blocks can use substrate earth, even from public works, from road works, from infrastructure which you might have, and build your blocks which are 6 times more resistant than other conventional blocks. You can generate local economy. You can create jobs, like Khadija was pointing out, which is most important. Reduce dependency on the import of cement. Reduce the dependency on things like steel, which are things that 3D printing is not going to bring to you. So it's important to bring to the equation also the macroeconomic context, how housing contributes to job creation, how it includes to the wealth effect, and not only thinking exclusively about how it provides returns for investors. It is essential for investors that it is profitable, yes, but if the purpose of the government is to provide affordable housing, investment and investors can be partners, can be a tool, but if they become the objectives themselves, we might be providing guarantees, subsidies, and contribution towards the people who are supposed then to be the tools, instead of giving it to communities that can deliver a much lower rate. I want to finish with one sentence. I was very happy to hear Piasina say that he saw a progress in the cost efficiency of construction. He saw when he started houses at 30,000 Kenyan shillings per square meter. He's seen this going down to Kenyan shillings 25,000 per square meter. Well, we know as a fact that the owner-driven incremental approaches, which is what is delivering 30 million units in 5 years in India, he delivered 1 million units in Sri Lanka in the 1980s, cost half that. So Kenya has the potential and the ability, and the SACCOs, KMRC, and they can partner to unlock the potential of people to co-produce at half of 25,000, so in the order of 13,000 shillings per square meter, which is one of the things we want to bring into the table, in addition and in complement and in learning from the World Bank model in Naivasha. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity, and looking forward meeting you in person next time. It was not possible here. We are here to stay in the sector in partnership with the World Bank and the government of Kenya. Thank you so much.
Great. Thank you so much, Jaime. Thank you. And in my concluding remarks, and I think this is something we need to take to heart, the crisis is there, the solutions are available. I think as opposed to waiting to find the perfect model, let's start. Just start and learn. I think that's the only way we can be able to make a difference. Waiting for best international practices, waiting to get the best type of structuring, we will do it as a theoretical exercise. I think it's by learning, failing, quickly wake up, do it again and proceed. That's how we make progress on this agenda. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Adija, for expediting that. Finally, it's lunch, okay? But one quick announcement. Oh, you want to clap for lunch? One quick announcement is that, so we have the CS for Lands who will be gracing the function this afternoon. We're breaking for lunch now, but we intend to start at exactly 3 o'clock. So once you're done, if you could just get back here so that we start in good time. I also do understand there's quite a number of teams that will be traveling back to Nairobi and other places this afternoon. So we'll try to rush that session so that you're able to leave in good time, okay? Great, enjoy your lunch.
Recording stopped.
One, two. 1, 2, mic check. 1, 2, mic check. Mic check 1, 2. 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 1, 2. Mic check 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 1, 2. Mic check.
As a National Housing Corporation, we're proud of this project. This has been a project that has been achieved through work by a lot of players, and I'm here to recognize their effort. More so the public who showed a lot of trust, particularly in a government entity. At the end of the day, we have been able to achieve these houses, but most importantly for us as National Housing Corporation is how the houses will be shared to the public. And we wish to reassure you that as a NHC, we have always had an open and transparent policy of allocating houses. We've been in business since 1953. And you know we have a lot of projects within Nairobi itself and across the country. We will ensure that those who did put in the applications and are eligible for houses will be considered in a fair way. And I know there are more people who applied for the houses than we have here. But at the end of the day, this is not the only project. We have a multitude of other projects coming up. And as we always say it, this is more of a proof of concept for the houses that we will do.
Today marks a critical milestone in the affordable housing agenda with the launch of the allocation of the Park Road Housing Project. This launch today literally provides an important convergence between supply and demand. As we are all aware, the critical demand for housing has not been adequately met by the supply side of the market. In fact, the demand-supply gap is mostly noticeable at the lower end of the housing market, as the lower income households have limited access to decent housing. Over the last few years, however, the country has been able to provide an average of 50,000 housing units per year, but mostly for the high-income families. In this regard, the entry of KMRC in the market is expected to improve mortgage affordability, increase the number of qualifying borrowers, and result in the expansion of the primary mortgage market and home ownership in Kenya. It provides bulk long-term housing loans to participating primary mortgage lenders at concessional rates of the primary mortgage lenders are expected to pass the benefit of fixed long-term funds, potentially at lower than market rates, to wananchi. We have already approved a refinanceable portfolio, that's KMRC, of about 4.5 billion, which we are working to release in due course. The institutions are now at an advanced stage of finalizing the required documentation to access the funding. We have nonetheless already received the funding for purposes of refinancing that portfolio. We have also approved credit limits of about 50.7 billion Kenya shillings on aggregate for all the 20 participating institutions, giving them greater clarity on the amounts they are eligible to draw down up to 30th of June 2020 project currently under consideration. KMRC will seek to leverage its broad shareholder mix that includes the Government of Kenya, commercial banks, savings and credit cooperatives, and development finance institutions to support development in the housing market. We will also support housing developers by linking them up with the participating mortgage lenders. You know, we have about 20 institutions that participate with us, so that we effectively create a link between supply and demand. We are convinced that when the developers have a clear view of demand, they will be motivated to invest more in affordable housing developments. Accelerating mortgage registration and the title transfer processes will also have significant impact on the ability of developers to reach scale in affordable housing developments and to better manage their capital and liquidity constraints. We encourage banks, because they play in both the demand and the supply side, now that they have good clarity and visibility on both sides, to support, especially on the supply side in terms of development, because with clear visibility on the demand on this side, they will be able to potentially better manage the risk, which is a lot higher in the supply side. Although small at present, Kenya has a dynamic mortgage industry which is growing rapidly and becoming increasingly competitive. Several institutions are now in this sector. Apart from the banks which are considered traditional mortgage lenders, we now have microfinance banks, savings and credit cooperatives, who ordinarily offer loans, a majority of which go into housing, but they don't develop or they don't produce mortgages or they don't do mortgages. But KMRC has partnered with SACCOs, who we believe have a lot more greater need for liquidity for purposes of enhancing the scope of affordable housing, as they will be able to diversify their product offering. This diversity favors home loan borrowers as it creates the much needed competition in the market. We encourage Kenyans to visit our partner institutions and get information on how they can apply for a mortgage funded through KMRC, which will enable them to own an affordable home. On behalf of Kenya Mortgage Refinance Company, I wish to congratulate the State Department for Housing and Urban Development for completion of this project and the launch of the first affordable homes in Kenya.
This program started last year, April. I don't think there is any government project that has actually been undertaken with this kind of speed. And so I think we are also sending out a message that you can do good quality work, but at the same time you are able to meet the deadlines. So we are very, very excited about that. But more importantly is that these houses are going to be habited by the face of Kenya. And I think if all else fails, I think that is the most important thing, is that you don't need to know the PS, you don't need to know the housing secretary or anybody else. This process of allocation of these houses is the most transparent process, and anybody from Mama Mboga to a shoe cobbler to a Juakali artisan can today own a home. I want to clarify how the process works. Number one, you need to be registered on Boma Yangu. You need to be registered on Boma Yangu, and there are many ways in which you can register yourself. You can use USSD *688 hash. You can go to the portal, and there is a bomayangu.go.ke. You can go to Huduma Center, and you can just walk in, and we have got a help desk that is going to help you register. So that's a fast and very important step. Number two, you need to upload certain documentation, because there is a KYC process, or know your client process, that we need. We also need to get your income details, because the houses are allocated based on your household income. So that's very, very, very important. Number three, you need to start saving towards your home. It's important to note that you need to have raised at least 12.5% of the cost of the unit typology that you have elected that you want. Number 4, you need to choose Park Road because there are other settlements, there are other schemes that are coming up. So you need to actually go and choose and say, I want Park Road. Because if you don't choose, then you will just appear as a general, you're just interested. This affordable housing agenda has been misunderstood. Perhaps to say that it's government that is going to be building houses. No. This agenda is about government facilitating the private sector. This housing scheme has been undertaken by an investor. They put in their money, they built it, government provided the land, and once the housing scheme was completed, we had mobilized the money from civil servants from all over the country to pay them. So I think it's important to understand how this model works. And you cannot do that without the financial institutions because we know that our housing sector, the market is broken, and it is a systemic problem that has taken many years to be. For a country of 47 million and above to have about 25,000 mortgages, I think you can all attest that we have a problem. But we have started the journey to right those wrongs, and we cannot do it without getting the private sector involved. Any Kenyan born can aspire to have their own house. This is very, very, very important. So laying the right foundation is important, but making sure that we do it with the right partners is critical. And I can also attest that we have over 20,000 acres of land that we have set aside. So really this journey of affordable housing, it may have taken a little bit of time to take off, but the dream is still alive. And we still believe that it's better late than never. And we will be able to deliver on this great aspiration for majority of our people. Housing is a great multiplier. It is a huge multiplier in terms of the economy. And Daktari, this scheme here, we have a Juakali association, 3 of them, from Ngong Road, Kamukunji, and Kariobangi, that came together. They collapsed their business to form a corporate. And I dare say that they are probably one of the largest companies in Kenya today because they employ over 10,000 Kenyans. And this association is the one that made all the doors that you find here in Park Road. And that is to a value of 150 million. That is 150 million shillings that went to Juakali directly without brokers in between. And I think those are some of the things that we need to also realize, that when we talk about dignifying our people, we are also creating a lot of jobs. The number of jobs that are being created here, there's a time we came here with His Excellency the President, and you'll have thought that this was a campaign trail. Then just from the staff and the employees that were working here, we were running 3 shifts. And so this is such a massive undertaking. As we speak right now, we have a pipeline of 551,000 houses that are up in the pipeline in different stages coming up. Of the 551, 23,000 are already under construction. And soon we are going to be launching about another 10,000, which is Starehe, Shaurimoyo A and B, in the coming months. We also have a big scheme that will be coming up, Portland, where we have got about 16,000 acres, but of which 4,200 has already been set aside for a new city, and where we want to put up 240,000. The master planning is done, and we already have 4 investors that are already, we are already negotiating with them. So it is a slow grind, but it is a grind nevertheless. The demand is real. And so I'd like to urge our developers, because this is now where we need the developers to come to the table. The financing for end user is in place. The banks have told you how much they are providing, and KMRC has given them the assurance that they will refinance them. So it means that as they do the mortgages, they can recycle their money and do more mortgages over time. What we now need are developers and investors to come to the table and to start building. You don't need a big scheme like this one. You can even start with 100 units. You can start with 40 units. For as long as those houses meet the definition of affordable housing, any Kenyan can go to any of these participating banks and they will be able to get a unit of their choice. We have also put in a lot of governance structure. And one of the most important things that we wanted to demonstrate with this scheme is trust, that you can actually trust government. Because I think in the past, there is an element of trust deficit. Because sometimes we say something and we do something different. We say these houses are supposed to be for a certain class of people, and then you find that those who have money come and buy 10 and 15 of them, and then they end up benefiting from them. So we have actually put together a very good governance. We have got Zamara. They are the administrators, independent administrators of the housing fund. We have Britam, the fund managers. And then we also have the main custodial bank, which is KCB.
In the history of our country, when housing development is written many years from now, you remember this event. Because largely amidst global pandemic, we have PS and all of us have built together a program or a project in very difficult times. And when they say that there's always a silver lining in a cloud, nothing demonstrates that than this program. A lot of people are nervous in the environment we live today, and especially for the financial sector, who has stood strongly behind individuals, clients, businesses. If you look at the statistics of the banking sector, and many times it's never told. I've been chairman for long enough to know that banks are always seen as profitable and non-supportive. But if you look at the global pandemic today for COVID-19, banks have almost reached more than 1.3 trillion shillings of finances restructuring. And that's significant for what we are putting on the table to be able to support those businesses. And for housing development, I would say we've been doing mortgages much more on the medium to high end over years. But the affordable housing program is just a catalyst, PS. I would say it's a private public sector initiative for financing. It will demonstrate much more investors to come in. Just the banks which have made a commitment in excess of 365 billion shillings as a first start. And that's a commitment we made so far. It is a significant investment. If you look at lending at the sector, if you prioritize the lending portfolio in terms of the sector, this will be PS the third or fourth largest segment today. And potentially knowing how housing is, perhaps could become the single largest segment in the years ahead. So there is a real commitment for us as an industry. We have also done more beyond just this activity. So we've done work with the Kenya Mortgage Financing Company. Johnson spoke earlier. A number of our banks are shareholders. And that will deliver loans at interest rate governor of below 10%. It's 9.9% as far as I remember for our banks that we have in the market. And so I don't see the challenge, PS, on financing the project that we have. Different banks have different agendas to be able to build, support investors, support people who are willing to invest in this program, and also even as we go ahead to create the partial guarantee scheme for housing, this is one way of extending the opportunities we all face. So mine is to thank you and give you a commitment for the industry, PS, that we will stand with all investors beyond yourself to be able to make this a reality. Thank you, and wishing you a good launch today. Asante sana.
As was mentioned a moment ago, when the history is written of housing in Kenya, and indeed our country, and indeed of 2020, this event today will be a significant element. It will have its own chapter. And that is actually something that we all acknowledge. But in terms of example, I want you to go back to a particular building that we all know, which is the Empire State Building in New York. We've all heard about it. We've seen pictures about it. It was the first building that was more than 100 floors. So that was the idea, 100 floors. It began at a time when they began building it, at a time when the economy of the US and other economies had actually collapsed completely. That was after the Great Depression, the collapse of the financial markets in 1929, etc. So it began in March of 1930 and actually was completed in 1 year, 45 days. 1 year, 45 days, record time. And they wanted to prove something, that we can do it. We can do it. Today, obviously, it's a marvel. But it's interesting to look back at it and see it was built in record time, at a time when the world had collapsed, and at the end of it, the human spirit could not be suppressed. This is what we are witnessing today, Bwana PS. This is what you have put together, Bwana CAS, and indeed everyone else who's been part of this project. The idea that 2020, of course, has been a very rough year for everybody, but at the same time, we've managed to appreciate what is important for us as Kenyans, as people who care about each other. The reason we are here today is because we will have 1,300 families get a roof over their head that they own, their own building, their own housing, hii ni yangu. And we have 1,300 today, but as PS has said, there is a pipeline. And that pipeline will continue into the future. The problem is we needed to start somewhere and prove it can be done. And that's what they had to do back in 1930 when they did the Empire State Building. And that's what this success is today. We've brought together PS and everyone else that was involved in this project. You brought together a set of people who are inspired by the objective of providing housing to everybody, but particularly affordable housing to that sector of our society that maybe at times we ignore them. Of course, it means bringing together people with their ingenuity and everyone pulling as they can. And I think this is remarkable. It doesn't happen often, and you've proved we can do it. PS, you should be proud of this. You and your team should be very proud because it's not only in housing, but it is in everything else. Unfortunately, many of our projects collapse, not because we don't have the ingenuity, but because other maneno comes in. I don't know what the maneno is. So you find that a project started, it's not finishing. Forget even finishing as per schedule. I talked about that building, and they completed it in 1 year, 45 days. 1 year, 45 days. So it means they were doing something like 3 floors, an average of 3 floors per day. And the same here. You have done it in 1 year, 6 months. I don't think anywhere in Kenya you've had that sort of record. Secondly, you've also done it at cost. At cost. One of the reasons why this is affordable is because there was that concern about keeping the costs down. So yes, the material is good, but it doesn't mean that we have to splurge on things. You know, I think we all understand, you know, things that are supposed to cost 100 shillings, they cost 400 shillings, and all other problems that produces. And that is why you can actually have a 3-bedroom house at the price of I think it was 3.25 million or something like that, because actually you made sure that the costs were kept down in terms of production costs, etc. But that's not just sufficient. It's also important to have others that will support in terms of lending. The finances are important. And I think the bankers should be congratulated for actually not just welcoming, but embracing this project, making it their own. And in some sense, not just financing it, but making sure that they can lend at single digits. That I don't think you could have gotten anywhere, say 2 years ago, 3 years ago, whatever. But somehow, bankers have decided that this is something that they'll make money on it. They're not losing money. And yet, it'll make it affordable for the people. But the most important thing here is that you're providing dignity to the people that will be coming here. The issue of dignity is something that I think we have had to remember during this 2020 pandemic. We look at each other, we are the
the brother or the sister. I'm the brother of whoever is on my left and right. Be your brother's keeper, be your sister's keeper. And so we are concerned about treating others, making sure that they actually have dignity. And I think a key element in our lifestyle, in our lives really, is having a building that is yours, your home. And I think this really shows that we as a society can do exactly that. So this is something that I can say I'm proud to be associated with. I also have staff members who want these houses. And frankly, I think we support it very much. Here I'm going to say that we have decided to provide some financing for our staff so that they can get these houses. So I'm sorry to the bankers, because that's coming off you. But it's something that we have done, and we are sure that the allocations are going to work appropriately. And if you don't mind, Bonasias, just to show you how conflicted I am, I wanted to show the commitment of our staff, and I'm talking of staff members of the Central Bank of Kenya, those who actually are in this category and have applied and will be getting those allocations, just to show and to represent their commitment to this. I will provide something, a little something which will be clear, and I'll ask my colleagues to come to the front and join me in this task. Wallace wants me to say that this represents the commitment of our members of staff. It's coming from the members of staff that have actually applied and will be getting allocations in this set of housing. Of course, we are part of the 30,000 that are in there as well. So there are only 58 here, but there will be many more, I'm sure, as more buildings become available. Thank you very much, PS.
It gives me great pleasure to join you for this brief ceremony as we formally begin the allocation of the Park Road project to the beneficiaries. It's a special occasion, and we will not be prouder of the timing. In the past 9 months, our economy, like all economies everywhere in the world, has been constantly tested by the adverse effects of COVID-19. As we have embraced containment strategies to curb the spread of COVID-19, a number of our key projects have been delayed and in some cases been halted altogether. Even so, this flagship project remained on course, and we have truly doubled our efforts to deliver this project within the proposed timelines and projected cost. We feel proud of the work done so far, and it motivates us to continue with other projects across the country. Today's ceremony, therefore, is a source of pride and joy for us, but most importantly to the beneficiaries who are set to own these houses. As mentioned by Pierre Singer, we have commenced the allocation of all the 1,370 housing units at Park Road. This process will take 1 month, and we will ensure that all the beneficiaries who qualify are allocated the houses. Ladies and gentlemen, our ambition to provide decent and adequate housing is born out of a great need among our rapidly urbanizing cities and towns. With so many of our urban dwellers living in inhumane conditions, our quest to realize the constitutional right to decent and adequate housing must continue. Access to housing has been on the Sustainable Development Agenda at the global level and has also been envisioned among the key factors for promoting inclusive urban development, which embraces the right to live well for all human dwellers, urban dwellers. Ladies and gentlemen, in implementing the affordable housing program, we join other countries globally who have turned the challenge of providing affordable housing into an opportunity. We expect that our extensive pipeline of projects will not only avail decent homes to Kenyans, but also create job opportunities and income-generating activities through the integrated supply chains. As we have stated before, embarking on provision of affordable housing does not only benefit the beneficiaries of the houses, but also the thousands of Kenyans involved directly and indirectly in the development process. It gives me immense pride and honor to say that many of the intended applicants for this flagship project will be in the income groups that would typically work in housing projects either as employees or suppliers from small medium enterprises or Juakali sector. Ladies and gentlemen, these housing units we are allocating today demonstrate the government's commitment to delivering affordable housing, and as we gear up to commission the next projects at Shauri Moyo, Starehe, and Earth River, we are focusing on supporting our developers to deliver these houses during these uncertain times. We want to reassure the public that we have a pipeline of projects across the country awaiting funding in order to be rolled out. These projects would be able to confer the same pride and joy that Park Road will offer to so many of you who will be selected during this allocation process. Even as we await groundbreaking on government affordable housing project developments, we have projects from our private sector strategic partners that remain available to the public. These projects are advertised on Boma Yangu, and we encourage the public to review and visit these projects to assess their suitability for home ownership. Our strategic partners have committed to our development framework guidelines and offer units in the affordable pricing range that we have set the pace with on this Park Road flagship project. Ladies and gentlemen, we have an opportunity to further spur home ownership by supporting the National Housing Development Fund. The Housing Fund is the funding vehicle that will allow us to deliver these homes in the future. With a shift from mandatory to voluntary contributions, we need many more of you to contribute together on Boma Yangu so that we can finance the multitude of projects in our pipeline and spread the pride of home ownership to other Kenyans. The National Housing Department Fund remains a safe haven for your contributions, and it will serve a decent purpose in inspiring development of affordable housing. But beyond inspiring development, the National Housing Development Fund offers an opportunity to provide affordable financing for home ownership. Some of these allocated homes in this Park Road project will be financed through a tenant purchase scheme, and a nationwide tenant purchase scheme can only be available if we pool our resources together. Even so, we have explored multiple options for funding homeowners. We expand the ability of potential homeowners to finance the purchase of units. We have 7 local banks who have set aside funding to put towards affordable mortgages and other financing mechanisms. These Kenyan banks have committed over 300 billion to end-user financing and are accessible through the Boma Yangu portal to assess and review your home financing needs. As a government, we take the approach that the best thing we can do for the economy is is continually improve its resilience and its capacity to adapt. To this end, we will continue in our efforts to facilitate the developers and strategic partners to continue the execution of this ambitious program. All the developers who put up low-cost residential houses will continue enjoying lower corporate tax rates as we look to boost investment in housing for low-income earners. They will also enjoy other government-backed incentives, including VAT exemption on importation and the local purchase of goods for the construction of houses under the Affordable Housing Scheme, a low import declaration fee, and railway development levy for affordable housing imports. We are confident that these incentives will contribute to lowering the cost of developing houses, and eventually the benefits are passed to potential homeowners. Finally, ladies and gentlemen, in the journey towards creating sustainable and socially equitable human settlements, a lot of investment is required, and we must adopt a shift in our mindsets that embraces and avails opportunities for all to afford decent and adequate housing. To achieve this, we need an enabling environment where affordable housing can be developed with the right infrastructure, investment, and macroeconomic policies targeted towards social and financial inclusion. We must continue on this journey of the affordable housing program, as everyone deserves a safe place to live in. It can transform the quality of life of individuals and families. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you.
As a National Housing Corporation, we are proud of this project. This has been a project that has been achieved through work by a lot of players, and I'm here to recognize their effort, more so the public who showed a lot of trust, particularly in a government entity. At the end of the day, we have been able to achieve these houses. But most importantly for us as National Housing Corporation is how the houses will be shared to the public. And we wish to reassure you that as a NHC, we have always had an open and transparent policy of allocating houses. We've been in business since 1953. And you know we have a lot of projects within Nairobi itself and across the country. We will ensure that those who did put in the applications and are eligible for houses will be considered in a fair way. And I know there are more people who applied for the houses than we have here. But at the end of the day, this is not the only project. We have a multitude of other projects coming up. And as we always say it, this is more of a proof of concept for the houses that we will do.
Today marks a critical milestone in the affordable housing agenda with the launch of the allocation of the Park Road Housing Project. This launch today literally provides an important convergence between supply and demand. As we all are aware, the critical demand for housing has not been adequately met by the supply side of the market. In fact, the demand-supply gap is mostly noticeable at the lower end of the housing market, as the lower income households have limited access to decent housing. Over the last few years, however, the country has been able to provide an average of 50,000 housing units per year, but mostly for the high-income families. In this regard, the entry of KMRC in the market is expected to improve mortgage affordability, increase the number of qualifying borrowers, and result in the expansion of the primary mortgage market and home ownership in Kenya. As a wholesale lender, KMRC provides bulk long-term housing loans to participating primary mortgage lenders at concessional rates of about 5% per year at the start. The primary mortgage lenders are expected to pass the benefit of fixed long-term funds, potentially at lower than market rates, to wananchi. We have already approved a refinanceable portfolio, that's KMRC, credit limits of about 50.7 billion Kenya shillings on aggregate for all the 20 participating institutions, giving them greater clarity on the amounts they are eligible to draw down up to 30th of June 2021, after which new credit limits will be set. KMRC therefore stands ready to refinance mortgages originated out of this Park Road project and indeed in any other project currently under consideration. KMRC will seek to leverage its broad shareholder mix that includes the Government of Kenya, commercial banks, savings and credit cooperatives, and development finance institutions to support development in the housing market. We will also support housing developers by linking them up with the participating mortgage lenders. You know, we have about 20 institutions that participate with us, so that we effectively create a link between supply and demand. We are convinced that when the developers have a clear view of demand, they will be motivated to invest more in affordable housing developments. Accelerating mortgage registration and the title transfer processes will also have significant impact on the ability of developers to reach scale in affordable housing developments and to better manage their capital and liquidity constraints. We encourage banks, because they play in both the demand and the supply side, now that they have good clarity and visibility on both sides, to support, especially on the supply side in terms of development, because with clear visibility on the demand on this side, they will be able to potentially better manage the risk, which is a lot higher in the supply side. Although small at present, Kenya has a dynamic mortgage industry which is growing rapidly and becoming increasingly competitive. Several institutions are now in this sector. Apart from the banks which are considered traditional mortgage lenders, we now have microfinance banks, savings and credit cooperatives, who ordinarily offer loans, a majority of which go into housing, but they don't develop or they don't produce mortgages or they don't do mortgages. But KMRC has partnered with SACCOs, who we believe have a lot more greater need for liquidity for purposes of enhancing the scope of affordable housing, as they will be able to diversify their product offering. This diversity favors home loan borrowers and it creates the much needed competition in the market. We encourage Kenyans to visit our partner institutions and get information on how they can apply for a mortgage funded through KMRC, which will enable them to own an affordable home. On behalf of Kenya Mortgage Refinance Company, I wish to congratulate the State Department for Housing and Urban Development for completion of this project and the launch of the first affordable homes in Kenya.
This program started last year, April. I don't think there is any government project that has actually been undertaken with this kind of speed. And so I think we are also sending out a message that you can do good quality work, but at the same time you are able to meet the deadlines. So we are very, very excited about that. But more importantly is that these houses are going to be habited by the face of Kenya. And I think if all else fails, I think that is the most important thing, is that you don't need to know the PS, you don't need to know the housing secretary or anybody else. This process of allocation of these houses is the most transparent process, and anybody from Mama Mboga to a shoe cobbler to a Juakali artisan can today own a home. I want to clarify how the process works. Number one, you need to be registered on Boma Yangu. You need to be registered on Boma Yangu, and there are many ways in which you can register yourself. You can use USSD *688#. You can go to the portal and there is a bomayangu.go.ke. You can go to Huduma Center and you can just walk in, and we have got a help desk that is going to help you register. So that's a first and very important step. Number two, you need to upload certain documentation, because there is a KYC process, or know your client process, that we need. We also need to get your income details, because the houses are allocated based on your household income. So that's very, very, very important. Number 3, you need to start saving towards your home. It's important to note that you need to have raised at least 12.5% of the cost of the unit typology that you have elected that you want. Number 4, you need to choose Park Road, because there are other settlements, there are other schemes that are coming up. So you need to actually go and choose and say, I want Park Road. Because if you don't choose, then you will just appear as a general, you're just interested. This affordable housing agenda has been misunderstood. Perhaps to say that it's government that is going to be building houses. No. This agenda is about government facilitating the private sector. This housing scheme has been undertaken by an investor. They put in their money, they built it, government provided the land, and once the housing scheme was completed, we had mobilized the money from civil servants from all over the country to pay them. So I think it's important to understand how this model works. And you cannot do that without the financial institutions, because we know that our housing sector, the market is broken, and it is a systemic problem that has taken many years to be. For a country of 47 million and above to have about 25,000 mortgages, I think you can all attest that we have a problem. But we have started the journey to right those wrongs, and we cannot do it without getting the private sector involved. Any Kenyan born can aspire to have their own house. This is very, very, very important. So laying the right foundation is important, but making sure that we do it with the right partners is critical. And I can also attest that we have over 20,000 acres of land that we have set aside. So really, this journey of affordable housing, it may have taken a little bit of time to take off, but the dream is still alive. And we still believe that it's better late than never. And we will be able to deliver on this great aspiration for majority of our people. Housing is a great multiplier. It is a huge multiplier in terms of the economy. And Daktari, this scheme here, we have a Juakali association, 3 of them, from Ngong Road, Kamukunji, and Kariobangi, that came together. They collapsed their business to form a corporate. And I dare say that they are probably one of the largest companies in Kenya today, because they employ over 10,000 Kenyans. And this association is the one that made all the doors that you find here in Park Road. And that is to a value of 150 million. That is 150 million shillings that went to Juakali directly without brokers in between. And I think those are some of the things that we need to also realize, that when we talk about dignifying our people, we are also creating a lot of jobs. The number of jobs that are being created here, there's a time we came here with His Excellency the President, and you'll have thought that this was a campaign trail. Then just from the staff and the employees that were working here, we were running 3 shifts. And so this is such a massive undertaking. As we speak right now, we have a pipeline of 551,000 houses that are up in the pipeline in different stages coming up. Of the 551, 23,000 are already under construction. And soon we are going to be launching about another 10,000, which is Tarehe, Shaurimoyo A and B, in the coming months. We also have a big scheme that will be coming up, Portland, where we have got about 16,000 acres, but of which 4,200 has already been set aside for a new city, and where we want to put up 240,000. The master planning is done, and we already have 4 investors that are already, we're already negotiating with them. So it is a slow grind, but it is a grind nevertheless. The demand is real. And so I'd like to urge our developers, because this is now where we need the developers to come to the table. The financing for end user is in place. The banks have told you how much they are providing, and KMRC has given them the assurance that they will refinance them. So it means that as they do the mortgages, they can recycle their money and do more mortgages over time. What we now need are developers and investors to come to the table and to start building. You don't need a big scheme like this one. You can even start with 100 units. You can start with 40 units. For as long as those houses meet the definition of affordable housing, any Kenyan can go to any of these participating banks and they will be able to get a unit of their choice. We have also put in a lot of governance structure. And one of the most important things that we wanted to demonstrate with this scheme is trust, that you can actually trust government. Because I think in the past, there is an element of trust deficit. Because sometimes we say something and we do something different. We say these houses are supposed to be for a certain class of people, and then you find that those who have money come and buy 10 and 15 of them, and then they end up benefiting from them. So we have actually put together a very good governance. We have got Zamara. They are the administrators, independent administrators of the housing fund. We have Britam, the fund managers. And then we also have the main custodial bank, which is KCB.
In the history of our country, when housing development is written many years from now, you remember this event. Because largely amidst global pandemic, we have PS and all of us have built together a program or a project in very difficult times. And when they say that there's always a silver lining in a cloud, nothing demonstrates that than this program. A lot of people are nervous in the environment we live today, and especially for the financial sector, who has stood strongly behind individuals, clients, businesses. If you look at the statistics of the banking sector, and many times it's never told. I've been chairman for long enough to know that banks are always seen as profitable and non-supportive. But if you look at the global pandemic today for COVID-19, banks have almost reached more than 1.3 trillion shillings of finances restructuring. And that's significant for what we are putting on the table to be able to support those businesses. And for housing development, I would say we've been doing mortgages much more on the medium to high end over years. But the affordable housing program is just a catalyst, PS. I would say it's a private public sector initiative for financing. It will demonstrate much more investors to come in. Just the banks which have made a commitment are in excess of 365 billion shillings as a first start. And that's a commitment we made so far. It is a significant investment. If you look at lending at the sector, if you prioritize the lending portfolio in terms of the sector, this will be PS the third or fourth largest segment today, and potentially knowing how housing is, perhaps could become the single largest segment in the years ahead. So there is a real commitment for us as an industry. We have also done more beyond just this activity. So we've done work with the Kenya Mortgage and Financing Company. Johnson spoke earlier. A number of our banks are shareholders. And that will deliver loans at interest rate governor of below 10%. It's 9.9% as far as I remember for our banks that we have in the market. And so I don't see the challenge, PS, on financing the project that we have. Different banks have different agendas to be able to build, support investors, support people who are willing to invest in this program, and also even as we go ahead to create the partial guarantee scheme for housing, this is one way of extending the opportunities we all face. So mine is to thank you and give you a commitment for the industry, PS, that we will stand with all investors beyond yourself to be able to make this a reality. Thank you, and wishing you a good launch today. Asante sana.
As was mentioned a moment ago, when the history is written of housing in Kenya, and indeed our country, and indeed of 2020, this event today will be a significant element. It will have its own chapter. And that is actually something that we all acknowledge. But in terms of example, I want you to go back to a particular building that we all know, which is the Empire State Building in New York. We've all heard about it. We've seen pictures about it. It was the first building that was more than 100 floors. So that was the idea, 100 floors. It began at a time when they began building it, at a time when the economy of the US and other economies had actually collapsed completely. That was after the Great Depression, the collapse of the financial markets in 1929, etc. So it began in March of 1930, and actually was completed in 1 year, 45 days. 1 year, 45 days, record time. And they wanted to prove something, that we can do it. We can do it. Today, obviously, it's a marvel. But it's interesting to look back at it and see it was built in record time, at a time when the world had collapsed, and at the end of it, the human spirit could not be suppressed. This is what we are witnessing today, Bwana PS. This is what you have put together, Bwana CAS, and indeed everyone else who's been part of this project. The idea that 2020, of course, has been a very rough year for everybody, but at the same time, we've managed to appreciate what is important for us as Kenyans, as people who care about each other. The reason we are here today is because we will have 1,300 families get a roof over their head that they own, their own building, their own housing, hii ni yangu. And we have 1,300 today, but as PS has said, there is a pipeline, and that pipeline will continue into the future. The problem is we needed to start somewhere and prove it can be done. And that's what they had to do back in 1930 when they did the Empire State Building. And that's what this success is today. We've brought together PS and everyone else that was involved in this project. You brought together a set of people who are inspired.
If we could make that house available across the entire continent and at scale, the map on the right-hand side shows, given current income contexts and the current financing arrangements, what is the percentage of the population that could afford that in urban areas. So in Kenya, about 79% of the urban population could afford an $8,275 house. Very high level figures, but gives one a sense of the market in which we're working and what are all of the factors that contribute towards housing affordability. And it's around this primary challenge that we are looking for innovation. So to show you what some of these houses look like, the Nigerian house on the left here, this house here, this is the Millard Fuller house in Mozambique. Casa Real is building a house for just under $10,000. In Angola, it's about $12,700, these apartments that are delivered. And then in Kenya, it's Tsavo Real Estate that's delivering a studio apartment at 1.1 million Kenyan shillings, which is about $10,200. But does that solve Kenya's affordable housing challenge? And isn't that primarily an investment unit? So there are challenges around this, and I won't belabor the point because I'm sure this is what's been discussed over the last 2 days. And the challenges across the continent, as identified in the yearbook, and then as articulated this year by the African Union for Housing Finance in their Kigali Declaration, and the link for the Kigali Declaration is there, is that the key challenge is capacity. Whether it's capacity of our land and our infrastructure, the systems, as well as the infrastructure itself, or the capacity of our construction and our management, whether it's the capacity of our financial sector and our ability of the financial sector to engage. Municipal capacity is a critical issue, and then, of course, the data gap. These are all issues to which innovations must respond. As I said, there are very many innovations, and we like to look at them across the value chain. In the interest of time, I didn't animate this so that we could go through one by one, but just to show you some of the range of different examples that are happening in relation to each of the links along the housing value chain. And these are initiatives that are being undertaken by government, as well as by the private sector, by households themselves, by NGOs, a range of players across the continent. And what's quite exciting about this is that you've got players in different niches that are making different interventions. And if those become recognized by their counterparts in those local ecosystems, there's an opportunity for scale. So I've chosen 6 to talk about today with you, and they are highlighted here in green, and I'll just take you through those now. So this is an interesting initiative, and there's very little information available about it in the public domain at the moment. We recently put together a short case study on this for Access to Finance Rwanda as part of their review of innovation. And this is a land-based financing initiative that's being undertaken by Casa Orascom, which is a large-scale developer from Egypt. And what they've done is they've taken a plot of land here, the Baraka slum redevelopment model. It's 15,000 square meters of land that have been transferred to a nonprofit company. 2/3 of that land is being used, redeveloped, so it was land on which residents were living informally. So 2/3 of that land is being redeveloped for those previous residents. And then the other third is being used for 200 market development units, and the proceeds from that are financing the delivery of the affordable housing. Now, what we really want to know is the math. We'd like to understand exactly how that's working and how one can create such a cross-subsidization mechanism at these ratios. It's still early days in the project, but I think there are so many interesting things that we could find out about that, so that you use the value of the land that is desirable for higher income earners to support the construction costs for the housing for the lower income residents. A critical piece of this puzzle has been the construction financing, and then working with local builders and craftspeople and masons to also participate in this. So I think this is a worthwhile one to think about and to explore a little bit further. Many of you may well be familiar, I would expect, with the iBuild Global platform, which is operational in Kenya at the moment. And what I really like about the iBuild platform is that it creates this virtual marketplace, as they describe, but it enacts, some people say it's like Uber. It creates a way for small-scale players, builders and masons, and also small-scale developers, to connect with the buyers of their products and services, as well as with finance. And by recording everything on the virtual platform, it creates a mechanism, it facilitates market transparency so that everyone knows what everyone else is doing. Buyers or households are able to buy from a competitive marketplace, so they can see a range of products available and they can choose rather than just buying the most immediate thing in their environment. And as this, what has been called an informal housing activity happens, because it's recorded on the app, there's a digital track record that then becomes available for lenders to review and to consider and to apply their finance against. So what's so useful about this is it makes a whole lot of informal housing delivery processes that have existed for generations. Now they become visible through the technology so that they can become the targets of finance that can then improve the efficiency of those delivery processes. The third example that I wanted to raise is an interesting one, because this is a government-led subsidized housing program in Rwanda. And this is something that we became familiar with in this work that we did with Access to Finance Rwanda. And where we were particularly interested in this was less so as a model for government subsidization, and more so as a model for efficient value chain structuring to support private sector delivery at the bottom end. And this is a challenge we also offer to the Rwandan government in this case, where basically over 10 years, the IDP program has delivered 28,000 units. That, from a scale perspective, is interesting but insufficient. But what becomes perhaps even more interesting are these takeaways on the right-hand side of the slide. That each link in the value chain, was supported by a policy initiative that said we're going to address land, we're going to address infrastructure, we're going to address the construction process and the quality of building materials and the availability of those building materials, a policy recognition of the intersection of the manufacturing sector with the housing sector, and so on. So each link was explicitly recognized by government policy. There was recognition and attention to the fact that a labor force would be required in order to drive this delivery program. And so attention to that in the labor market was part of the approach. Upfront building material supply contracts to make sure that there wouldn't be any supply constraints. One of the key things that undermine affordable housing delivery and its financing, and then the cost of its financing, is delays in the delivery process. And so the IDP program has been quite tight about making sure that each step in that housing delivery process is held tightly together. There are a range of examples there, and if colleagues are interested, we can provide more information about this. The link to the report that explores it in a little more detail is also included in this slide. The fourth innovation, which I think also is we're still early days, but is really exciting, is Family Homes Fund. And this is an initiative that is, I suppose one might call it a public-private partnership of sorts in Nigeria. Family Homes Fund is engaging with government social housing fund. And what they've done is they've structured their operations around 4 key pillars. And those pillars recognize and engage with the finance needs of the value chain. So as a lender that is operating in the affordable housing market, Family Homes Funds recognizes that it's not just offtake funding that is needed, funding for offtake so that buyers can buy and so on, but that also that construction finance is critically needed, and that within that, it's not just construction finance of the typical kind, but that there are large-scale developers and also quite critically small-scale developers, and they need different kinds of finance. And in the work that FSD Africa and FSD Kenya championed last year that we participated in, and I'm sure that Sita Shah would have mentioned this earlier, one of the things that was highlighted for Kenya was really the differing financing needs on the supply side of large-scale financiers and small-scale financiers. And so Family Homes Fund is addressing this through their 4 levers. The first is the establishment of this affordable housing fund that provides the construction finance for the large-scale developers, whether they're governments or in the private sector. Then there's the offtake support, which is the help to own. And that is providing deferred loans to low-income earners, so a rent-to-buy type option with savings that enables the non-traditional borrowers who don't have a track record that would give them access to finance, a way to develop that track record so they can access finance that becomes so important for the developer to know exists, so that they have offtake. The third is a recognition that some people will never be able to access finance as households, and so there's a need for rental housing, and that needs to be supported also on the supply side to enable its the delivery. And then fourthly, a land and infrastructure development fund, which recognizes the development activities of small-scale suppliers and is supporting that with a subsidized interest rate. Now, there's a lot of government attention, both in terms of the subsidization as well as the facilitated process. But Family Homes Fund is adamant that the role of government in this process is critical for them to actually reach the target market. And of course, one of the houses that they're financing at the moment is that so-called cheapest newly built house in Africa, the one built by the Millard Fuller Foundation. The fifth example is something I'm really excited about. Africa's first social or sustainability bond launched on the Johannesburg Stock Exchange. And this was championed by TUF, the Trust for Urban Housing Finance. TUF is a commercial mortgage lender that finances small-scale landlords and inner-city landlords to deliver affordable rental housing in the inner cities and townships across South Africa. And together with Standard Bank, they put together a sustainable bond framework, and then they pitched that and got a second-party opinion that said, yes, this is good. And the sustainable bond framework basically splits up the bond into social objectives and green objectives. And on the social side, affordable housing is one of the critical focus areas. And then financial inclusion for these small scale landlords who access finance from TUF to deliver the rental housing is another one of the goals. And then of course, access to finance for SMEs. As well. It's about small enterprises that are providing rental accommodation. And in terms of those three goals on the social side, TUF was able to get approval from the International Capital Markets Association in terms of social bond principles, as well as green bond principles and sustainable bond principles. And then by doing that, by being able to get this approval and launch this social bond, they're able to attract capital that's interested in sustainable impact into their work. And they really are shifting the indicators that govern what makes good affordable housing. And I think that there's a real opportunity here. We must watch how investors respond to this and see whether this is something that could be promoted in Kenya or, and certainly across the continent. Because we all know, all of us here together in this room, we know that affordable housing is a very smart thing to do for both social reasons and green reasons, and it has a substantial impact that extends far beyond, but in addition to the financial return. And so to have that now recognized within the global investment community that's really interested in supporting social bonds, I think is very powerful and something we need to be watching. The last innovation I'm going to share with you is the Open Access Initiative. And this is starting in Kenya right now as we speak. And it's where we've been focusing a lot of our time at the moment, and we're really, really excited about it. It covers all of the links in the value chain. And it really comes out of, I guess, the innovation and perhaps market curiosity of FSD Africa Investments. FSD Africa Investments was looking to support investment in affordable housing in Kenya. And as a relatively small fund, significant, but a small fund, they recognizing the range of investments that are already underway, they took a view that, in fact, the power of their investment would be to highlight the investment experience to other investors, to try and crowd in other investors. So what they are doing is they've made an investment, and that investment, a condition of that investment is that the investee, which is a fund, has to communicate their data in an open access framework that my organization, that CAF is now driving together with these partners listed here with FSD Africa Investments, FSD Kenya, Real, and International Housing Solutions. So it's kind of like a quid pro quo. FSD Africa Investments has put their money into an investment, and a condition of that is that the investee then shares data in terms of progress of that investment. And the data will be shared around the structure of the project and the detail in terms of the cost of building a particular home, the particular house, the process that was followed, so the steps, time, and cost of the housing delivery process, looking at, across the whole value chain and the statutory approvals, how long they take, where the delays are, what the impact that is on finance. Then the people involved, and obviously within privacy, privacy requirements and regulations, but recognizing what is the target market and what are their needs and demands and capacities. And then lastly, the performance of the investment. So we're at early stages right now. And you can see in this image here that traditionally a long time, and we've been focusing in the two outer circles because that's where we can access data from the public domain and we can share that with all of you. That's the basis of the yearbook that we produce and all the research we do. What the Open Access Initiative does is through the participation of investors who say, when we put money in, we would like data also to come out. And it comes out on an anonymized basis and is used for market development objectives. So we better understand the structure of funds, the capacity and the structure of developers, what is happening within the project and how is it structured, and then at household level as well. So we would love to share this with colleagues. And we would really encourage colleagues who want to participate in this. We have a few developers already in Kenya who are working on, who are participating in this way. And we would love to talk about this, so please do contact me. So those are 6 of very, very many innovations. And what I've tried to do is to cover ones that look at all segments of the value chain. Our yearbook is available online, and I would urge you, please take a look at it. We are delighted that we were able to produce it, and very grateful to all of these organizations who provided support to allow us to produce the yearbook. I would also like to encourage colleagues in the room, if you're not yet member of the AUHF, it would be wonderful if you could join us. And please do contact me if you're interested in any more information, as set out here below, set out in this presentation. Johnston and colleagues, thank you so much for the invitation. And I'm very happy to receive questions if there's time for that. Otherwise, we can do it offline. Thanks so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, I did promise that the afternoon will be quick, fast, and in a hurry. And so we'll try and expedite. And like we said when we started these deliberations yesterday, it was not just about talking, but we've been putting together some of the solutions that have been coming from the plenary. And this will be contributing to a working document that could help move these conversations further. And without much ado, I'd like to bring on stage the Chief Executive Officer of KMRC, Mr. Johnston Oletetia, to take you through some of these resolutions and way forward. Karibu.
Thank you, Bwana MC. The CS Land and Physical Planning, Madam Karone, we're very glad to have her here. I'm very excited to have the CS here as part of the discussion this afternoon. And that's why we have to shorten this session, because she has to leave. And so we want to give an opportunity for the CS to interact with us shortly. And to enable that, I will read the resolutions of this conference. And then we'll have a quick Q&A session in which the CS will respond to some of the issues. And that will also form part of our closing remarks. So allow me to quickly read through what we have. If I can get the podium here, it will be faster. So CS, we have been over the last 2 days, we have had a very, actually the greatest discussions we've had in a long time in relation to affordable housing. In fact, I think this is, someone was telling me during the break, this is the largest number of people we've ever had when you're discussing housing in a country, which is actually a very significant indication that we all are very keen to support development of affordable housing. So I'll take about 10 or so minutes to just get this through. And I know this document is about 3 pages, but I'm certainly just going to jump into the real issues. We commit ourselves as stakeholders in the housing sector to the following interventions that will play a facilitative role in delivery of affordable housing in line with the theme of the conference, leveraging demand and supply linkages in order to create an enabling environment necessary for success of affordable housing program. To this end, we commit as follows. Under the Ministry of Lands and Physical Planning, to expedite land administration and registration exercises and to consider, number one, making the e-conveyancing process end-to-end so that land rent clearances and consents are available online through the portal. Enabling, as number two, enabling fast in, fast out registration system so that service sequential, predictable, and seamless. Ensuring the registration of system is trackable online so that users are able to have visibility of their transactions throughout, from the date of the application to the completion of the investigations and registration of the leases. Number four is actions general. One of the other key things is fast-track digitization of the land registry countrywide. This technical exercise also calls for more capacity to enable efficiency of timelines. Number three, consider revising the moratorium for regulation of long-term leases set out in Section 13.2 of the Section of Properties Act, which started on 28 December 2020, since the Section of Property Act regulations, which guides the process, have only just been published on 26 November 2021, and the statutory timeline for completion is December 2022, which is not achievable considering the affected portfolio of properties volumes. To also consider adding capacity to the survey department to handle the volume or to allow private valuers more involvement in the process. Number five, expedite process of issuing unique prefix numbers of long-term leases to enable the owners to comply with the legal requirements under Section 54.5 of the Land Registration Act. Number six, to consider issuing a fresh gazette notice for conversion of title since the current notice, which require commencement of the new land registration unit in Nairobi by 13 December may not be achievable. The Gazette Agency to process sectional titles and enhance awareness on Sectional Properties Act. Those are the key interventions that have been requested under the Ministry of Lands and Physical Planning. I can just read through the rest very quickly. In relation to the State Department of Housing and Urban Development, to enhance and entrench the one government approach in service delivery on the affordable housing front, to facilitate supporting infrastructure and social amenities to complement the housing sector, catalyze an aggregation of the market in order to create the necessary volumes for meaningful margins to be realized, establish specific unit within the State Department of Housing and Urban Development and to deal with issues relating to incentives and processes leveraging on Boma Yangu platform. Integrate project development unit team to have a well-defined and clear customer journey process in Boma Yangu. Explore implementation of a credit referencing module in Boma Yangu. All stakeholders to harmonize and develop a credit reference module. Register additional affordable housing schemes to enable more Kenyans to benefit from the affordable housing relief. Establish the Housing Development Regulatory Board to regulate approvals and oversee the completion of the projects as per the agreed terms. Engage banks and other financial institutions to help determine effective demand based on data on Boma Yangu platform and revamp Boma Yangu portal to identify effective demand. Support NHC to access sustainable funding, including through issuance of bonds to scale up housing development. Identify innovative ways to finance the National Housing Development Fund to enhance affordable housing. Facilitate draft of regulations to operationalize the affordable housing tax incentives in consultation with the National Treasury, KRA, and other relevant stakeholders. Engage the National Treasury and KRA for a waiver of the tax payable on the 40% withdrawal from pensions for purposes of owning homes, and facilitate adoption of conference resolutions as national policy on affordable housing. In relation to KMRC, to take the lead in converting approved incentives into attracting product and attract other sector players, facilitate implementation of mortgage guarantee to reduce primary mortgage lenders, facilitate development of alternative credit assessment tools to enable people with informal incomes to access affordable housing, increase the refinanceable threshold of affordable housing product under the KMRC product offering, scale up lending to the PMLs and design innovative solutions to fast-track disbursement of funds, enhance public awareness of KMRC product offering to sensitize the public on availability of end-user financing. In relation to the rest of us, the private sector, developers and the rest, develop or enhance credit scoring solutions, digital solutions to enable financial institutions to determine creditworthiness of people in informal sector, create awareness of the public on the availability of financial solutions, financial institutions enhance efficiency in delivery of housing finance, e.g. by having shorter approval process, and key players to propose ways in which Bomayangu platform can migrate from the government platform to the private sector for management, embrace a comprehensive approach to affordable housing that will ensure mass housing production for economies of scale, accelerate efforts to build back better, build green and energy efficient buildings using innovative technologies, and lastly, facilitate availability of affordable development finance to support development of housing at scale. In conclusion, KMRC and the State Department of Housing and Urban Development, together with all key stakeholders in the housing sector, look forward to building a mutually beneficial relationships that will aid in creation of an enabling environment for affordable housing in Kenya. All the sector resolutions shall form part of this communique, and most importantly, implementation of housing resolutions shall be monitored periodically, including through subsequent conferences. The report by the Affordable Housing Committee on Supply and Demand shall form part of this blueprint. And this will be signed by the PS, State Department for Housing and Urban Development, Mr. Charles Hinga, and the CEO of KMRC, yours truly. In addition to this communique, we have a communique that a resolution from the African Union for Housing Finance that I'll be gladly handing over to the CS this afternoon. And thank you, CS, for coming and accepting to get two communiques at the same time. We had a conference recently that was in Kigali, and that I think was also referenced by Kesia earlier, and that also forms part of affordable housing blueprints across Africa, and which we'll be very happy to hand over to the CS. So with that, I will welcome comments, questions, especially on land matters, and so that we benefit from guidance from the from the CS this afternoon before she leaves. Thank you.
Do you have a question? Yes.
I think before the questions, I would suggest that we get a rapporteur to take down the questions.
Okay.
We are going to have a very unique closing sessions. I'm sure people are used to a speech where at the end you say, I declare the conference officially closed. And I suggested to the CEO that it's more useful to take concerns from the members in the conference so that we can respond to them. I will also try and respond to some of the things in the communique, which some of them are not accurate, so I will respond to them. So we will have this. I have a meeting in Nairobi at 5:30. So I have to absolutely leave by 4, latest 4 or 5. So we'll combine the Q&A and any concerns that you may have. Thank you for your indulgence.
Okay, great. So that we give a lot more people a chance, if you could limit your question to just one, your name, where you're from, one question.
The mic system is not very clear. I think our microphone is off.
1, 2, mic 1, 2.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon to the conference. I practice as an advocate with Robson Harris and Company Advocates. As a legal practitioner, many times we are the interface between the bank, the developer.
Please give her a working microphone because we need to get the questions that she's asking. Otherwise, the session will not be very useful.
So for the third time, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Tepchir Chirsego, advocate with Robson Harris and Company Advocates. Oh, it's not working. Oh, okay. Oh, this is better. I'm sorry, advocates are challenged by technology many times. I hope I don't represent the rest of my colleagues. But my name is Tepchir Chirsego, advocate with Robson Harris Advocates. As a practitioner, I'll just make my question brief. As a practitioner, Madam CS, many times we are the interface between the bank, the developer, and the client, and we are always in hot soup because we cannot answer many of the questions that we are asked. For example, how far is my document? Where are we? What is happening? Why isn't someone in the office? That kind of questions. So my question to you would be, in terms of communication, what would you propose as the CS that could be done to enhance communication between the ministry and the users? Thank you.
Thank you. Let me get the ladies in this section, then I'll come back this side.
Good afternoon. My name is Elizabeth Wangeshi Shege. I'm the Vice Chair of the World Green Building Council and former Chair of the Kenya Green Building Society. My question mainly lies around the discussions haven't mentioned anything about climate change. Our own president was in Glasgow promising that Kenya will be net zero by 2050, but there's resilience that's an issue. So with spatial planning, affordable housing, are we going to place affordable housing in areas where we'll have climatic effects? And how far are we with our spatial planning being sustainable and resilient? Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Angela, an advocate of the High Court with GNA Advocates. Thank you so much, Madam CS, for gracing us today. My question would be on the reforms that are taking place in land registration, and I would like that you clarify to us on what between digitization and conversion. Because we are having to deal with digitization and files not being available, yet they may at some point need to be converted to Nairobi block, which is now under Apisasa. So we would like your clarification on that, and whether digitization is actually updated so that every time we have a new transaction that is happening in within any particular file, that file doesn't need to be re-verified, rescanned, that then that...
So there will be no closing session. Now, after I finish, I will leave and the conference will be closed officially. Maybe this date officially closed. So let me start with the last question by Angela on what should take precedence between digitization and conversion. Digitization or digitalization is basically just converting your manual records into an electronic platform which allows you to transact electronically. Now, the conversion process requires us to have a cadastre. Cadastre is just a collection of the PDPs, I mean the RIMs that you are used to as a council, into a digital format. You cannot build a cadastre unless you digitize, because cadastre basically places the land parcels in relation to space where they should be on the ground. It fixes or georeferences the land parcels and pins them on the ground. It is not possible to convert unless you know where on the ground is that parcel of land. That is why we are running digitalization and conversion concurrently. And that is why we are starting in Nairobi, because we have finished the conversion of manual records into digital format in Nairobi. So we have a cadastre for Nairobi City County as we speak. It means for every land parcel in Nairobi, you're able to locate it on the ground because they are all georeferenced. So it is not possible to convert without digitalization. They have to go hand in hand. Because for me to tell you your parcel is in this particular place, I have to georeference it. So the Nairobi City Cadastre is fully georeferenced. It means all the parcels of land, you can locate them. It's the same as flying. If you're flying and you don't have the coordinates, chances are you'll not get where you're going. So if we're trying to convert and we do not know where these parcels of land are, then we will not achieve the conversion process. So that is why it became necessary to first digitalize and then to convert. Secondly, the other reason why we chose to digitalize first is because of the layers and layers and layers of fraud in our sector. I think if you work in our sector, you know that sometimes it is not unusual to find that one parcel of land has 5 different titles. And that was possible because we had 5 different regimes of registration. So it was easy for fraudsters to exploit the gaps in the law. One would use one was 280, another one 300, another one 281 to register the same parcel of land. And I think that was the wisdom of Parliament in enacting the Land Registration Act, so that we close all the other registers in order that we have one register which is then easy to audit and to maintain. So I hope I've answered you sufficiently, my dear. It's important that we digitalize, that we convert all our manual records into digital form before you attempt to convert. And I think a lot of people get flustered when we talk about conversion. That's basically just migrating to a single registration regime. We want to recognize and document rights to land using only one law. That's really what conversion is. I know a lot of customers ask, na title yangu itakuwaje? Itapotea ama itaibiwa na wale wasee wa Ministry wa Lands? Because we are famous for losing records, sometimes actually stealing them, or just disappearing them. So please help us to tell our customers that they don't have to worry, because the system that we have built recognizes both the old number and the converted number. So if as a customer you know just your old number, LRXYZ, it doesn't matter, because when you bring it on the platform, it will marry it with a new number. So I see a lot of customers getting concerned, and how will I remember my old number, the new number? Do I have to return the title? Those kinds of questions. I think as council you can help us, because the law specifies the conversion process, and we have tried to demonstrate fidelity to that law in terms of conversion. The other issue so related to that in the communique is, can we stop the current Gazette process and then start afresh? The answer is no, we won't, because Nairobi City County has about 165,000 title deeds. We have only converted so far about 38,000 from the central registry. The reason why it's taking time is the process of due diligence, because we do not want to convert fraudulent parcels of land. Because during the process of digitalization, we have realized that there are many parcels of land inside JKIA, for instance, inside Wilson Airport, inside Karura Forest, on road reserves, on roundabouts, and expressways. Should we convert those title deeds? The answer is no, because that is public land. So the reason why we are phasing it out is to allow us to do due diligence. So if you see a parcel of land on the Gazette notice, it means they have been cleared by the surveys department as private land and not public land. So it will take time because we have to go through the process of due diligence. I think by the end of the first quarter of 2022, we'll have finished gazetting all the parcels of land that are not converted in Nairobi. So far to date, as at today, we have about 40,000 fully converted. There will be a Gazette notice coming out on Tuesday with another 5,000 parcels. So we are doing it phase by phase. We divided up Nairobi into 252 blocks. In those blocks, some parcels are converted, like the old Nairobi registry is converted, but the central registry is what we are now converting. So that will take time, and we have to be patient. Also, the law says we give 90 days. So if a Gazette notice comes out today, we have to give 90 days before we start transaction on that parcel. Why are we giving the 90 days? To allow customers to raise concerns. Let's say we've gazetted a parcel of land as belonging to Farida, and it doesn't belong to Farida, it belongs to the CEO. During the 90-day period, you can file your complaint, and there's a specific form where you file that complaint, and then we correct in the course of the 90 days. So what I normally tell customers and stakeholders, the mess in our ministry has been created over 60 years. I think we can't expect that it will be corrected in a short 5 years. It's impossible. So this is a process that will take many years to write. In some cases, we will be able to correct those mistakes. In other instances, we will have to do what we like to call in our country to regularize, which means you are really just regularizing a fraud. Why? Because at some point, it is impossible to know what was the initial mistake. It's true. I mean, I have to be honest. You know, the problem in our country is we are not used to honesty. If Farida tells you that we have so much chaos in our sector, give us time, you start saying the government is not working. How do you propose we handle this problem? How do you propose we restore sanity in our sector? Should we not do that by demonstrating fidelity to the law? I think that is what we are doing. It's a difficult process. It's a laborious process. It's a painful process. But I say, if you have malaria, will you be afraid to take, what's the medicine for malaria? It used to be called quinine in our days. Chloroquine. Will you say, I would much rather be dead than take chloroquine? Chances are you will take the chloroquine because you know that's how you'll get healing. It's the same thing in our sector. In order to restore sanity in this sector, we have to go through the painful process of skimming through pieces of paper, of making sure that you are digitizing the correct piece of paper. For Nairobi alone, we've scanned about 30 million different sheets of paper. It's not easy, and our staff were going manually through each of those 30 million sheets of paper. Surely you can't expect that to happen in a short 5 years. It's taken time. We've been at it for 4 years now. Nairobi registry is live. We are having teething issues. But I think there's hope, because when the president launched the system in April of 2021, we had only 19,000 parcels on the platform. Now we have about 40,000. What are we doing? We are consistently working with our customers in order to clean their parcels. The good news is, for all our public lands, they've now been locked and they are not available for transaction. And that is why the process is very, very painful, because some of those public lands have title in private hands. Some of them have been charged to financial institutions. So it will take time for us to work with our banks, work with our lawyers, work with our customers, for them to appreciate that you can't, for instance, use a property in Karura Forest as security. Because if that customer doesn't pay, are you going to sell off Karura Forest? The answer is no. So these are processes that will take a lot of time. But why do we have to be patient? Because our country requires that we be patient. The alternative is chaos, anarchy, and mess in the financial services sector, which we cannot allow. So, Council, I know you're always complaining that there are no files, the files are missing. I want to tell you that unless that file was stolen, because in some cases they were actually stolen, if the file is in the Ministry of Lands, it is not missing. it is part of resistance to change. For me, I'm not worried. When resistance to change is overt, then you shouldn't be afraid. It probably means you are doing the right thing and doing it the right way. Because if it was so easy, I would be very afraid. If I didn't get resistance to this change, which is so disruptive, as minister, I would be very worried. I would be asking myself, did I really do the right thing? You have to realize that we are disrupting people who are used to easy money. Fraudsters are used to very easy money from our ministry. All you need to do is convert a public land into private, sell it for 50 million, and then you pull out the 50 million for 3 months and then come and steal another one. That's what they were used to doing. And we are saying this madness has to stop. So the resistance will be both from third-party stakeholders and our own staff. Because it is not possible to issue title to a forest parcel of land or a road reserve if government is not participating. Because some of these titles are not from River Road. They were issued by government. So if they were issued by government, it has the signature of a registrar of government. What does that mean? They participated in the fraud. Now, these are the same officers we are working with to restore order. Do you think they are going to do it without a fight? They will put up a fight. So ladies and gentlemen, we have to be patient. This is our country. I don't think we have another country. To restore order, we just have to swallow the bitter pill. I hope I've answered both Angela and I think not Elizabeth. Elizabeth is talking about climate smart planning, which I hope we are doing, and I hope you have been speaking about. I think that was Sego. And Elizabeth, somebody will have to respond to about climate smart planning. But to Elizabeth's question, I can only talk about reference to the National Spatial Plan of 2015. I think it took into great consideration sustainable land use planning. The challenge we are having with that is implementation. Our county governments, many of them, have not developed their own county spatial plan, which was supposed to be drawn from the National Spatial Plan, because the National Spatial Plan is the overarching planning document for the country. But our country has 47 counties. They each have to tap into this plan. Many of them don't have a spatial plan as we speak. So I think we need to start talking about implementation at that level. And of course, you developers, financials, everybody, we have to worry about climate change and do climate smart planning and adaptation as we build these affordable houses. I think Sego also spoke about communication. Now, there are two aspects to this particular issue. When you come to the National Land Information Management System, RDSASA, which, by the way, you ought to register before you become a user, once you register and you're transacting on your parcel on the platform, it will keep giving you updates on the state of your transaction. You can actually go on the platform and check the status of your transaction. The challenge we are having is that a lot of users, advocates, surveyors, planners, they are not registered on the platform. And you cannot transact on this platform unless you have registered. So the first port of call is please register as a user. As a landowner, as a professional transacting on the system. If you have a smartphone right now, you can go to arthi.lands.go.ke. The platform is live 24/7. If you're having challenges, there's a customer care service on the right of the platform. You can chat up a customer care agent and they will support you through the registration process. So start by registration. I am sure for the surveyors who are here, people from ISK like the president, if I ask, have you registered? Chances are, Mr. President, you haven't registered. And you will be saying the platform is not working. How will it work if you are not registered to become a user? Start by registration. Sign in as a user. Then tell us the challenges you are facing. Let us work together. This is technology. It will have challenges. It is a homegrown solution. It was developed by Kenyans, young people, from scratch. So you can't expect that it's perfect. We have continued to refine it, as the president will tell you, from the time we launched it in April of 2021. We will continue to refine it. So please start by registering on the platform so that we can work together to improve the quality of service on the platform. The other issue is on the communique is issues of consent. This is for counsel, for the lawyers. Consent to transfer was removed through the Business Laws Miscellaneous Amendment Bill of 2020, but consent to charge is still there. It is a service provided through land administration. I think if you're on the platform on ADISASA, it is easier. But if you are doing it manually, of course, you will experience the usual challenges of manual transactions. In terms of the Land Control Act, I think over the last 4 years, we have reviewed a lot of pieces of legislation to conform not just with the Constitution, but also to allow us to transact digitally. The law that we are currently reviewing is the Survey Act. It's a very old piece of legislation, Cap 299. It's 52 years old. But we have just started the process of review. I think it will go before Parliament in early 2022. Then we'll move to the Land Control Act. We either repeal or review depending on what the stakeholders feel. And then we have the Adjudication Act, Cap 284. Those are the pieces of legislation that we haven't yet reviewed. We are currently in the process of reviewing the Rating Act, because those are things that will allow us to transact or to participate together with the private sector in terms of land transactions on our platforms. But we've reviewed several laws. The Land Use and Physical Planning Act, I just came from a meeting where we are passing through the regulations for that act. I'm happy to report they have been endorsed by Parliament, so we'll start to implement fully the Physical and Land Use Planning Act. The Sectional Properties Act, those regulations were also approved this morning, so we'll start implementing that act in full. I know one of the things the CEO was asking through the communique is whether we could extend the timeline, because the law gave us 2 years to implement that law. Now it's December, 1 year is gone. But my view is, let us attempt to implement it before we start extending. We have set up a special team at the ministry in the survey department, because the challenge with the Sectional Properties Act is that the properties have to be georeferenced, meaning we have to survey most of those properties almost afresh. So we'll work with the private sector. I think we are trying to create a framework for georeferencing these sectional units so that we can register them according to the law that you quote there, Section 54(5) of the Land Registration Act. It recognizes only 2 forms of title, certificate of lease and certificate of title. But to issue that, you have to georeference. So that we are working together with private sector. We'll have to amend your communique to reflect the true position, but we don't mind participating together with private sector to do that. So in terms of these laws, I think we are working very hard. One of the 4 pillars of the President's reform agenda in our sector, national titling, I think you're aware, is one of them. It's big. I think for you developers, you need these titles for you to be able to develop. So one of the programs we've been working very hard on is national titling. Between 2013 and 2021 current, we have about 5.6 million titles. If you compare that to the first 50 years of independence, we've done very well, because in the first 50 years, we just recorded 6 million titles. So President Kenyatta has almost done what was done by 3 presidents and the colonial government combined. Then digitization, which we have been talking about, is the second pillar. The third one is legal policy and institutional reform, which we are working very hard to make sure the laws are aligned, not just with the Constitution, but with electronic transactions. And then decentralization. We are trying to decentralize our services so that not every Kenyan has to come to Ministry of Lands at Ardhi House to be served. We want them to be served in their home counties. And that is the 4th pillar of our reform agenda. So to that extent, I think even though you think it is slow, I want to say we've done very well. Because this attempt at digitization started in 1995. That's 26 years. But nobody has gone the far we have gone. Because everybody was always afraid. If people make a bit of noise, unasema turudi manual. But if we are all afraid, when will we digitize? We say we want to be a globally competitive country. How will we be globally competitive when we are manual? We have to be digital. And to be digital, we just have to live with these pains, ladies and gentlemen. So I think I'm ready for the next 3 sets of questions. And I'm looking at my watch, but I'll take as much as I can before 4 or 5. Thank you.
Waziri, thank you very much for that update. We understand the need for the law and the regulations. I think the message that was coming out was that, for example, the Sectional Properties Act, we know there was need for georeferencing, and then yesterday we were told about something called unique identifying numbers, which need to be issued by Survey of Kenya. Is there capacity to do it, and when should we expect it to happen? Because that is the real issue.
Thank you so much, CS, for raising this conference and also giving us answers immediately to some of the issues we raised here. I think, following on the question which you have dealt with on the validity of titles, now there is an issue which is commonly we deal with as now lawyers and the people who actually acquired titles as second level or third level secondary ownership. These titles were confirmed through official valid searches. And indeed, that's even why banks and financial institutions accept them as collateral. Now, there is a concept in law of innocent purchaser. I believe the Constitution gives the responsibility of government to guarantee title. And therefore, that sovereign responsibility, if it is breached by the officers of the government in respect to fraud and other ways in which they created titles, but which have been relied on and people have put their money and their investment on it, what remedial measure is the government through your ministry considering to deal with either compensation and, of course, punishing those primary officers in the government who create that kind of problem? Because it's not enough to blame the people who acquire the titles legitimately, but what about the officers? We have never had a mass termination of employment in the Ministry of Lands or an arraignment of very many registrars has never been heard of. So obviously, these officers are agents of the government. So where does the sovereign guarantee which the government gives to title stand? And then, now that you are going through a process of due diligence, normally you are required, I think, as a good, responsible institution, to issue something called a notice of warning that the title you might be dealing with might be questionable, so that the buyer be aware. Right now, many people are still dealing with land, and there's no question from no notice from the ministry that some of the properties you are looking at internally could be actually under question. So where is the notice to at least protect the public from this? And if there are funds to compensate them. Thank you.
Thank you. Get one at the back.
Thank you. Is Austin Waga, head of mortgages at Stanbic Bank. Thank you, CS, for being with us today. So my question is following up on Peter Mugeni's question, and it's in three parts. As financial institutions, we are very supportive of the digitization process and the RDSASA system. But I just wanted to find out, because from when we speak to our law firms, a lot of them are always talking about the things that don't work on the system. And this year, as financial institutions, we've really suffered in the amount of work that actually are stuck at the lands office and customers that we are not able to serve. And that also translates to now the revenue that we generate and the taxes that we give to government. How is that process going on? And is there a timeline within which we can be able to start having some smooth sailing in that system? The second part of the question is, are there sections of Nairobi titles in that system that are currently operational? And what timelines are we looking at in terms of, if we are supposed to do a transaction on your land and the customers come in for financing, what timelines are we looking at? Because previously we were looking at about almost 6 months. Has that come down now to days for the areas that have been digitized? Or how is the experience on the areas that have been digitized? My third part is, as financial institutions, what role should we play to be able to support government in making sure that when customers come to us, we actually guide them towards making sure that this digitization process and the RDSASA system actually works properly?
Okay, let's take those ones first.
I think Please remind me your name. Peter. Thank you, Peter. Peter talked about unique identifier. You know, professionals normally try to scare ordinary people into thinking that they are dealing with a very complicated matter. A land reference number is a unique identifier. It's been done by Survey of Kenya since 1901. It's nothing new. So don't worry about us creating unique identifier under the conversion program, because surveyors, that is what they do for a living. They wake up every morning to issue reference numbers for land. That's why I pay them. And there are about 500 of them. There are very many. So I don't think we'll run out of surveyors to give us unique identifiers. That's a very straightforward issue. They do it every day. For the 40,000 parcels we've done, that's what they've been doing. So I don't think you should worry that they will be overwhelmed. No, because we are also not converting the whole country at once. We've started with Nairobi. We're almost done. We'll move to Murang'a and other counties in the new year. So that is a fairly straightforward issue. So please don't worry about it. But the gentleman seated behind you will probably make it sound very complicated. It's not. It's just a reference. It's a number you attach. It's like your ID card. It's your unique identifier. For land, it's a land reference number. It's not happening fast enough. Maybe because the conversion process is also time-bound, because the law stipulates how long you should wait before it's converted. Then I will link up with a question from, I didn't get his name, from Stanbic, about how long these processes are taking. Last week, I sat through a session with KCB, because their lawyers were trying to do transactions live on the platform. What became apparent from that platform is that our lawyers actually don't know how to use the platform, because I sat through that session from 11 a.m. in the morning up to 3 p.m. in the afternoon, because I really wanted to appreciate why is it taking lawyers so long to do work in this platform. It became clear that our lawyers do not know how to transact on the platform. And we agreed, no, it's true, it's a fact. We agreed that we are going to organize sessions where we take them through how to, it's a new platform, so you can't blame them. We are migrating from what they were used to a totally different platform. It is very laborious, it's very tedious. So I think you will help us, sir, by requesting the lawyers that work for you with powers of attorney to please practice using this system. It's like driving a car. If I was driving Toyota and then today I buy Mercedes, do you think I will be as quick? It will take me time to adjust to the Mercedes. And this National Land Information Management System, I keep saying, is the Mercedes of deployment systems in government. We built it from scratch. It's a good system. But before you get used to it, it will take you time. So please encourage council working for you to practice using the platform. Because it is the only way we'll restore order in our country is to transact digitally. This digital platform has an audit trail. If you come on this platform and attempt to alter information regarding a certain parcel of land, you leave the audit trail on the platform for all to see. So please encourage your council to get used to this platform, to practice. We have a 24-hour customer service. We will have it until our customers get used to the platform. So please encourage them to learn to transact on the platform digitally. Mr. Keeley, you asked whether we are planning to, first of all, national government is the guarantor of title. So once we issue title, we guarantee that that is a valid document. Unfortunately, in the past, we have not been faithful to the law, to the constitution, and to the things that, to the instruments that we should deploy. That is how come you will have 3 titles, all issued by government, but the parcel of land is one. So to answer to your question about what are we doing about it, Cabinet approved last month for us to set up a multi-agency team to look at all these issues, look at the discrepancies, the many titles, the layers of fraud, and then advise government what we are going to do. Because the problem is bigger than we think. I cannot make a decision as Minister for Lands to just say, okay, if your title is on the roundabout of Uhuru Highway, it's cancelled. You know that I have to follow the law, because you don't correct a mistake by creating another mess. There are only 2 ways to cancel title, as council will tell you, Section 80 of the Land Registration Act through the Land and Environment Court, and Section 79. Section 79 just allows me to correct minor errors in the register. But for issues such as those ones, where we've issued 3 titles, all issued by government, we will have to apply the law and apply to the fullest extent. And I can't do it alone as Minister for Land. So we have a parallel process going on, assessing all these issues so that we figure out what are we going to do. I think if you heard me, I said in some cases, we might have to regularize. In some other cases, people will have to answer for the crimes that they committed. In some other cases, they are fairly straightforward and they will revert to the public. If, for instance, you are an ingenious Kenyan and you own title on the runway of Wilton Airport, surely what do you want us to do? Ukuna title kwa runway ya airport, wewe unataka tufanye aje? Surely. Na wewe ni Mkenya unajua pale ni airport. Where are you expecting to go and build on the runway of Wilton Airport? I don't think you will do it. You are just a fraudster. And we should deal with you like a fraudster that you are. So these are really dicey issues, but unfortunately, that is the mess we created, and we have to undo the mess. It will take us time. Thank you. I think I can take a few more, then you'll allow me to please leave.
Thank you, Madam Wakiri Waziri, for your very good presentation and answering the questions. I have now appreciated the enormity of the problem, but having said that, what are we doing to make sure that as we migrate, as we do these all processes, that transactions are still ongoing? Because we have so many cases of transactions that are at RADS. For the last 3 months, 5 months, files cannot be found. Do we have a mechanism to make sure that even as we do all this good work, that continue so that we don't store these matters affect so many of the government's agenda, including ease of doing business, including affordable housing, including investments. So I would like to know the mechanism that I use.
Okay, we have another question at this end. Let's also take it.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam CS.
I was going to say give some ladies chances as well. Please go ahead, but can we have some ladies as well?
Thank you. My name is Inanga Isaac from KCB. First, I wish to thank you very sincerely for having done this much, because as you correctly said, somebody had to take this bull by the horns, if we may say so, for something to move. But as you know, we as banks have securities all over the country and not only Nairobi. So I would just like to ask what is the plan for the rest of the country, and whether that cut-off date, whatever date it will be, will then be resonated or discussed with the respective institutions. Because of course we hold securities all over, and if that date was abrupt, which I don't hope it will be, then there could be a lot of confusion. Thank you.
Okay.
I can take the two as they are thinking, or somebody is still thinking.
Okay.
I can take the two. Okay, for Nairobi, there are two registries. There's a central registry for the lawyers they would know, and there's the Nairobi registry. The registry that is live digitally is Nairobi registry. Central registry is still 100% manual, because apart from waiting for the conversion process to be complete, we decided, because of the challenges that we were facing, to only experiment with one registry so that we know where the gaps are. So for Central Registry, between August, we had a meeting with the Private Sector Alliance in August. And between August and December 3rd, which is last week, we have done about 15,000 transactions. Of those, 1,453 were charges. We just have about 109 pending charges. That is for Central Registry. For Nairobi Registry, on the digital platform, there are about 70 charges ongoing on the platform and 25 transfers. As I said, lawyers come on the platform, they experience one challenge, they go away and they tell the customer the platform is not working. So what we did about 2 weeks ago, we set up a special team to work with the banks especially, because we recognize that when charges are pending on the platform, that is potential money that should be moving in the economy. So we set up a special team to work with the lawyers to help them clear these charges on the platform. And I think we agreed to meet. We are meeting with the LSK next week on Friday. So hopefully by the time we meet that next week on Friday, we should be able to have an update on what is the outcome of that effort to clear the charges pending in the system. For Central Registry, as I said, the processes are ongoing. We've done between August and now about 1,500 charges. There's about 109 pending, and we're working on that. We want to be able to clear everything before we break for Christmas on the 23rd. So I hope that allays some of the fears. For national, we are still working on the program for rollout. We want, by the time the president leaves in August of 2022, to have done at least half of the country. Currently, we are cleaning out Moranga, because when we started digitizing Moranga, one of the things we encountered is that our maps had not been updated since the year of our Lord 1970. So you have a title in your house. It is the process of a subdivision that happened in 1970, but that was never updated. So we couldn't digitize. So what did we do? Now we have started the process of amending the maps. So these are the challenges we are facing. Those are the challenges of a manual workspace. Because if you're sitting with a survey plan in the cabinet, you can't know what's wrong with it. But you try to put it on the cadastre, then the cadastre does not match the ground. It means I have a full map, but in practice, that plot was subdivided into 1,000 parcels. So the first assignment is for me to update the map, which is what we are doing in Murang'a. And I'm sure that will be the experience in many other counties across the country. So we have a georeferencing plan, which is we are picking out about 10 counties which we are starting in January, and we are starting with the maps. We are first going and saying, let us update the maps, so that we start the process of digitization. Because as I said, one of the problems in the sector is that some people have airborne titles, meaning uko na title na una shamba. No, I mean, you know, it's not a joke, it's real. There are people who have title at home, but when you come to the cadastre, that plot is not there. What does that mean? How can you have a title na una shamba? So that's what we are cleaning out now. So we have decided to start with the maps. So we first clean out the maps. When we finish the maps, now we can start to upload the rest of the digital data. And that is why we decided to build an integrated national land information management system. It has data from physical planning, from Survey of Kenya, from land admin, and from registration. The previous systems, the one Kili spoke about, had only data from registration. And it was a system that was susceptible to fraud. It means you could go somewhere in River Road and change ownership details. So you search in the morning, it tells you it belongs to Farida. In the afternoon, it belongs to someone else. I'm happy to report that we decommissioned that system on the 4th of June of 2021. So that system is no longer in operation. The only system that we are now using for land information in Nairobi is Ardhisasa. That one is as secure as God knows what. Because I tell you, since we launched in April, there have been attempts of hacking from all over the world, including from Russia. But the hackers have not been successful. We have a team whose only business is to watch that platform the way you watch a baby waiting for them to crawl, so that it is not hacked. And I'm happy to report that it hasn't been hacked. We don't think it will be hacked, because we have a very good cybersecurity team on it. So I want to assure you that once you're, for the 38,000 parcels that are already on the platform, you can be sure that that data cannot be altered. For the 50,000 we are still cleaning, once they are clean, we'll bring them on the platform. Once they are on the platform, they cannot be altered, because we have built a fireproof system. It's really a good system. If I say that we built the Mercedes, I know what I'm talking about. In terms of backup alone, we spend about maybe 1.5 billion shillings just to secure that thing. So you can be sure it's a secure system. But a system is as good as the data that you put into it. And that is why we are very rigid about the protocols for ingesting data into that system. People accuse us of being insensitive to the business environment, but I say the alternative is utter chaos. If we relax the system and we allow our staff to ingest land parcels from forests, from the Nairobi National Park, from a roundabout, what kind of a system will we be building? So let's just be patient. It will be painful, it will take years, but in the end, we will look back with pride because we'll have built a very good system. Thank you.
We have a question from a lady here.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you, CS, for gracing us this afternoon. My name is Joyce from Standard Chartered Bank, and my question is around integration with the Adisasa system. So looking forward, what are the plans for integration in form of APIs from the banks do you foresee for us to be able to reduce the turnaround time it takes to register securities?
Is to integrate with our users. We will start with the county governments because land management is a concurrent function between the national government and county governments. So the first port of integration is our counties. We are already working with the City County of Nairobi to bring all their land parcels on board the platform. The next phase will be with our customers. This is basically the banks because you are a primary customer for us. And we also want to work with the judiciary, the Land and Environment Court, because a lot of the cases in court, sometimes some injustice is done because of lack of access to information. So we promise that we are going to integrate with the judiciary. We are going to integrate with our investigative agencies, DCI, EACC, so that anybody investigating any matter doesn't need to be at the mercy of the Ministry of Lands in order to get the information they require. So yes, to answer directly your question, we are going to do so. But in phase one, our primary concern is to stabilize the system. Once the system is stable, then we can begin to talk about integrations. But the integrations that we have done successfully is with KRA, there's just a small thing, because we want, once a customer pays stamp duty, for instance, it should automatically reflect. So we are just about to finish that bit with KRA. We are integrated with the registry of companies, the registrar of persons, because this system is based on very rigorous identity mapping. And that is why the first thing you must do before you work on the platform is to register. Because once you register, the system automatically pulls your identity data from other government agencies, from the registrar of persons, registry of births and deaths, the immigration when they go live with the Huduma number. And the reason this is important is in some cases, I'm sure you've seen in newspapers, where we report somebody dead, then they walk into court and say, I'm not dead, I am alive. That will no longer be the case in this platform because we are integrating with the registry of births and deaths. So once a person is deceased, we lock their parcel in the system until the succession process is complete. So that is the reason for this rigorous identity mapping. So allow us to stabilize all these systems, all these integrations before we come to our customers. Because we recognize that you're a primary customer and would very much love to integrate with you. Thank you.
All right, we have another question at the back.
Thank you, CS. My name is Mairura Omwenga, the chairman of Town and County Plan Association of Kenya. First of all, I want to thank you, CS, for finding time to speak to us this afternoon. Now, one item I just want to make a follow-up on what you have just said. Indeed, world over, the starting point for any is survey. The mapping by the surveyor must be done first and foremost. What the land on the piece of land the last 3 years surveying the country was done in 70s as they were correcting before. I think then we should be seeing efforts by government, then setting aside substantive resources for surveying work to be going ahead of this exercise we are talking about. I don't know whether that is already going on, but as a matter of priority, I think I want to support that through you, we seek adequate financing in terms of land surveying first and foremost, so that it's going ahead of you. As you have said, you are moving it to Muranga, but you find the first thing that you must do is to update the maps, so that in a countrywide exercise, I think we should be seeing adequate resources being rolled out in our budgets moving forward. I also know that government director of survey department may not be having all the surveyors, okay? A lot of them are actually in private practice. How then it would be good that you actually involve the private sector to be able to also then support that effort, so that as a country, we are able to move much faster and have that system updated accordingly. Then lastly, working as one government, I think you also find there is a lot of work that government and the state is undertaking. For example, in the road works, in the water supply systems, and as an engineer, I know that one of the things we always do is surveying work of those roads. If it's from Mombasa to Kisumu, we must survey all those roads. If it's water supply, we must survey them. So there is surveying work which is also being undertaken by key government departments, which then, if it's well coordinated, okay, it could actually add up to making sure that we actually reduce the costs that we don't duplicate in terms of surveying work. Thank you.
I really have to go. Yes, it's true that we don't always have sufficient resources, but at least I'm happy to report that in the budget of Survey of Kenya, we have a budget line called georeferencing. And the intention of that budget line is to do exactly what you have said, which is to go ahead of the digitization teams so that we georeference the land parcels before we get there. Because as you may know, in our counties, a lot of the surveys, they are general boundaries. It means the coordinates are not specific. So we have to work on that before we georeference. The other thing we have done is to densify the coast network so that we can use the private sector to help us georeference some of the parcels around the country. So we are densifying the coast network. The coast network is a network that allows us to georeference. And we started building that, I think, in 2015. Last year we put some money, now we are putting some money. Hopefully by the end of next year, it will be dense enough for the private sector to support the effort. There's a team already working with the private sector to do guidelines for how to do that. So we are looking ahead and wishing to work with private sector, because if we rely on government alone, that might take several years. But if we work with private sector, which sometimes is well kitted, then I think we should be able to fast track that exercise. The other thing we are doing is when the president launched the National Land Information Management System, we housed it in a building called the National Geospatial Data Center. It is called so deliberately because it's supposed to coordinate or to house data from other government agencies. So data from roads, data from forestry, from wildlife, all of that will be seated in our cadastre so that everybody has access to the same information. And that is the whole idea of the National Geospatial Data Center. Thank you very much. I think I will have to request to leave. Maybe you can organize another session, you and I can come and spend some more time. But I really have to leave. I have a meeting in Nairobi at 5:30 and I don't want to drive at breakneck speed. I thank you very much for your kind attention. I don't think I'll be declaring the conference closed because I think we skipped some things and you might want to go back to them. But I wish you all very well. I'm hoping that we've taken away some useful lessons and we can help build. Somebody should answer Elizabeth's question on climate smart developments and land use planning, because I think it is important. Otherwise, I wish you all were very well. This is our country. I think everybody seated here is probably Kenyan, holding a Kenyan passport. And if you're not a Kenyan, you're a friend of Kenya, let us do the right thing. The future generations will expect of us that we do the right thing right now. Thank you.
Please join me again in appreciating the CS for gracing this occasion. Thank you very much, CS. We are greatly grateful for your presence here. I think PS Hinga is actually also in virtually. He just informed me a few minutes ago that he was following. So we truly appreciate it. Thank you. So we
All right, thank you so much. A round of applause again to CS as she takes her leave. All right, so we'll be having a session to present the... Okay. All right, thank you. As we... Just a few... All right. So just a quick adjustments to the program that we had. We had meant to have had a session earlier on greening affordable housing in conversion, and that session will not happen because we missed part of the panel. They had to rush back to Nairobi, and the CS already told you this was a very good conclusion to some of the very many questions that had come. And I think really the next step is for the different spaces that you influence, that you'd be able to carry this away as lessons, and that even in the spaces that you do go, some of this resolution could be used into proper working documents, and hopefully KMRC would be able to forge other conversations around this. At this point, it is my pleasure to just first thank you very much for your attention over the 2 days, for your participation in the different panels, in the different teams that you're part of. Like I said, all the contributions are very useful, and you will be interacting with them again in future. As you travel back to not just Nairobi, but everywhere else, I wish you a safe journey. Thank you very much, and have a good afternoon.
Recording stopped.
This is how fast YouTube is with Brave. Notice how there's no pre-roll?